Birdlip, November 14, 1942 on Hydrogen's Eye. After a long interval, we are going to speak again tonight about the cosmological side of the work. This is so great a subject that I suppose it can never be exhausted by us. It is all about the fact that man is in the universe, and the universe in man, so you cannot expect it to be easily explained. For this reason there exists in this work a psychological and a cosmological side, which interconnect, and which are gradually understood. Otherwise there could be no real psychology. The work says man cannot be taken apart from the universe, or cosmos, in which he exists, nor can the cosmos be taken apart from man. The great world in which man appears is the macrocosmos, and man in it should be a microcosmos, or little universe. That is, he has in him the possibilities of reflecting the universe in himself, and being in harmony with it. We have already spoken of the small side octave from the sun in the great ray of creation, in which man finds his place, and at this point we stopped, in our study of the cosmological side of the work, and began to study the ideas in the parables of the Gospels from this standpoint. Man does not appear in the great ray itself. Man is an experiment of the sun in self-evolution. As a part of organic life on Earth, he serves nature. He serves the evolution of the Earth and its moon. But he is created by the sun with the possibility of another fate, if he tries to awaken. That is why the work and all similar teaching exists on Earth to awaken man, who is only in the service of nature as long as he is asleep, so that he can awaken, and come under more intelligent influences, and finally return to his source of origin. This is the double aspect of man, and this is why man in the work is divided into man asleep or mechanical man, and man awakening, or partly awakened, or fully awakened, that is, conscious man. Now in what follows I am going to speak very briefly, and give a mere outline of all the many different ideas which are derived in this work from the first great cosmological diagram, the ray of creation. This diagram starts from the absolute and descends in stages to the smallest and most undeveloped parts of the universe, in a scale of descending order. Our ray of creation descends to our moon. Tonight we are going to connect with this diagram the idea of different matters or energies at different levels of the ray. Matter and energy in this system are spoken of together, as being different sides of the same thing. The first thing you must understand in this respect is that at the top of the ray the very finest matter exists, and at the bottom of the ray the coarsest or grossest matters exist. This gives you the idea of different materialities belonging to each stage of creation. As the creative process, following the law of three forces, and manifesting itself in successive stages according to the law of seven or the law of the octave, as the creative process descends, the materiality of each level of creation becomes denser. With the highest level, the absolute itself, we must associate the finest matter, and so the greatest energy. With the mean at the bottom of the ray we must associate the coarsest matter, and so the least free energy. There are matters belonging to the level of the absolute, there are matters belonging to the level of the starry galaxy, to the level of the sun, to the level of the earth, and to the level of the moon. Once you grasp that the universe is a descending scale of creation, becoming further away from the absolute and, as it were, colder and denser, you will realize something of what it means when the work speaks of a point in the universe. A point in the universe occurs where a particular form of matter is found, or let us call it matter energy. Visibly, we can understand that the materiality of the incandescent sun is finer than the materiality of the chairs and tables on the earth, or indeed the materiality of earth as a substance which could not exist in the sun. If then we only grasp at present that the act of creation is a series of successive condensations, we shall not be far wrong. Seen in this light, the universe, as a scale of descent proceeding from the absolute, is a series of energies or matter energies, or, in brief, a series of different materialities. In this system, these different points in the universe, or different matters, are called hydrogens. For the present you must accept this without explanation. The universe is a series of hydrogens or matters, starting from the top and descending to the bottom. These hydrogens or matter energies increase in density as they go downwards. They become coarser, thicker, or heavier, so to speak. Here is a diagram showing how the universe is turned into a series of matter energies. First, 4 points are taken in the ray of creation: absolute, sun, earth, and moon. They are connected by 3 octaves, and the result is called the 3 octaves of radiation. The first 3 notes do, chi, la, form the first energy matter or hydrogen, and so on. All this will be explained in full detail at some other time. My object here is to give you an idea of what hydrogen means so that I can go on to several other diagrams. As long as you gain the conception that these hydrogens or energies are formed at different levels of the ray, as it descends, it will be sufficient. Now the hydrogens are scaled down, as you see in the last column. This is because in man only certain hydrogens are, or can be present. Man has not all the matters or energies that compose the universe in him. He has not, for example, the matter of the absolute. The third column gives the hydrogens found in man, or rather, that man can have in him. Study this diagram for a little. You will see that the universe in order of descent has been turned now into a universe of energies of different qualities and densities coming from different points in the ray of creation. The first 4 hydrogens, 6, 12, 24, and 48, are psychic. That is, they are the energies that are psychological. They are the energies that the centers in man work with. The 5th hydrogen, 96, is called animal magnetism. The 6th, 192, is called air. Then comes 384 water, 768 food, then 1536, which includes substances like wood, fibers, grass, then 3072, called minerals. All these hydrogens occur in man. And because he has these matters in him, he represents the cosmos, up to a point, in himself. Notice that at a certain point, these hydrogens become visible. The psychic hydrogens are invisible. Now let us apply these hydrogens to man, regarded as a 3-story factory. 3 foods enter man, which in terms of hydrogens are hydrogens 48, 192, and 168. Period. Man is fed by the universe from 3 points in it. These hydrogens become digested. Let us trace the digestion of 768. Digestion is transformation. The body transforms lower hydrogens into higher hydrogens by the law of octaves. Speaking briefly, 768 is transformed into 384, etc. until hydrogen 12 is reached. Now, since we are speaking briefly, we will leave out the air octave and speak about the transformation of impressions 48. This does not proceed by itself save in small quantities. Yet this is the most important octave of digestion in the body. This energy stops unless something is brought up to it to digest it. If the octave is started, it forms extra hydrogens in the body. The first conscious shock must be given, however, to effect this. As thus, when a man works on himself, he starts the octave going, and creates new energies in himself. This is when the work starts in the man as regards the creation of new forces in him. I want you all merely to understand the general idea. All details can be left until later. Birdblip, November 21, 1942. On hydrogens I, the food octave. Tonight we speak only of the food octave. Regarded as an octave, the ray of creation, starting with the note do at the upper level of the absolute and reaching the notary, below at the level of the moon, is a descending octave, do shi la sol fa mi re. You will see that it could not be an ascending octave, once you grasp the conception of the hydrogens or energy levels, which are formed at different points, in the descending scale of creation. The Absolute is composed of the finest possible matter. It is the highest energy level. No higher, no finer matter, or no finer, subtler, more penetrative energy, is possible. The act of creation, therefore, cannot be in the form of an ascending octave, for that would imply the creation of finer and finer matters, and those belonging to the starting point, i.e. the Absolute, would be creating something finer than itself, which is impossible. But man has the possibility of creating finer matters in himself. He is created as a self-developing being. That is, he can create something finer than himself and so ascend in the ladder of creation. Just where he can create finer energies belongs to a further talk. The ray of creation is, then, necessarily a descending octave, and the energy matters belonging to it at different points in its descent necessarily increase in density or coarseness. They become coarser and coarser the further removed they are from the source of the ray, the Absolute itself. This is shown by the numbers connected with the hydrogens, H6, H12, H24, and so on. Each number denotes a denser or coarser energy. So the hydrogens get denser or coarser as we pass down the ray, and this is shown clearly in the diagrams, where the relation of the hydrogens to their positions in the ray of creation is given. Now, although the octave of creation itself is a descending octave, the octaves in the human machine are all ascending octaves. They go in the reverse way. The three hydrogens in the universe used by man for his life enter him from outside and form starting points, or dues for ascending octaves, and this is life for man. That is, man as a living being transforms lower energy matters into higher energy matters. This is life. Life is transformation. Man transforms lower hydrogens into finer hydrogens. Tonight we take only the food octave, starting from the hydrogen 768, which is called food for man. It is transformed into hydrogen 12 ultimately in a series of successive steps, which constitute an ascending octave. Do 768 becomes by transformation Re 384. Re 384 becomes miles 192, and so on by transformation. As was pointed out last time, I am giving these diagrams in as simple and abbreviated form as possible. Now the whole of this ascending octave of food represents successive stages in the digestion of ordinary food taken by the mouth into the body, from the standpoint of the work. Many stages and steps in its digestion exist. The first digestion or transformation occurs in the mouth, stomach, etc., and this can be understood easily enough. It is what we call digestion of food. The food we eat is first transformed into a finer form, and as such can begin to pass inwards through the walls of the stomach into the lymph and bloodstream. At this stage it is called, in the work, hydrogen 384 or water at the node or stage 3. We should make a great mistake, however, in thinking that this is the end of the process of the digestion of food in the human machine. It has only begun. It is the first step in full digestion in the work since hydrogen 384 passes to hydrogen 192 called air at the stage or note me. All I will say here is that just as wrong or faulty digestion may occur in the passage of hydrogen 768 to hydrogen 384, in the stomach, etc., which is ordinary digestion, so again another kind of wrong digestion can occur in the passage of hydrogen 384. Into hydrogen 192, and this has to do with the air we breathe. That is to say, digestion at this stage cannot go on without air. But this subject cannot properly be included here in this simple explanation, and so will come later on. Hydrogen 192 then passes into hydrogen 96, at the node Fa. This is a further stage of digestion. Hydrogen 96, at the node Fa, or Fa 96 is called animal magnetism. Other names are given to it. The point is that its materiality is intermediate between the coarser visible hydrogens, and finer invisible or psychic hydrogens. Notice that it is made in the middle compartment of the three-story factory comprising the human machine. Let us look for a moment at this hydrogen 96, which appears here under the sign, or at the note of Fa. Fa 96 is called animal magnetism for want of a better term. If we call it simply vitality or health, we may not be using quite the right term for it. But it is connected with vitality or health, and yet it is not quite the same. Physical vitality or health depends as much on proper amounts of hydrogen 384 and 192. The term animal magnetism means something animal, and so in a way something physical, some sort of vitality or health. The term magnetism denotes that it is at a higher level. A man may not enjoy very good physical health, in the ordinary sense, and yet possess the resiliency and strength that comes from having Fa 96. A person, indeed, may be ill physically, and yet possess sufficient quantities of the substance called Fa 96 to make him transcend illness, and on the other hand he may be well physically, and possess insufficient quantities of Fa 96, and have little power of making others feel better. Long ago someone asked G. what Fa 96 signified. The answer was that if you had sufficient quantities of this hydrogen, fleas would not bite you. Of course, naturally, some people who heard this answer were shocked and considered it irrelevant and crude. But the idea is exactly expressed in this answer. Fa 96 is something that protects us, as it were, like an envelope surrounding us. Now let us look at its position. As was said, it is manufactured in the second story. As you know, in the diagram of the centers in man, the emotional center comes in the second story. It dominates it. Therefore the formation of Fa 96 is interfered with if the emotional state is wrong. Negative emotion, despair, nervous fear, wrong imagination, jealousy, depression, anxiety, chronic dislike, constant worrying, and so on, are all negative states of the emotional center. Such states occurring in the second compartment of the human machine may prevent the formation of Fa 96 in sufficient quantities, and so deplete a man of this important substance. He is then robbed of his animal magnetism. That is, This step in the digestion of food is interfered with, and so he suffers a particular form of indigestion at this point, which prevents the octave of food from developing further in its right way. Sometimes very negative people, or some kinds of sick people, can drain a person of Fa96, but only if one identifies with them. Then one feels drained, although one may be quite well otherwise, whereas contact with a person with Fa96 gives one energy. People who are habitually negative, and especially perhaps those who are evil in their long-developed jealousies and hatreds, and so on, feed on Fa96 in others, and actually have a delight in exhausting them, especially in the case of young people. They are the real vampires, so to speak, who suck that aspect of the blood called Fa96. One should always avoid contact with them. Again, simply dull, depressed people, who make no effort in life, can without any evil intention sometimes drain another person in the same way of this very important force. But remember only for the time being that all negative states of oneself can prevent the proper formation of Fa96, which is a very important energy in the human machine, and protects us from many ills, both physical and psychic. The next stage, in the full digestion of food from the work point of view, is the passage of Fa96 into Sol-48. This hydrogen-48 is the first mental or psychic hydrogen. It is the lowest energy matter used for thinking. It is used by the formatory side of the intellectual center, the ordinary thinking part in life. If the formation of Fa96 is being interfered with, say, by negative states, by internal considering, by self-pity, or any other cause, then very little Sol-48 is made. So the person cannot concentrate, cannot think clearly, cannot make any effort of mind. And this is often the first sign of nervous breakdown. The next stage in digestion, that is, transformation, consists in the passage of Sol-48 to La-24. Hydrogen-24 is the energy, or petrol, that works the emotional center. This petrol can be used up entirely in negative emotions, in which case the final stage of the digestion of food, namely, the passage of La-24 into She-12, is interfered with. Hydrogen-12 is the energy that works the sex center. The center rarely works with its own energy. Now all this is very brief, and you will see that many things could be said. What you should grasp, as a principle, is that the full digestion of food in the human machine, in the work teaching, consists of 6 stages. It goes far beyond the ordinary scientific idea of digestion. And you will see that at every stage maltransformation or indigestion may occur. Now in a balanced man all the different energies or hydrogens or petrols are used in proper amounts at their different points of manufacture. But suppose, let us say, a man is engaged in formatory work. Say he studies day and night. He uses hydrogen-48, that is, Sol-48, for this purpose. If he uses too much, then none, or very little, is available for the further passage of it to La-24 and She-12. His emotional and his sex life are starved. In other words, there is a use and misuse of every hydrogen in the body. For if a man does not use hydrogen-48 enough, that is, never tries to think, never applies his mind to anything, there is then a wrong accumulation of H-48 in the center in which it should be used. It then poisons the center. But of all this we will speak more fully at another time. Remember at present that not a single activity, physical or psychic, is possible save with the appropriate and right amount of energy, that is, the necessary hydrogen. You cannot think, or feel, or have sensation or move, without the particular and necessary hydrogen for the purpose present in your human machine. You all know how, if you are seriously ill, it is impossible to think or feel, or move very much. This is because the octave of food with all the different energies or hydrogens that are derived from it is working at very low intensity. But you may eat wrong food. That is at the beginning. 768. You start wrongly. Next, you may not have enough air. That belongs to 192, as will be explained. Then you may be negative, that interferes with 96 and 24, and this is very serious. Or you may not think enough, or too much, that implicates 48, and so 24, and 12. But all this is too complex to talk of save in a general outline. What you should get hold of is simply the general principle. Simply grasp that our wrong function, our wrong thinking, may interfere with everything. Birdlip, November 30th, 1942. On hydrogens III part I. You must understand that the diagram of the centers in man, and the diagram of man, as a three-story factory, are not the same. In each, three compartments appear, upper, middle and lower, and these correspond roughly with the head, with the lungs and heart, and with the belly and organs of sex. The diagrams represent, roughly, man in profile. Last time we spoke of the 6 stages of digestion of ordinary food, which is taken into the lowest factory, as hydrogen 768, and is transformed in the stomach into hydrogen 384, which passes into the lymph and bloodstream, and is transformed into hydrogen 192, and so on by successive stages of transformation, until the finest matter or energy, made mechanically in the body, is reached, namely, hydrogen 12, at the nochi. This energy, you will notice, cannot proceed further by transformation without beginning a new octave. It was also said that since the emotional center lies in the middle compartment, all unpleasant emotional states can disturb the chemical processes of transformation taking place in the middle compartment or laboratory. If a person is thoroughly identified with his negative emotions, or depressed, or sad, or without hope, and so on, the work of the food octave may be disturbed both in its upgoing and downgoing. That is, the formation both of Fa96 and La the 24th of may be interfered with, and you will see plainly that if the formation of Fa96 is disturbed, then the formation of Sol 48 from it will be disturbed, and Sol 48 is the first psychic hydrogen, being the energy ordinarily used for thinking by the intellectual center. That is, the power of thought, of concentration, will be disturbed. Remember that every human activity, whether of thought, feeling, movement, pleasure, self-love, self-satisfaction, sensation, and so on, is due to the presence of some requisite hydrogen or energy matter. For example, you cannot think without a supply of hydrogen 48 any more than you can drive a car without petrol. Nor can you move, feel, and so on, without the appropriate energy substance or hydrogen being present in you in sufficient amount. Nor can you admire yourself without becoming depressed afterwards. We have a common idea that the body works with one energy. Actually, it works with 6 energies on different levels of intensity, and these energies or hydrogens, from 384 to 12, are derived from different levels of the created universe, as shown in the ray of creation, and 3 octaves of radiation. Notice here that 768 is not an energy in the body. Perhaps we do not realize that to think or to feel takes energy. To think or to feel one must have food. One cannot, Of course, think with a beefsteak, but a beefsteak, when eaten, is transformed successively by stages and passes into hydrogen 48, and then 24, etc., and without these higher energies thinking and feeling are impossible. Part I. Now we have to speak of the place of shock in the food octave. Between Me 192 and Fa 96, in the food octave, at the place of the missing semitone, a shock is necessary, and this comes from air, which enters the body as hydrogen 192, at the note do. I will explain this later on in more detail. At present we are speaking as simply as possible about the hydrogens made in the body. The shock given by the air we breathe is essential to the further development of the digestion of food. It is essential to the food octave, at the place between Me and Fa. If not given sufficiently, as when people breathe bad air, or do not breathe air properly owing to some nervous tension, or depressed state, or for whatever reason, then the transformation of food at the stage 192 into 96 is interfered with, and in consequence the formation of the further hydrogens 24 and 12 is interfered with. And here, once more, the state of the emotional center comes in, for the emotions influence the breathing via the muscular walls of the tiny air tubes in the lungs. Everyone should notice through self-observation, when the breathing is easy or difficult, and what relaxation and tension mean in this respect. The shock of air is called a mechanical shock. We must speak briefly of air and impressions. Air or hydrogen 192 entering the body as dew passes by itself to the stage Me 48. Here this octave, the octave of air, reaches the place of shock. A shock is required at this stage for the air octave to pass on. But this shock is not supplied by nature. The food of impressions enters the body as dew 48, and does not proceed by transformation any further. The diagram, then, represents the hydrogens made in man naturally, that is, by nature. As you know, it is not in the interests of nature that man should evolve beyond a certain point. If he did, he would no longer serve nature. We have, then, in this diagram, a picture of the energies or hydrogens made in man naturally. But we can easily see from it that there are two places where further energies might be made. dew 48, that is, impressions coming into the upper compartment of the three-story factory, could proceed further. And also the air octave, which only goes by itself as far as the stage Me 48, could, were a shock given it, obviously proceed further. You will notice that dew 48 and miles 48 lie close together in the end of this upper compartment. Now if dew 48 could in some way be activated, it would give a shock, or reinforce, Me 48, just as dew 192, or air, reinforces the food octave, at the note Me 192, in the middle compartment. The activation of dew 48 or impressions is possible, but it can only be done consciously. That is, a conscious shock must be given at the point of incoming impressions. This means that something must be created here which nature does not create for us. Nature creates for us a stomach with gastric juices, etc., into which food, dew 768, passes, and in which it is digested. But nature does not create anything similar for the food of impressions, dew 48. The transformation of dew 48 into Re24 is only possible through a conscious act. For this reason it is called the first conscious shock. For the ordinary purposes of life this shock is quite unnecessary. Man is living in a world of sleeping people, and serving nature, and the purposes of the ray of creation does not require to give himself the first conscious shock. Yet man is so created, that this possibility exists in him. there is a definite place where he can begin. This is the place of the first conscious shock, which is the act of remembering oneself or self-remembering. But this is a very concentrated definition, and can only be understood gradually. The technical definition of self-remembering is expressed by two arrows, thus, it means that a man looks out and looks in simultaneously. He observes, say, the person, and observes his own reaction to the person, at the same time. He sees the impression coming from the person, and sees his own reaction to it together. This increased state of consciousness is self-remembering. But I will speak of the first conscious shock next time, and try to explain further what self-remembering means. What has to be understood is that unless the shock of self-remembering is given, no further hydrogens are created in the body, and if a man seeks growth of being, extra hydrogens must be made in him. Birdlip, December 5, 1942. On hydrogens IV, the first conscious shock introduction. Tonight we will speak of the first conscious shock, by means of which extra hydrogens are created in the body. The point at which the first conscious shock is given is at the place of incoming impressions reaching consciousness, where Do-48 enters the upper story of the factory, and where the hydrogen Me-48, coming from the beginning of the air octave, is present. The air octave, at the stage Me-48, cannot proceed to Fa-24, unless a shock is given it, and the octave of impressions, starting from Do-48, does not even begin to develop unless it is activated by a shock. The shock that is required at this place in the upper story is called in general the shock of self-remembering. But before we proceed, it must be clearly understood that this shock does not happen mechanically, as does the shock of breathing. It is a shock that must be given deliberately, by certain kinds of efforts, all connected with awakening, and these efforts are in general called remembering oneself. If this shock is successfully given, impressions coming into the upper story as Do-48, and reaching consciousness, are transformed into Re-24, and later into Me-12. At the same time the air octave can pass from Me-48 to Fa-24, and later to Sol-12. The result therefore of giving the first conscious shock is to create the extra hydrogens Re-24, Me-12 and Fa-24 and Sol-12. You will notice that there are now, in the lower story, 3 hydrogens 12, where there was formerly only one, namely, Me-12, Sol-12 and She-12. Here is then a picture in the form of a diagram showing what extra energies can be created in man, when he begins to live more consciously, and work on himself, and remember himself, that is, when he begins to give himself the first conscious shock. The hydrogens made from the food octave are omitted save She-12 self-remembering for most people, even for educated and thinking people. The chief obstacle to the retaining the state of consciousness called self-remembering lies in the fact that they think they possess it already. They think that they remember themselves in everything they do, and in everything they say, and they not only think that they are conscious at every moment, and aware of themselves, but believe that they are conscious of their inner lives also, and fully aware of all the thoughts and emotions that pass through them in a continuous stream. And because they think they always remember themselves, and act, and speak with. Diagram of extra hydrogens created by first conscious shock full consciousness, and are fully aware of everything they say, and do. They believe that they have real will, and a permanent unchanging I, and that they have the ability to do as, for example, that they can change themselves if they really wish to, or change their lives, or change other people, or do just as they like. But of course they cannot change themselves or their lives, or other people, or do just as they like, because they do not possess any real will. but many contradictory wills, nor have they any permanent I, but many changing I's, and when they are doing something it is not from conscious will and conscious choice, but from what only can happen at that moment to them. For just as in life everything happens in the only way in which it can possibly happen, and no one really does anything at all, although it looks as if people do, so is it in the case of a single man. Everything in his life takes place in the only way in which it can possibly take place, and as long as the man remains the same, everything else will be the same. It is evident that a man will not be interested if you tell him about a state of consciousness that he thinks he already possesses. And this is one reason why people find it so difficult to understand anything about the meaning of remembering oneself, or the state of self-awareness or self-consciousness. They ascribe this state to themselves as they are, and really believe they pass their existence in a full state of consciousness. They do not realize that they cannot help doing what they are doing. They believe that all their actions are controlled by their will, that they do everything deliberately, and so on. Yet a man's ordinary state of consciousness is almost the reverse of all this. A man ordinarily does not remember himself, he is not aware of himself, he is not properly conscious of what he does, nor of what he says. Nor does he make the decisions he imagines he makes. Nor is he properly conscious of his inner life, which is actually very obscure to him. Of all the thoughts and feelings that pass through him mechanically he is scarcely conscious of a millionth part. Yet actually the state of consciousness called self-remembering, in which a man is aware of himself and of all he sees round him, and at the same time aware of all the thoughts and feelings passing through him, this state of consciousness is man's right. And if man does not possess it, it is only because of the wrong conditions of his life. It can be said without exaggeration that at the present time, the state of consciousness called self-remembering, or the third state of consciousness, occurs in man only in the form of rare flashes, and it can only be made more permanent in him by a long and special training. The special training begins with self-observation. It is only by means of observing himself uncritically, and over a considerable period, that a man begins to understand that he does not remember himself. He realizes that most of the time he lives in dreams. He realizes that he forgets himself, forgets his aims, forgets what he was doing, or thinking, and so on. But this is not all that he begins to understand. He begins to realize what it means to awaken to some extent, and what it means to be asleep. Through self-observation he begins to feel the taste of what it might be to be more awake, more conscious of himself. Self-observation is not self-remembering, but it enables a man to realize he does not remember himself, and that most of the time he has no distinct and separate feeling of himself, no proper sense of I, no real consciousness of himself. From this he realizes that he lives his life in a state of sleep which people call full consciousness, almost as if in mockery, it might be thought, for it is in this so-called state of full consciousness that people behave as they do to one another, and even kill each other without realizing what they are doing. Look at today. What is the real explanation of what is happening in the world? The real explanation is that people are not conscious. They are asleep, and acting in their sleep. And even if they feel something of this, they do not know how to awaken from the sleep, or what they must do. Yet since the creation of the world men have been told they are asleep, and must awaken. How many times is this said in the Gospels, awake, watch, sleep not? But people do not understand it, or they think it is a metaphor, whereas it is literally true. If people awakened from sleep, if they began to remember themselves, the whole of life would change. And nothing can change in life unless people begin to awaken. It is necessary to say all this before coming to the practical side of self-remembering, because everyone who wishes to understand this work must have, as it were, a background of principles from which he can think about details. This work teaches, as a principle, that man is asleep, and that his greatest and most important task is to awaken. A man must first come to the realization that he is asleep, and that he does not remember himself, before anything else can happen. And he can only gain this realization by means of observing himself uncritically at all times, and over a long period. But in this system he is taught to observe certain particular things in himself which especially prevent a man from beginning to awaken. Awakening, you must understand, takes a very long time, and all the first stages of the work are to do with gradually awakening. One of the most important things to observe in oneself is the state of being identified. A man cannot remember himself if he is identified. And the more he is identified with himself, the less can he remember himself. A man is identified with pictures of himself, he is identified with his dreams, he is identified with every I that for a moment takes the stage, he is identified with every mood, he is identified with every emotion, he is identified especially with his negative emotions, and he is identified with his suffering. And it must be mentioned here that this latter form of identifying must be struggled against from the very first moment of practical work on oneself. A man must give up his suffering from the very beginning. All the 1001 forms of identifying must become subjects of self-study through self-observation. Now if a man observes that he is about to identify with, say, some negative state, and at the same time remembers the work, and has aim not to identify, he may separate from this state completely. He will then probably experience a moment of self-remembering either then, or later on. What has happened? I will try to explain. When you have practiced self-observation for a certain time, you are more conscious of your inner state, and in consequence you have, as it were, a moment of choice. You can see what is going to happen before it takes place. Self-observation clears a space in your mind so that you can see things coming in and going out. If the energy which was about to go into a negative emotion is prevented from doing so, it may pass on and may create a moment of self-remembering. All this means that you have brought the work up to the point of incoming impressions. Ordinarily impressions do not pass on because at the point where impressions enter the human machine, they fall on a network of long-established associations. After a time, at a certain age, people no longer experience new impressions. This is not because impressions are not new, for they are always new every moment, but because they always ring up, as it were, the same associations, and produce the same reactions. People then live only in their associations, and this makes their inner life almost empty, almost dead. If you wish to keep young in yourself, you must take in the food of new impressions. That means, you must actually work on impressions as they enter, and prevent certain of them from falling on the old places. Life is impressions coming in. You cannot change life, but you can change the way impressions fall on you. Take, for example, the question of aim. Everyone must have aim in this work. He must think about it. Aim can be smaller and greater, but a man should know what his aim is, great or small, at any one moment. It gives shape and meaning to his inner life. Now if he brings his aim into consciousness, that is, does not forget it at the point where life is acting on him through incoming impressions, and prevents himself from reacting to any of these impressions in a way that is contrary to his aim, he is then in a state of self-awareness. His mechanical reaction is prevented by his conscious act. This action belongs to the first conscious shock. It is, so to speak, the beginning of it. The energy which would have gone into a mechanical reaction, through mechanical associations, can now pass on and become transformed first into hydrogen Re-24. This is emotional. The result will be that either then, or later he will see something, or he will understand something in a new way behind the network of associations. Impressions will, in fact, begin to fall directly on centers. Impressions that are taken in a state of self-remembering become emotional. Even the simplest thing can become interesting or beautiful, and reflect some meaning you had never perceived. Now as regards the question, which self must I remember when I try to remember myself? First, remember the self or I that knows what your aim is. This brings all the I's in you that wish to awaken into consciousness. Second, there is such a thing as real I in us, but we are always being what we are not, substituting one I after another in place of the trace of real I that we have access to. Trying to feel the pure feeling of I doing this, I saying this, I sitting here, I being negative, and so on, can become sometimes a form of self-remembering. Full self-remembering is consciousness of real I which stands above all the I's artificially created by life in us. Finally, no one can remember himself unless he feels that there is something higher than himself. Unless he feels this, his self-remembering will always lead him into false personality. Many other things could be said about the first conscious shock, which has many sides to it, but enough has been given for discussion and questions. But you must all keep to the paper in your discussion, and this will be an exercise in self-remembering for you. Birdlip, December 14, 1942 on hydrogen's first conscious shock, continued. Part I. It has already been said that when a man tries to remember himself he must also remember his aim. When a man remembers the work within him and his aim in it, and at the same time looks out at life, this act of self-remembering brings the work up to the point of entry of impressions, that is, it enables a man to take incoming life from a work point of view, and notice the reactions he is about to make and prevent impressions from falling on their customary places, in him, and producing their habitual reactions. All this involves a struggle between yes and no. A man in such a state can see an impression about to produce a typical response, in him, and say yes to it, or no. If the response the impression is about to cause is contrary to the man's aim, and the man says no to it, then he is keeping his aim. He is working on himself, and in that moment he has sacrificed something. What has he sacrificed? The satisfaction of reacting as usual, that is, mechanically the satisfaction, let us say, of feeling aggrieved, or the satisfaction of some unpleasant thought, or some unpleasant manifestation, and so on. All this involves a struggle which is very quick, and does not show itself externally. It takes place within the man and has to do with his inner assent, or inner refusal. It takes place where a man should be conscious, where he should be awake, and where, actually, he is asleep. This place can be found. It is the place where the first conscious shock is given. Part I. As was said, a man should always remember his aim, when he remembers himself. A man cannot develop, unless he remembers himself, for his point of development is at the point where he remembers himself. And here is the point where a man can struggle consciously. For a man to develop, a struggle must be set up in him, a struggle between yes and no, a struggle between aim and not aim. But everything will depend on the nature of this struggle, that is, upon what a man struggles for, and what he remembers as yes, and what as no. Upon this the result of the struggle will depend. As a rule, there is no struggle in the man's inner life. In the mechanical man, a man who does not remember himself, a man of routine, who reacts mechanically to his surroundings, in his own acquired way, who goes with his acquired habits, there is no inner struggle. A struggle only begins when he goes against his routine, his mechanicalness, which he imagines he follows from his will. But if the struggle does begin in him, especially if there is a continued and definite line in this struggle, then gradually more and more permanent traits begin to form in him, as a result. But what kind of permanent traits begin to form in him will depend on the nature of the struggle, and upon what is yes and what is no. A man may have a hard life, he may have to deny himself, to struggle with great adversity and hardship, and so on, and, as a result, permanent traits may begin to form in him. But it does not follow that these permanent traits are desirable or useful to his right development. In the work they may indeed very easily stand in the way of his real inner development. That is, before the man can develop aright, these permanent traits may have to be dissolved, and a new starting point made, and this may be impossible. A fanatical belief may cause permanent traits to form in a man so strongly that what is called in this system crystallization takes place in him. Something crystallizes out in a man, something hard in the sense of its being unyielding, permanent, fixed. This word crystallization is the term used in the work to describe some degree of inner fusion of qualities. One meaning of the saying of Christ, "Except ye turn, and become as little children, ye shall in no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven." Matt. 3, is that a man meeting this work must always turn back, and begin again, owing to the wrong ideas and attitudes, and the wrong development life has given him. And this is all the more difficult if there is some degree of crystallization in him. That is so when more or less permanent traits have been formed. Crystallization can take place for different reasons. For example, fear can set up a struggle in a man. He may struggle in order to overcome fear, in order to show he is not afraid, or he may struggle because he is terrified of failure, or he may struggle because of some punishment he dreads, such as fear of sin or fear of hell. In the latter case he may struggle with himself with the greatest violence, and, as a result, crystallizes out. What is the basis of his crystallization? The basis is fear. The fear of sin, of hell, can evoke a terrible internal struggle between yes and no. But if a man crystallizes out on this foundation, he crystallizes in a wrong way. Fear is not a right basis for crystallization. It is not only a wrong, but an incomplete crystallization, for in right crystallization all that is useful and capable of growth in the man must be included. Fear is negative. Such a man will not possess any further possibility of development, as he is. For a further development to take place, he must first of all be melted down, and this can only be accomplished by terrible suffering. All this basis of fear must be removed. What is the result of wrong crystallization? It means that something so permanent and so resistant is formed in a man, that it may survive death, and may once more enter into the world in another body. This is because a certain inner fusion has taken place, through the friction of the struggle between yes and no. But, as was said, friction through the struggle between yes and no can easily take place on a wrong foundation, and result in a wrong, incomplete crystallization. In other words, crystallization is possible on any foundation, good or bad, the result being a certain psychic permanence capable of resisting and surviving death for a certain time, and even of finding another physical body, and entering life. For example, a man may crystallize out on the basis of revenge or hatred, and through denying himself everything that does not aid his possibilities of revenge and hatred, he may form something permanent in him that can exist after the death of the physical body, something evil. Speaking of this possibility of psychic crystallization on any foundation, G once said, take for example a brigand, a really good, genuine brigand. I knew such brigands in the Caucasus. He will stand with a rifle behind a stone by the roadside for 8 hours without stirring. Could you do this? All the time, mind you, a struggle is going on in him. He is thirsty and hot, flies are biting him, but he stands still. Another is a monk, he is afraid of the devil, all night long he beats his head on the floor, and prays. Thus crystallization is achieved. In such ways people can generate in themselves an enormous inner strength, they can endure torture, they can get what they want. This means that there is now in them something solid, something permanent. Such people can become immortal. But what is the good of it? A man of this kind becomes an immortal thing, although a certain amount of consciousness is sometimes preserved in him. But even this, it must be remembered, occurs very rarely. In the above 2 examples given by G, you will see how in the first case a man can crystallize wrongly with an ordinary life aim, and in the second, with a so-called religious aim. For right crystallization to take place, the struggle between yes and no must be on a higher level of understanding. A man must not crystallize in small parts of centers, or in negative parts. He must first gain possession of right knowledge, and then must begin to understand it, and apply it to himself. Unless he is given right knowledge, and begins to understand and apply it, he will not know what he must struggle with, and he may indeed start to struggle with something that will only do him harm. In this connection, it is interesting to notice what the work teaches us to begin to observe and struggle with. You will see that what it is here important to grasp is the quality of the struggle of yes and no. What quality, what kind of yes and no does a man remember when he remembers himself? If a man remembers all he understands of the work and its teaching, then the quality of his yes and no in his inner struggle with himself will be right, and if crystallization begins in him on the foundation of the work, it will be a right crystallization. Further note on hydrogen's note on the question, is to be conscious in a hydrogen a work phrase? The question is formatory, but at the same time interesting. It is necessary to think what consciousness means and what hydrogen means. Literally, consciousness means knowing together. Self-knowledge means to become more conscious, first of the different contradictory I's, different moods, etc., and to know them together. This signifies increase of consciousness in the sense of knowing together. Change of being can only take place through this method, namely, an increase of consciousness in this sense. The first conscious shock is the transformation of hydrogen 48 into hydrogen 24, by means of hydrogen 12. This has to be brought to the place of incoming impressions, where it acts as carbon. Aim, if it is really emotional, and can be remembered in a moment of difficulty, brings this carbon 12 into position. In a sense, this carbon is the entire emotional feeling and valuation that a man has towards the work itself. If the power to work is so great in a man that he does not forget it, and feels that his whole life and all its meaning is connected with it, then this carbon 12 begins to assume its right position. But if he is merely a creature of the senses, etc., this transformation cannot be effected, and his life is, as it were, a manifestation of hydrogen 48. If one can know together one's mechanical reactions through self-observation, and at the same time feel the presence of the work, then one's consciousness is increased in the sense that one knows together far more, that is to say, one knows and sees one's mechanicalness in the light of the work and what it indicates, namely, one becomes conscious in the work in reference to how one acts in life, and so it can be said that one is conscious in a higher hydrogen. It is then necessary to think about what a hydrogen means. A hydrogen is a point in the universe regarded as a qualitative scale, namely, a scale of degrees of excellence. The lower hydrogens are manifested to our external senses as objects, as stones, as grass, as meat, as water, etc. But when that point in the universe called hydrogen 48 is reached, its manifestation is only internal and so has to do with states of consciousness. Hydrogen 48 is the lowest of the so-called psychic hydrogens. Our ordinary consciousness uses, as it were, hydrogen 48. It then sees everything in terms of opposites. As you know, the formatory part of the intellectual center which works with hydrogen 48 is called third force blind. The range of knowledge given by this hydrogen determines the world of opposites for us, and so we see things as either yes or no, and are really incapable of relative thinking and incapable of seeing as yes and no. Higher centers which work with hydrogen 12 and hydrogen 6 contain no contradictions. This is because the degree of illumination is such that we see all sides of a question simultaneously, and not divided into irreconcilable opposites. Sometimes consciousness is compared in this system with light. Our inner life is said to be darkness, and this is what is meant in the Gospels by the words, people who live in darkness. The idea of self-observation is to let a ray of light into this darkness. We must imagine that to be conscious in a higher hydrogen, or by means of a higher hydrogen, is similar to having a greatly increased light shed on everything. Whereas the ray of a candle illuminates feebly the surroundings, the light of an arc lamp lights up what were mere shadows before and makes us see everything in an entirely different relation. That is to say, to be conscious in a higher hydrogen is to see entirely new relations, and this moment of seeing new relations sometimes occurs to us in times of trouble and distress, when suddenly everything becomes transformed, and we see things in an entirely different light. When we are fixed in our negative states, when we are full of self-pity, and only conscious of injured self-love, etc., we see everything very darkly. We are, in fact, conscious in hydrogen 48, let us say. But when we have a moment of awakening, and are lifted out of that state by the action of the work, all our thoughts and emotions in that state now seem to be trivial. We cannot understand why we said this thing, or thought that thing. This is a moment of illumination, of increased light, and so increased consciousness, in the sense that we are knowing together far more than we do in our contracted state. Everything falls into its right proportion, as it were, in the light of this increased consciousness, so we can say that at that moment we were conscious in a higher hydrogen. Actually, at such a moment we are conscious at a higher point in the universe regarded as a scale of qualities represented by hydrogens. Quite simply, we rise above ourselves for a moment, and see things in a new light. Everyone must notice that he is in a worse state, or a better state at different times, and it is really upon the basis of this perfectly incontrovertible experience that we can become certain of the existence of higher degrees of consciousness. I think it is a mistake to try to connect the four given states of consciousness with hydrogens. The two ideas should be given separately, although obviously they are connected. The third state of consciousness, namely, self-awareness or self-remembering, always arises from a higher hydrogen, but it may be hydrogen 24, or hydrogen 12, or even, very rarely, hydrogen 6. We spoke at the meeting here of the effects of dental gas, when people suddenly have a marvelous experience, and cannot remember it afterwards. That is to say, they are for a moment put into a higher hydrogen. G once said to me that opium has a higher hydrogen in it which people can become conscious in sometimes. He said it is like becoming conscious in the plant, but you know a man must create higher hydrogens in himself by trying to give himself first of all the first conscious shock, and, if he can, the second conscious shock, which set going new octaves in the development of all hydrogens in his body. I would like it if you would try to grasp in some way, and get some vision of the universe, as a scale of hydrogens. It has to do with intensities of meaning and use, that is to say, it is qualitative, not quantitative. Think now, all of you, look round the room you are in. You see different things, things made of wood, things made of stone, perhaps some food on the table, water, air, etc. Have you ever thought what relation all these different things have towards one another? If you have, you may see why, when Mr. O first heard of the table of hydrogens, he said this was knowledge from higher centers. You will remember that everything is defined by what it eats it, etc. The cow can eat the flowers in the vase on the table, but you can eat the cow. Insects can eat the wood of the chair you are sitting on. The wood of the chair you are sitting on is a certain point in the universe. Meat is more highly organized, and is a different point in the universe. Its functions, its properties, its uses, its possibilities, are entirely different. Now let us take thought, based on hydrogen 48, its uses, its properties, its functions, are entirely different from those of meat, and yet it has its properties. Meat is cleverer, as it is said, than wood, and thought is cleverer than meat. A cooked potato is cleverer than a raw potato, because it is 768 and can be eaten by man. Emotional perception, if it is really based on hydrogen 24, is far more clever than perception based on hydrogen 48. Try to think from this point of view, and if you will send me some definite questions I will try to answer them. Added note: Dr. Nicoll added this note as the result of a conversation. He said, "Have any of you ever thought of the difference between a quantitative view of the universe and a qualitative view of the universe? It is quite simple. Mathematics cannot deal with qualities, but only with quantities. Let us take first mere quantities. Will any quantities of coppers make one golden sovereign? No, but by human agreement, that is, by establishing an artificial transforming system, 240 coppers theoretically can be earned into a golden sovereign. But unless such a human arrangement, that is, such an artificially agreed upon transforming system existed, this could never happen through the mere factor of quantities alone. A man might accumulate millions of coppers, but no gold would result from any effort of that sort alone, unless the bank agreed to transform each 240 coppers into a gold sovereign. Now if we lived in a merely quantitative universe, no transformation would be possible, because transformation is a question of qualities, that is, of qualitative differences, of one thing turning into something else. This work teaches that we live in a world of real qualitative differences, and this is its meaning. Transformation is possible in the very nature of things. We see a seed transforming itself into a tree, but scarcely think of the miracle. We eat meat, and from it the substances necessary for thought, feeling, and love are created by the transformation of a lower hydrogen into the higher hydrogens. This is the inherent nature of the universe. What we call life is based on the power of transforming, in a universe, that is, itself, based on transformation, that is, of lower and higher, and so of endless qualitative differences. Life is transformation, in a universe having this nature or significance. Transformation means the turning of something lower into something higher. The octave of food in the body shows this. All this connects itself with the basic idea of the work, that we live in a growing, evolving, and so transforming universe, that is, a living, and so transforming universe or universe of transformation. And actually, unless this is understood and felt, more and more deeply, the emotional center in man cannot awaken, and develop, and soon deteriorates. As you know, science teaches that we live in a dying universe. The system, this work, teaches quite the contrary. You must think for yourselves of the psychological difference and emotional value of these two views and judge between their power for good or bad. Although religion, in the broadest sense, has taught something positive, perhaps in terms of a hereafter, and so on, if we consider for a moment the psychological difference, we can decide which is the more valuable. And we can see for ourselves that transformation exists on all sides. All life exists physically by transforming a lower into a higher hydrogen, that is to say, we eat meat, H 768, and so are able to think, H 48. All these ideas are in a way obvious, once we really think for ourselves, that is, once the driver in us awakens and climbs onto the box. But unless we begin to think for ourselves through the help of this work, we remain asleep, and life then exerts a force over us that is not necessary, and is contrary to our real destiny. The idea that all life is based on transformation is so obvious, physically, that really not to see it is due to mental blindness, or to a deliberate dislike of seeing any meaning in anything. And this is a common modern disease, that leads to negative emotion by itself. Dr. Nicoll later added the following, in speaking of efforts in the work: is it not obvious that the mere quantity of efforts is useless in comparison with the quality of the efforts? Mere lip service, mere imitation of work, mere pretending to work or trying to attract merit, all such efforts, however great in quantity, lead to nothing, because such efforts are insincere. They are of bad quality, however great their quantity may be. The work is based on inner sincerity. One effort arising out of inner sincerity and unshakable valuation of the work will produce a change of being and shift a man's position in the universe. Because it is qualitative, different from any quantity of external, insincere or weak efforts. That is why in this work people are brought to a point of decision. This means that everything external, at a certain point, will go against them, and so they will find plenty of complaints and criticism, and other external reasons, and plenty of reasons for finding fault with others, and so on, and, in fact, This point may be artificially created, if it does not inevitably arise, as usually happens. Then everything depends on whether the work has become born in them, and is truly internal, and if so, the effort made at such a moment actually leads to change of being, that is, to a new growth of essence, because then the necessary effort must be at the expense of personality. We have G. once said to us, to reach a point in the work, when however we are turned and twisted we never lose sight of our aim. Here our attitude to the work comes into this eternal work. Is it not obvious that such a moment demands the most qualitative sincere effort? If our attitude is shallow, how shall we meet it? Let us think for ourselves what this means, and on what this work is based, namely, on interchange, and all that it means, even if we have not thought of it before. Change is not addition, but actual change of the kind of person one is, and so, painful. And only the sincerest moments are of use here. Nothing false in the way of effort is any good. The very fact that the universe is a scale of qualities shows everyone that what is intrinsically false cannot lead to any change, but must necessarily by law find its own level, and remain there, because it is what it is. And whatever a thing is, it is where it is in the universe, regarded as a scale of qualities, and must remain where it is by reason of actual laws, which determine the position of everything according to its quality. This is what a qualitative view of the universe means. This is the meaning of the table of hydrogens. Birdlip, December 27, 1942. Knowledge Introduction. Tonight I wish first to speak of the work octave. This sounds due as evaluation of the work. This means that nothing can begin unless there is valuation. And this is not anything mysterious. You will not begin anything unless you think it worthwhile, and the worth of a thing is its value for you. If you regard a thing as worthless, you do not value it. Now this note do is not necessarily sounded just when you come in contact with the work. It may be. That is, when you hear the ideas of the work, they may fall on some ready prepared place in you, that is, on magnetic center. You may feel that here is what you have wanted. This valuation is due to the action of the kind of magnetic center in you. And in different people magnetic center is different. But it lies in emotional parts of centers, that is, it lies in the places where you feel worth, where you feel valuation, for valuation is emotional. But this, so to speak, first love will not last. It may be a very beautiful feeling, yet it passes away, having fulfilled its task, and you are left to the task of revaluation. For magnetic center may bring a person into the work, but it will not keep him in it. No doubt everyone has known the first feelings of love, those extraordinary and unearthly feelings that come in early life, which are not physical, but rather devotional, and which seem to be touched by influences coming from the higher emotional center. And then, later, comes quite a different task, that of practical relationship. It is just the same in regard to the work. And I have often thought that we repeat the history of our life of love in the work itself. In my own case, I know that when I first met the work I felt again the same wonder, the same sense of mystery, of the miraculous, that I had felt in my earliest youth, feelings indeed that seemed self-sustaining, and only slightly connected with an outer object, a person. But whatever early emotions we may have felt in connection with the ideas of the work, and the discovery that such a thing really exists, whatever extraordinary feelings we may have experienced, they are not enough. Even if we have right magnetic center, the feelings and emotions that spring from it will not last. we must get to know the object of our love, and relate ourselves to it practically. This note is called re in the work octave. The note re is sounded when a person begins to study the ideas of the work, and its teaching, and begins to apply the work to himself. This note re is called application of the work to oneself. And if the note do, sounded first by magnetic center, does not change its quality, but remains simply as a feeling of the miraculous, the note re will not sound strongly. Yet no one will pass into the work unless there is some initial feeling of the miraculous. That is, a man must feel the difference between life and the work. Otherwise the work will fall on the places life falls on in him, that is, on those parts of centers that cannot receive and are not meant to receive the work. Man has parts of centers for life and parts of centers for the work. He is constructed for life and for the work. And, not possessing magnetic center, he will take in the ideas of the work on his life parts of centers. He will try to add the work directly to life, as if it were the same thing. He will pour new wine into old bottles, patch his old coat with new cloth. It is the function of magnetic center to prevent this. Magnetic center is sometimes defined as the capacity of distinguishing between A and B influences, between life influences, influences created in mechanical life, and influences that come from outside life, and are sewn into mechanical life. Unless magnetic center existed, nothing would be possible as regards inner evolution. No transformation of the feeling of life, or of the feeling of oneself would be possible. Yet, as was said, magnetic center, once its part is played, is no longer of use. It introduces you to a new world. And you must then find your way. That is, it may bring a man to the work, and make it possible for him to value the work, but that is all. A man must then revalue the work for himself by the application of the ideas of the work to himself, and to his whole standpoint, and this will strengthen do in him. That is, the note re will strengthen the note do in him, and change its quality to a conscious evaluation. Seeing the truth of the work, a man will value it in a more and more conscious way, and this revaluation will strengthen do, and make it a real do. For we must consider whether a do sounded by magnetic center is really a consciously sounded do. The third note in the work octave, the note mi, is called realization of personal difficulties. You can easily understand that this has many sides to it, many different meanings for each person. There are, for example, personal difficulties that appear in regard to one's being. And there are personal difficulties connected with one's knowledge, that is, in accepting certain sides of the work as knowledge. For there are many strange ideas that relate to the knowledge side of the work, ideas that we have heard many times, but have not yet begun to acknowledge. In this work we have to think in a new way. And this is possible only through new knowledge, for you will always think in the same way, unless you have new knowledge. New thinking demands new knowledge, but new knowledge will not make you think in a new way, unless it is acknowledged. Yet, you must be able to think in a new way, for otherwise you will never see your life, and never see the meaning of the work. Work on knowledge is as difficult as work on being. And it is even more difficult. All this belongs to realization of personal difficulties, the note mi. There are many difficult things said in the work. This means that many things are said that strike against our usual forms of knowledge. You will meet with this in every form of esoteric teaching. For instance, Christ many times said to his disciples, "If you can bear it, and this means that knowledge, great knowledge, knowledge about man, and his situation on earth, and his possibilities is not something that you can take in an everyday way, or join up with ordinary knowledge, or think about as being foolish, because it does not correspond with your opinion. Great knowledge demands great sacrifice and a long struggle with oneself. Now tonight I want to give you the work teaching on knowledge itself, which is not at all easy to accept and must be thought of for a long time, to become part of one's mind. Knowledge. Mr. Ouspensky is speaking. During one conversation with G. in our group, which was beginning to become permanent, I asked why, if ancient knowledge has been preserved, and if, speaking in general, there always existed a knowledge distinct from our science and philosophy, or even surpassing it, is it so carefully concealed? Why is it not made common property? Why are the men who possess this special knowledge unwilling to let it pass into general circulation, for the sake of a better and more successful struggle with deceit, evil, and ignorance? This is, I think, a question which usually arises in everyone's mind on first acquaintance with the ideas of esotericism. There are two answers to that, said G. In the first place, this knowledge is not concealed, and in the second place it cannot, from its very nature, become common property. We will consider the second of these statements first. I will prove to you afterwards that knowledge, he emphasized the word, is far more accessible to those capable of assimilating it than is usually supposed, and that the whole trouble is that people either do not want it, or cannot receive it. But first of all, another thing must be understood, namely, that knowledge cannot belong to all, cannot even belong to many. Such is the law. You do not understand this, because you do not understand that knowledge, like everything else in the world, is material. It is material, and this means that it possesses all the characteristics of materiality. One of the first characteristics of materiality is that matter, in a given place, and under given conditions, is limited. Even the sand of the desert, and the water of the sea is a definite and unchangeable quantity. So that, if knowledge is material, then it means that there is a definite quantity of it at a given time. It may be said that, in the course of a certain period of time, say a century, humanity has a definite amount of knowledge at its disposal. But we know, even from an ordinary observation of life, that the matter of knowledge possesses entirely different qualities according to whether it is taken in small or large quantities. Taken in a large quantity in a given place, that is, by one man, let us say, or by a small group of men, it produces very good results. Taken in a small quantity, that is, by every one of a large number of people, it gives no results at all, or it may give even negative results, contrary to those expected. Thus, if a certain definite quantity of knowledge is distributed among millions of people, each individual will receive very little, and this small amount of knowledge will change nothing either in his life, or in his understanding of things. And however large the number of people who receive this small amount of knowledge, it will change nothing in their lives, except, perhaps, to make them still more difficult. But if, on the contrary, large quantities of knowledge are concentrated in a small number of people, then this knowledge will give very great results. From this point of view, it is far more advantageous that knowledge should be preserved among a small number of people, and not dispersed among the masses. If we take a certain quantity of gold, and decide to gild a number of objects with it, we must know, or calculate, exactly what number of objects can be gilded with this quantity of gold. If we try to gild a greater number, they will be covered with gold unevenly, in patches, and will look much worse than if they had no gold at all. In fact, we shall lose our gold. The distribution of knowledge is based upon exactly the same principle. If knowledge is given to all, nobody will get any. If it is preserved among a few, each will receive not only enough to keep, but to increase what he receives. At the first glance this theory seems very unjust, since the position of those who are, so to speak, denied knowledge in order that others may receive a greater share, appears to be very sad, and undeservedly harder than it ought to be. Actually, however, this is not so at all, and in the distribution of knowledge there is not the slightest injustice. The fact is that the enormous majority of people do not want any knowledge whatever, they refuse their share of it, and do not even take the ration allotted to them in the general distribution for the purposes of life. This is particularly evident in times of mass madness such as wars, revolutions, and so on, when men suddenly seem to lose even the small amount of common sense they had, and turn into complete automatons, giving themselves over to wholesale destruction in vast numbers, in other words, even losing the instinct of self-preservation. Owing to this, enormous quantities of knowledge remain, so to speak, unclaimed, and can be distributed among those who realize its value. There is nothing unjust in this, because those who receive knowledge take nothing that belongs to others, deprive others of nothing. They take only what others have rejected as useless, and what would in any case be lost if they did not take it. The collecting of knowledge by some depends upon the rejection of knowledge by others. There are periods in the life of humanity, which generally coincide with the beginning of the fall of cultures and civilizations, when the masses irretrievably lose their reason, and begin to destroy everything that has been created by centuries and millenniums of culture. Such periods of mass madness, often coinciding with geological cataclysms, climatic changes, and similar phenomena of a planetary character, release a very great quantity of the matter of knowledge. This, in its turn, necessitates the work of collecting this matter of knowledge which would otherwise be lost. Thus the work of collecting scattered matter of knowledge frequently coincides with the beginning of the destruction and fall of cultures and civilizations. This aspect of the question is clear. The crowd neither wants nor seeks knowledge, and the leaders of the crowd, in their own interests, try to strengthen its fear and dislike of everything new and unknown. The slavery in which mankind lives is based upon this fear. It is even difficult to imagine all the horror of this slavery. We do not understand what people are losing. But in order to understand the cause of this slavery, it is enough to see how people live, what constitutes the aim of their existence, the object of their desires, passions, and aspirations, of what they think, of what they talk, what they serve, and what they worship. Consider what the cultured humanity of our time spends money on, what commands the highest price, where the biggest crowds are. If we think for a moment about these questions, it becomes clearer that humanity, as it is now, with the interests it lives by, cannot expect to have anything different from what it has. But, as I have already said, it cannot be otherwise. Imagine that for the whole of mankind half a pound of knowledge is allotted a year. If this knowledge is distributed among everyone, each will receive so little that he will remain the fool he was. But, thanks to the fact that very few want to have this knowledge, those who take it are able to get, let us say, a grain each, and acquire the possibility of becoming more intelligent. All cannot become intelligent even if they wish. And if they did become intelligent, it would not help matters. There exists a general equilibrium which cannot be upset. That is one aspect. The other, as I have already said, consists in the fact that no one is concealing anything. There is no mystery whatever. But the acquisition or transmission of true knowledge demands great labor and great effort both from him who receives and from him who gives. And those who possess this knowledge are doing everything they can to transmit and communicate it to the greatest possible number of people, to facilitate people's approach to it, and enable them to prepare themselves to receive the truth. But knowledge cannot be given by force to anyone, and, as I have already said, an unprejudiced survey of the average man's life, of what fills his day, and of the things he is interested in, will at once show whether it is possible to accuse men who possess knowledge of concealing it, of not wishing to give it to people, or of not wishing to teach people what they know themselves. He who wants knowledge must himself make the initial effort to find the source of knowledge, and to approach it, taking advantage of the help and indications which are given to all, but which people, as a rule, do not want to see or recognize. Knowledge cannot come to people without effort on their own part. They understand this very well in connection with ordinary knowledge, but in the case of great knowledge, when they admit the possibility of its existence, they find it possible to expect something different. Everyone knows very well that if, for instance, a man wants to learn Chinese, it will take several years of intense work. Everyone knows that 5 years are needed to grasp the principles of medicine, and perhaps twice as many years for the study of painting or music. And yet there are theories which affirm that knowledge can come to people, without any effort on their part, that they can acquire it even in sleep. The very existence of such theories constitutes an additional explanation of why knowledge cannot come to people. At the same time, it is essential to understand that man's independent effort to obtain anything in this direction can also give no results. A man can only attain knowledge with the help of those who possess it. This must be understood from the very beginning. One must learn from him who knows. Birdlip, January 9, 1943. Self-observation. There are many things that can be said about self-observation, and what it is, and what it is not. The whole of the work starts from a man beginning to observe himself. Self-observation is a means of self-change. Serious and continuous self-observation, if done aright, leads to definite inner changes in the man. Let us, first of all, consider self-observation in connection with a mistake often made about it. The mistake is the confusing of self-observation with knowing. To know and to observe are not the same thing. Speaking superficially, you may know you are sitting in a chair in your room, but can you say that you actually observe it? Speaking more deeply, you may know you are in a negative state, but that does not mean that you are observing it. A person in the work said to me that he disliked somebody intensely. I said, "Try to observe it." He replied, "Why should I observe it? I don't need to. I know it already." In such a case, the person is confusing knowing with observing, that is, he does not understand what self-observation is. Moreover, he has not grasped that self-observation, which is active, is a means of self-change, whereas merely knowing, which is passive, is not. Knowing is not an act of attention. Self-observation is an act of attention directed inwards to what is going on in you. The attention must be active, that is, directed. In the case of a person you dislike, do you notice what thoughts crowd into your mind, the chorus of voices speaking in you, what they are saying, what unpleasant emotions surge up, and so on? Do you notice also that you are treating the person you dislike very badly inside? Nothing is too bad to think of him or feel about him. But to see all this requires directed attention, not passive attention. The attention comes from the observing side, whereas the thoughts and emotions belong to the observed side in yourself. This is dividing yourself into two. There is a saying, a man is first one, then two, and then one. The observing side, or observing I, stands interior to, or above, the observed side, but its power of independent consciousness varies, because it may be submerged at any moment. Then you are completely identified with the negative state. You do not observe the state, but you are the state. You can then say that you know you are negative, but that is not to observe it. If the observing eye is supported by other eyes which value the work, and recall it, and wish to become more conscious, then it is not so easily submerged by the flood of negative things. It is then helped by and is a part of deputy steward. All this is quite different from merely knowing one is negative. Passive knowing can be said to be mechanical in contrast to self-observation, which is a conscious act, and cannot become mechanical. Mechanical self-observation has nothing to do with work self-observation. People not only confuse knowing with the continuous act of self-observation, but they mistake thinking for observing. To think is quite different from observing oneself. A man may think about himself all day, and never observe himself once. The observation of one's thoughts is not the same as thinking. It should be clear now that knowing and thinking are not the same as observation. The question is often asked, what must I observe? First, the work explains carefully what you must begin to observe. But later a man must attain a fuller observation of himself for a whole day, or a week, and see himself as an outside person. He must think what he would think if he met himself. He would, of course, cordially dislike this man, who is himself. A man must observe everything in himself, and always, as if it were not himself but it. This means that he must say, what is it doing? Not what am I doing? He then sees now these thoughts going on in him, now these emotions, now these private plays and self-dramas, now these elaborate lies, now these speeches, excuses, and inventions, and so on, passing through him, one after the other. Next moment, of course, he goes to sleep again, and takes part in them all. That is, he acts in the play he has composed, and thinks it is real. He thinks he is the part he invented. Let us consider this viewpoint further. A man must be able to say, this is not me, to all his set pieces, and his songs, to all the performances going on in him, to all the voices that he takes as his own. Do you know how sometimes just before going to sleep at night, you hear loud voices in your head? These are eyes speaking. During the day, they are speaking all the time, only you take them as yourself. But just before sleep, a separation takes place naturally, for connections are being broken between centers, and between eyes in order that sleep may be possible. Two or more eyes can keep you from sleeping. So you hear them, as it were, as voices talking, just for a moment, because they are being separated by natural processes from you. Inner separation means the power of not merely saying, this is not I, but ultimately of actually perceiving it for oneself, perceiving that it is true, that this is not I, not merely thinking it is so, or trying to persuade oneself it is, or saying this is what the work says. When you are in an unpleasant state, if you observe yourself over some considerable time, you will notice that all sorts of different groups of unpleasant eyes try to deal with it in succession, and make something out of it. This is because negative eyes lie by being negative. Their life consists in negative thinking, or negative feeling, that is, in providing you with unpleasant thoughts and feelings. It is their delight to do so, for it is their life. In the work, the enjoyment of negative states must be observed sincerely, especially the secret enjoyment of them. The reason is that if a man enjoys being negative, in whatever forms, and they are legion, he can never separate from them. You cannot separate yourself from what you have a secret affection for. The case actually is that you identify with the negative eyes through secret affection, and so feel their enjoyment, for whatever you identify with you become. A man in himself is constantly transforming himself into different eyes. He has nothing permanent, but by separation he can make something permanent. The line of separation is between what likes and what hates the work. Now we speak once more of observing talking. All rules are about talking, practically speaking, and how to deal with wrong talking. It is necessary to observe inner talking, and from where it is coming. Wrong inner talking is the breeding ground not only of many future unpleasant states, but also of wrong outer talking. Do you know that there is in the work what is called the practice of inner silence? The practice and meaning of inner silence is like this: first, it must be about something quite distinct and definite, and second, it is like not touching it. That is, you cannot practice inner silence in any vague general way, save perhaps as an experiment for a time. But you can practice it rigidly in regard to some distinct and definite thing, something you know, and see quite clearly. Someone once asked, is practicing inner silence the same as not letting something come into your mind? The answer is no, it is not the same. What you are practicing inner silence about is already in the mind, and you must be aware of it, but you must not touch it with your inner speech, your inner tongue. Your outer literal tongue likes to touch sore places, as when a tooth hurts. So does your inner tongue. But if it does, the sore thing in your mind flows into your inner speech, and unwraps itself as inner talking in every direction. You have noticed, of course, that inner talking always goes on in negative states, and that it coins many unpleasant phrases, which suddenly find expression in outer talking, perhaps long after. In the work we are told that it is necessary to be careful about wrong outer talking at first, and, later on, about wrong inner talking. Actually, wrong outer talking is mostly due to wrong inner talking. Wrong inner talking, particularly venomous and evil inner talking, and so on, makes a mess within, like excrement. They are all different forms of lying, and this is why they have such strength and persistence. Lies are always more powerful than truth, because they can hurt. If you observe wrong inner talking, you will notice it is only half-truths, or truths connected in the wrong order, or with something added or left out. In other words, it is simply lying to oneself. If you say, "Is this quite true?" it may stop it, but it will find another set of lies. Eventually you must dislike it. If you enjoy it, you will never lessen its power. It is not enough to dislike liking it, you must dislike it. All this belongs to the purification of the emotional life. Mechanically we only like ourselves, and so we dislike or hate those who do not like us. A development of being is not possible, and quite obviously so, unless the emotion cease to have only this basis of self-liking. External considering, in the work, is putting oneself in the position of others. This is referred to in the Gospels, all things. Whatsoever ye would that men should do unto you, even so do ye also unto them. Vii 12. This is one of the definite formulations in the Gospels of what in the work is called external considering. But a man must think very deeply what it says, and perceive internally what it means, because it has an outer and an inner meaning. If you say, "I always think of others," then observe it. It is probably a buffer. You do not notice perhaps that you say things, or you write things, which, if you received, you would not tolerate for a moment. This is one very interesting form of self-observation, and it includes observing inner talking. In yourself everyone else is helpless. You can, as it were, drag a person into the cave of yourself and do what you like with her or him. You may be polite naturally, but in the work, which is all about purifying or organizing the inner life, it is not enough. It is how you behave internally, and invisibly to one another that really counts. This is very difficult to understand. You may think you know this already. But to understand, even to begin to understand, it takes many years of work. When the inner corresponds with the outer and when the outer obeys the inner, then a man possesses a second body. As we are, our outer life does not correspond with our inner life, and our outer life controls our inner. The inner grows by seeing the good of something. Recently here we were talking of what the Saint Cassian says about a man being able to do the same thing for different reasons. A man may act from fear of law, fear of reputation, fear of opinion. Then he acts from outside. Or he may act from ambition, and many other similar forms of self-interest. Or he may act from good, from seeing the good of acting so. This develops the internal man. Now all this can be a subject of self-observation. But even the first stages of self-observation have a certain effect. They let in rays of light into the darkness of our psychic life. It is the psychic life we have to think of in the work. All the instructions of the work are about one psychic life, which is in chaos. In this way, self-observation becomes deeper, and the valuation of the work becomes more and more internal. So the work begins to act on essence, on what is the real part of a man. Work on oneself is always the same. It does not matter where you are. You are always in contact with the work, if your inner attitude to it is right. If your inner attitude is right, the work will teach you about what work on yourself means. If your inner attitude is wrong, it cannot, because you block the way. In all self-observation, if it is to become full self-observation, you must observe it. That is, you must see all your reactions to life and circumstances as it in you, and not as I. If you say I, then nothing can happen. The saying of I, the feeling of I, makes it impossible to change. If to every negative state you say I, then you cannot escape it. At first a man takes himself as one and says I to all that happens in his psychic life. But in order to change he must become two. He must divide himself into it and observing I, that is, into two. Then, later on, he may become one, a unity. The instrument of self-observation is like a knife that cuts us away from what is not us. If you begin to see what it means to say, "This is not I," then you begin to use this instrument. When you can really say, "What is it doing?" instead of "What am I doing?" you begin to understand the work. The work is to make a new set of reactions, or rather new ways of taking things. As long as you are nothing but ordinary life reactions, you cannot change. When you take ordinary things in a new way, you begin to change. You cannot remain the same and change. If you are always the same, it means that you always react to life in the same way. You insist on your pound of flesh. The idea of change is not to be the same. The idea of the work is to change oneself. The idea of self-observation is to separate from what one was by not going with what one observes. In this way, self-observation is a means of self-change. When you have begun to form in yourself the powerful mental instrument of this work, you will find that wherever you turn it, you will catch new meanings. The work forms in us a new instrument of reception, a new apparatus for receiving impressions, both from outside and from inside. The work lies in parts that have to be joined together by means of understanding. Each part of the work, each separate idea, each bit of the teaching, is exactly like the parts of, say, a radio machine. The parts of radio are, let us say, lying on a table, and you can see them. If you know enough, if you understand what they are, you can put them together, and then the instrument begins to work and you hear all sorts of invisible things that otherwise you could not hear. In the case of the work, each part is not something physical, an outer object lying on a table, but is psychical, an idea, a thought, a direction, a formulation, a diagram, and so on. If all these parts are fitted together by understanding and valuation, the work forms a new and organized apparatus in you. That is, you are newly organized. You have a new psychic organism in you. The work is actually a whole and complete organism which is given little by little, part by part, but all these parts are parts of a true whole. If the work is thus formed in you, you have a new thing, a new organized instrument, in you. Even a single part of the work, if taken in with valuation and understanding, will begin to work a change in you, because it will transmit new influences. But the whole of the work must be formed in a man. This can be thought of as an other body, an other organized thing, in a man. If the man lives the work, then it will control the man he was. Birdlip, January 2nd, 1943. The four bodies of men paper I. As the subject is of so great and significant a nature, and requires presentation from so many points of view in order to make possible any living grasp of its meaning, and to prevent it from being taken in an indifferent or merely formatory way, I have thought it best, after long reflection, to begin by a gradual approach. The teaching, in brief, is that man, living in the given body, by his first birth, is capable of developing three further bodies composed of finer matters. But what does this mean, and what ideas will help us to comprehend it? What, for example, might it mean that man can develop another body apart from three further bodies? In what way can we picture another, or second body? Now, we can conceive it first in this way. Imagine one man standing behind another man, and controlling him in everything he does, or says. The man in front obeys the instructions of the man behind him. That is, the intelligence and will of the man behind controls the actions of the man in front. We can take the man in front as the first body, and the man behind as another or second body, that is, we can gain the idea of the second body controlling the first. This is easy enough to understand, for in any organization in life, as a military or business organization, there must be some degree of control of one individual by another in a higher position. In the case of a single individual, it is more difficult to grasp. What in a single individual is going to control what in him? Indeed, it is impossible to understand, as long as a man takes himself as one, that is, as long as he believes that that which thinks, speaks, acts, feels, loves, and hates in him is always one and the same thing. Now you know that there is a phrase in the work which says that unless a man divides himself into two, into an observing and an observed side, he can never shift from where he is. This is the starting point of all else. It is actually the starting point of another body in the sense that unless this division begins in the man, unless he can become the subject of his own observation, nothing can ever develop in him that can eventually control him internally, and make the outer man-machine obey. That is, no second body can be organized in him. Let us note here that the position of observing I is always internal to what it observes. What is more external cannot observe what is more internal. This means that eyes that live in small mechanical external parts of centers cannot observe eyes that live in more internal conscious parts of centers. As self-observation becomes deeper, more emotional, more real and more necessary, the position of observing I becomes more internal. Self-observation ceases to be superficial. Now around observing I gather all those eyes in the man that wish to work and bring about order in the house that a man is. This forms what is called deputy steward. The position of deputy steward is therefore internal to the superficial man, the man turned to life, and driven by outer circumstances. And so it is therefore among other things internal to false personality. Now if all that is more external, more mechanical, in the man, begins to obey what is more internal in him, the internal begins to develop control of the outer or man-machine, and the result is that the order of things begins to be reversed. The man is no longer so easily driven by life, by external influences, by change in circumstances, and by characteristic reactions of his personality to life, and by the habits of his body. He is no longer driven from outside so completely, he is no longer a slave of his body, but begins to be controlled from within, for brief moments. This can be expressed in the following way. Now if you will take this idea as simply as possible, you will see to some extent that the possession of a second body means that a man is different from an ordinary man. He is different, because an ordinary man, a man-machine, is a function of life. A man-machine is driven by life, and so always acted upon by and obedient to life. That is, he is driven from outside, and from the more external parts of him. But a man who has begun to have something internally organized in him is no longer so easily driven by outer life, but is at times controlled from something within himself. That is, at times he works in a reverse direction. We may all imagine that we work already in this reverse direction, but this is only imagination. A very little sincere self-observation will show us that we are truly functions of life. We are driven by life and circumstances and have nothing or very little that is strong enough to resist being driven in this way. You must realize that each man is, of course, driven by life in a different way from other men. But all ordinary men, all men belonging to the circle of mechanical humanity, all men number 1, number 2 and number 3, are driven from outside, even though they believe that they are not. In this sense, they are man-machines. And this is because nothing internal in them has been developed to such an extent that they obey this internal thing, and so resist the kaleidoscope of change in life. Nothing in them is strong enough to resist life, that is, strong enough to resist the reactions they ordinarily have to life. They certainly may notice they do not react to life as others do, and then they imagine they can resist life. This is mere illusion. Everyone reacts differently, in his or her own way. Where one person reacts, another may not. But it is all the same. It is all mechanical, and life controls them through their particular special mechanical and habitual reactions to it. A good man fancies he is different from a bad man, An optimistic man feels he is different from a pessimistic man. A careful man thinks he is different from a careless man, and so on. Yet all are mechanical. All are driven by life. All cannot help being what they are. And if they try to be different, they will all find the same difficulties of changing themselves confronting them. And this means that all are, psychologically speaking, without anything organized in them to resist the particular mechanical effects that life has upon them. That is, they all work, or rather, are worked, from the life side. They are all different kinds of machines, reacting, or working in different ways, but all are driven by the impact of outer life. They are mechanically good, mechanically bad, mechanically optimistic, mechanically pessimistic, mechanically this, and mechanically that. That is the teaching of the work about mechanicalness about undeveloped man, the man-machine, who serves nature. But the work teaches that man can cease to be a machine by an inner development of individuality, consciousness, and will, that is, of precisely those qualities that mechanical man imagines he already possesses. In a fully developed man, that is, a man possessing individuality, consciousness, and will, it is not life and changing outer circumstances that mechanically drive him. Such a man has something organized in him which can resist life, something from which he can act. Such a man, in short, can do. And this is because he possesses more bodies than the one he received at birth. Part I. In this connection let us glance at the New Testament. In the Gospels Christ says that unless a man is reborn, he cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. Birth means a body and rebirth a second body. To be reborn is to have a second body. We know that Christ was transfigured and appeared to his disciples in another body. Again, St. Paul speaks about the natural and the spiritual bodies of man. Speaking of the resurrection of the dead, he says, "But some man will say, how are the dead raised up? And with what body do they come? Thou fool, that which thou sowest is not quickened, except to die. And that which thou sowest not that body, that shall be, but bare grain, it may chance of wheat, or of some other grain, but God giveth it a body, as it hath pleased him, and to every seed his own body. All flesh is not the same flesh, but there is one kind of flesh of man, another flesh of beasts, another of fishes, and another of birds. There are also celestial bodies, and bodies terrestrial, but the glory of the celestial is one, and the glory of the terrestrial is another. There is one glory of the sun, and another glory of the moon, and another glory of the stars, for one star differeth from another star in glory. So also is the resurrection of the dead. It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. It is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body. There is a natural body, and there is a spiritual body. I Corinthians, XV 35-44. In this passage you can dimly see outlined two great teachings of the work, one the ray of creation, spoken of here as the glory of the sun, the glory of the moon, and so on, and the other the teaching that man has, or rather, let us say here, can have, more bodies, and the physical body. For Paul speaks of man as if he had a second body already, while Christ teaches that a man must be born again. Part II. The work speaks almost from its starting point of the essence in man being undeveloped. It defines a growth of essence as a change in the level of being, and it speaks very often about making personality passive so that essence can develop. Especially does it speak of false personality or imaginary I, and of the necessity of observing ourselves in regard to these, and separating from them. The object of this is to allow something else to grow. Essence can develop. It is where a man can grow from. And in connection with the development of essence a second body can grow. But it cannot do so as long as personality is active and controls the inner life. Let us take the idea of inner separation. In my case I must observe Nicoll, and continually try to separate from the reactions and habits of Nicoll. In your case, if your name is Smith, you must separate from Smith. What is your name? Repeat it silently to yourself. Then understand you must observe and separate yourself internally from all that your name stands for in yourself. Is this clear? Let us suppose that in this group, Miss Robinson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Black, Miss Brown, and so on, are all sitting here. They are all the time being Miss Robinson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Black, Miss Brown, in various ways, pleasant and unpleasant. Now in the work of inner separation lies the whole first task of practical work. Mr. Smith feels he is superior to Miss Brown, and she in turn feels superior to Mr. Smith, and so on, endlessly. All this is very difficult to explain in words. You must have the intelligence to see what is meant. Now you know that personality is active and essence is passive in mechanical man, and this is due to the action of life that keeps this relationship between personality and essence. Life is the neutralizing force that keeps personality active and essence passive. There is only one force that can change this relationship of personality and essence, a force coming from outside life. This is the work, or, in general, conscious influences, coming from the conscious circle of humanity, outside mechanical life. This new arrangement is a reversal of the former arrangement. A reversal of sign has taken place. It begins when work in a man begins to become stronger, and life. And this means that something organized has been made in a man, that controls him. For the work, coming from conscious influences, can form, in suitable soil, a receptive organ through which a man can receive force, that is, his daily bread. And since essence is the most real part of a man and personality relatively unreal, for this organ to form itself right, it must eventually form itself out of what is most real and sincere in a man. It cannot form itself in the external man, nor in the hypocrite in a man, which is the false personality. So you will understand that many thoughts enter here concerning the relation of personality and essence, in connection with the idea of something new forming itself, as a result of a development of essence. For this reason let us consider once more what the work says about the relation of personality and essence. You all know how extraordinary the teaching of the work is about personality and essence. It says that personality must be properly formed first of all, and, unless it is, essence cannot grow beyond a limited point. Essence grows a little and then personality must form round it. Then essence can grow by using the food of personality, that is, by making personality passive. So you see that man, properly understood, is a series of experiments on himself. A badly formed personality, in conjunction with a childish essence, handicaps a man. The idea is that a man must go out of himself into life, and, as it were, come back again, a movement similar to that of the prodigal son. Life must act on a man fully before essence can grow beyond its natural point. What is extraordinary is that often people think that essence can grow by itself. The work says it cannot. It can grow to a certain point, where it is still childish. And then it stops. Personality must now form the potential, eventual food for essence, and so personality must be formed and become active. A man must learn all about the life he is born into on this earth. Later, if he has magnetic center, and if he wishes, he may find the means of making his developed personality passive, by long inner work. By doing so, he feeds essence, through inner struggle. So the work, which is the right, second education, starts with making personality passive, by inner separation, non-identifying, self-remembering, and so on. Now the formation of second body is connected with the growth of essence, which is internal to personality. The second body is not made of the matter composing personality, which is roughly H48, but of planetary matter, which is roughly H34. But a man cannot start from essence. Essence must be taught to develop. The work does not start from essence. It starts, in the man having magnetic center, from those eyes in him which wish to work, and they form deputies toward. This is the first point of work made in a man. It can break up, or it can become stronger. These eyes must teach essence, that is, personality must, at first, teach essence. But as essence grows, that is, as the work becomes more and more real and essential in the man, the work of deputy steward passes into that of the steward. This can be expressed in this diagram, which is the same as the one you know as diagram 2. Notice that the higher in diagram I becomes in diagram I the inner. What is higher is more internal in the man, and what is lower is more external. Deputy steward must then struggle not only with wrong or ignorant ties in personality, with wrong mental and emotional habits, with false personality, with sleep, with imagination, with internal considering, with identifying, with lying, with negative emotion, with self-justifying, and so on, but also with undeveloped or childish essence. For the evolution of the man himself depends on a development of his essence, and a development of his essence is connected with the formation in him of second body. Part IV. Let us now look briefly at the diagram of the four bodies of man, when they are fully developed. Diagram I. Such a man, having these bodies developed in him, is in the right order internally. Internal things rule over outer things. To use the Christian terminology, the celestial or divine body rules over the spiritual body, the spiritual body rules over the natural body, and the natural body rules over the corporeal or physical body. Next time we will speak of these bodies. Birdlip, January 17, 1943. The Four Bodies of Man. Paper I. We have already made a few approaches to the idea of further bodies in man, and the physical body. Tonight you will hear what might be called the purely formal teaching about the four bodies of man, as it was originally given by G. But you must understand that the form in which it is given is, so to speak, highly compressed. It is, as it were, the first glance at the whole subject, and it was given on two occasions. But it was expressly said that very many other ideas enter into this first presentation, and that many modifications are necessary in order to understand this very great subject. You will know that in giving a subject that is difficult to people who know nothing about it, a general outline of the conception of the whole matter may be first presented. For example, if a traveler is going to give a lecture upon an unknown country that he has visited himself, he may first of all give a general sketch or outline. This lecture on the four bodies, given many years ago by G. and recorded by Mr. Ouspensky, must be taken as a general survey. Many additions were made subsequently and many modifications of the original presentation. These we will deal with later in subsequent papers, but I think it best now for you to have a general survey concerning the four bodies of men given to you in a purely formal way, so that I can refer to this paper later on, knowing that you have already heard it. Here I will remind you again that in the Gospels there is very definite evidence of the fact that a man must acquire a new body. It is expressed in the terms that a man must be reborn before he can see the kingdom of heaven. A man is born once into his physical body, but the man who lives in his physical body must acquire a second, or psychological body. And when he acquires it, he is reborn. You all understand that a man is not merely his physical body. What is really the man himself is the psychological man, who lives in the physical body. The formation of further bodies refers to the psychological, not to the physical man. They refer to the centers in man which are psychological. The organization of the centers constitutes the basis of the formation of further bodies that can survive the death of the physical body. If a man is psychologically in chaos, then nothing is organized in him apart from his physical body. If a man is nothing but a mass of contradictory I's, then he has no real permanent I in him. But I must warn you that in understanding this subject many difficulties have to be faced. Great knowledge is not easy to understand. But I will remind you here of what was said in the last paper, namely, that if this work becomes real and living to a man, and so well organized in him that he does act from the work, and remembers himself in daily life, that he acts from the work, and no longer from himself, then there is something organized in him, and this is second body. But for this to take place, a man must never forget what he is doing in the work. He must, as G1 said, reach a state such that, in whatever direction he is twisted and turned, however badly he is treated, he never forgets the work, and never acts save through the medium of the work. You all know that this work is to create something new in you, to give you new ways of taking things, new ways of thinking about life. This is the whole object of the work. The whole object of the work is to create something new in you, a new man in place of the old man. If you see what is meant, then you will understand better what the creation of a second body means. In the paper that follows you must understand that Mr. Ouspensky is speaking at a meeting of the group. One of those present asked G, can it be said that man possesses immortality? Immortality is one of the qualities we ascribe to people, without having a sufficient understanding of their meaning, said G. Other qualities of this kind are individuality, in the sense of an inner unity, a permanent and unchangeable I, consciousness, and will. All these qualities can belong to man. He emphasized the word can, but this certainly does not mean that they do belong to him, or belong to each and everyone. In order to understand what man is at the present time, that is, at the present level of development, it is necessary to imagine to a certain extent what he can be, that is, what he can attain. Only by understanding the correct sequence of development possible will people cease to ascribe to themselves what, at present, they do not possess, and what, perhaps, they can only acquire after great effort and great labor. According to an ancient teaching, traces of which may be found in many systems, old and new, a man who has attained the full development possible for man, a man in the full sense of the word, consists of four bodies. These four bodies are composed of substances which are finer and finer, mutually interpenetrate one another, and form four independent organisms, standing in a definite relationship to one another but capable of independent action. The reason why it is possible for four bodies to exist is that the human organism, that is, the physical body, has such a complex organization that, under certain conditions, a new independent organism can grow in it, affording a much more convenient and responsive instrument for the activity of consciousness and the physical body. The consciousness manifested in this new body is capable of governing and having full power and control over the physical body. In the second body, under certain conditions, a third body can grow, again having characteristics of its own. The consciousness manifested in this third body has full power and control over the first two bodies, and the third body possesses the possibility of acquiring knowledge inaccessible either to the first or to the second body. In the third body, under certain conditions, a fourth can grow, which differs as much from the third as the third differs from the second and the second from the first. The consciousness manifested in the fourth body has full control over the first three bodies and itself. These four bodies are defined in different teachings in various ways. She drew a diagram reproduced in figure I, and said, the first is the physical body, in Christian terminology the carnal body. The second, in Christian terminology, is the natural body. The third is the spiritual body, and the fourth, in the terminology of esoteric Christianity, is the divine body. In the terminology of certain Eastern teachings, the first body is the carriage body, the second body is the horse, feelings, desires, the third, the driver, mind, and the fourth, the master, consciousness, will. Such comparisons and parallels may be found in most systems and teachings which recognize something more in man and the physical body. But almost all these teachings, while repeating in a more or less familiar form the definitions and divisions of the ancient teaching, have forgotten or omitted its most important feature, which is that man is not born with the finer bodies, and that they can only be artificially cultivated in him provided favorable conditions, both internal and external, are present. The second body is not an indispensable implement for man. A man can live quite well without a second body. His physical body possesses all the functions necessary for life. This applies still more, of course, to the third body and the fourth body. Ordinary man does not possess those bodies, or their corresponding functions. The reasons for this are, first, the fact that the physical body works with the same substances of which the higher bodies are composed, only these substances are not crystallized in him, and so do not belong to him, and secondly, it has all the functions analogous to those of the higher bodies, though of course they differ from them considerably. The chief difference between a man possessing the physical body and the other functions undeveloped, and a man possessing the developed functions of all four bodies, is that, in the first case, the physical body governs all the other functions. In other words, everything is governed by the body, which, in its turn, is governed by the external influences of life. Such a man is governed by life. In the second case, the command, or control, emanates from the higher bodies, and so a man is no longer governed by outer life. The functions of the physical body may be represented as parallel to the developed and crystallized functions of the four bodies, in the following manner. She drew another diagram, Fig. I, representing the parallel functions of a man of physical body, and undeveloped functions, and a man of four bodies, in whom all the functions are developed. Undeveloped man, or man worked by life, man-machine. In the first case, said G, that is, in relation to the undeveloped functions of a man of physical body only, the automaton, or man-machine, depends upon external influences, and the next three functions depend upon the physical body, and the external influences it receives. Changing desires and aversions, I want, I don't want, I like, I don't like, that is, functions occupying the place of the second body, depend upon accidental shocks and influences. Thinking, which corresponds to the functions of the third body, is an entirely mechanical process. Will is absent in ordinary mechanical man. He has desires only, and a greater or lesser permanence of desires and wishes is called a strong or a weak will. In the second case, that is, in relation to the developed functions of the four bodies, the working of the physical body depends upon the influences of the other or higher bodies. Instead of the discordant and often contradictory activity of different desires, there is one single, whole, indivisible and permanent. There is individuality dominating the physical body and its desires, and able to overcome both its reluctance and its resistance. Instead of the mechanical process of thinking, there is consciousness, and there is will, that is, a power, not merely composed of various, often contradictory, desires belonging to different eyes, but issuing from consciousness, and governed by individuality, or single and permanent. Only such a will can be called free, for it is independent of accident, and cannot be altered or directed from without. An Eastern teaching describes the functions of the four bodies, their gradual growth, and the conditions of this growth, in the following way. Let us imagine a vessel, or a retort filled with various metallic powders. The powders are not in any way connected with each other, and every accidental change in the position of the retort or vessel, every accidental knock it receives, changes the relative position of the loose powders. If the retort be shaken or tapped with the finger, then the powder which was at the top may appear at the bottom, or in the middle, while the one which was at the bottom may appear at the top. There is nothing permanent in the position of the powders, and under such conditions there can be nothing permanent. This is an exact picture of our psychic life, which changes at every moment. Each succeeding moment new influences may change the position of the powder which is on the top, and put in its place another which is absolutely its opposite. Science calls this state of the powders the state of mechanical mixture. The essential characteristic of the interrelation of the powders to one another in this kind of mixture is the instability of these interrelations, and their variability. It is impossible to stabilize the interrelation of powders in a state of merely mechanical mixture. But the powders may be fused. The nature of the powders makes this possible. To do this, a special kind of fire must be lighted under the retort which, by heating and melting the powders, finally fuses them together. Fused in this way, the powders will be no longer a mechanical mixture, but in a state of chemical union. And now they can no longer be separated by those simple methods which separated them, and made them change places, when they were in a state of mechanical mixture. The contents of the retort have become indivisible, individual, by fusion. This is a picture of the formation of the second body. The fire by means of which fusion is attained is produced by friction, which, in its turn, is produced in a man by the struggle between yes and no within him. If a man gives way to himself at all times, if he gives way to all his desires and moods, to his changing thoughts, there will be no inner struggle in him, no friction, and so no fire. But if, for the sake of attaining a definite aim, he struggles with himself, if he struggles with the thoughts and desires that hinder him, he will then create a fire which will gradually transform his inner world into a single whole. Let us return to our example. The chemical compound obtained by fusion of the powders in the retort possesses certain qualities, comparable to a certain specific gravity, a certain electrical conductivity, and so on. These qualities constitute the characteristics of the substance in question. But by means of work upon it of a certain kind, the number of these characteristics may be increased, that is, the fused alloy may be given new properties which did not primarily belong to it. It may be possible to create interchanges in it, to magnetize it, to make it radioactive, and so on. The process of imparting new properties to the fused alloy corresponds to the process of the formation of the third body, and of the acquisition of new knowledge and powers with the help of the third body. When the third body has been formed, and has acquired all the properties, powers, and knowledge possible for it, there remains the problem of fixing and directing this knowledge, and these powers, because, having been imparted to it by influences of a certain kind, they may be taken away by these same influences, or by others. By means of a special kind of work the acquired properties may be made the permanent and inalienable possession of the third body. The process of fixing these acquired properties corresponds to the process of the formation of the fourth body, through which the master works. Only the man who possesses four fully developed bodies can be called a man, in the full sense of the word. This man possesses very many properties which ordinary man does not possess, and one of these properties is immortality. All religions and all ancient teachings contain the idea that, by acquiring the fourth or divine body, man acquires immortality, and they all contain indications of the ways to acquire the fourth body, that is, immortality. In this connection, certain teachings compare man with a house of 4 rooms. Man lives in one room, the smallest and the poorest of all, and, until he is told of it, he does not suspect the existence of the other rooms which are full of treasures. When he does learn of this, he begins to seek the keys of these rooms, and especially of the fourth, the most important room of all. And when a man has found his way into this room, he really becomes the master of his house, for only then does the house belong to him, wholly and forever. The fourth room gives man true immortality, and all religious teachings strive to show the way to it. There are a great many ways, some shorter, some longer, some harder, and some easier, but all, without exception, lead, or strive to lead, in one direction, that is, to immortality. Birdlip, January 23, 1943. The Four Bodies of Men, paper III. The Four Ways. Mr. Ouspensky is speaking throughout this chapter. At the next meeting G began where he had left off the time before. I said, last time, he said, that immortality is not a property with which man is born. But man can acquire immortality. All existing, and generally known ways to immortality can be divided into 3 categories. 1. The way of the fakir. 2. The way of the monk. 3. The way of the yogi. The way of the fakir is the way of struggle with the physical body, the way of work, in the first room. This is a long, difficult and uncertain way. The fakir strives to develop physical will, power over the body. This is attained by means of terrible sufferings, by torturing the body. The whole way of the fakir consists of various incredibly difficult physical exercises. The fakir either stands motionless in the same position for hours, days, months, or years, or sits with outstretched arms on a bare stone in sun, rain, and snow, or tortures himself with fire, puts his legs into an ant heap, and so on. If he does not fall ill, and die before what may be called physical will has developed in him, then he attains the fourth room, or the possibility of forming the fourth body. But his other functions, emotional, intellectual and so forth, remain undeveloped. He has acquired will, but he has nothing to which he can apply it. He cannot make use of it for gaining knowledge, or for self-perfection. As a rule he is too old to begin new work. But where there are schools of fakirs there are also schools of yogis. Yogis generally keep an eye on fakirs. If a fakir retains what he has aspired to before he is too old, they take him into a yogi school, where first they heal him, and restore his power of movement, and then begin to teach him. A fakir has to learn to walk and to speak, like a baby. But he now possesses a will which has overcome incredible difficulties on his way, and this will may help him to overcome the difficulties on the second part of the way, the difficulties, namely, of developing the intellectual and emotional functions. You cannot imagine what hardships fakirs undergo. I do not know whether you have seen real fakirs, or not. I have seen many. For instance, I saw one in the inner court of a temple in India, and I even slept near him. Day and night for 20 years he had been standing on the tips of his fingers and toes. He was no longer able to straighten himself. His pupils carried him from one place to another, took him to the river, and washed him like some inanimate object. But this was not attained all at once. Think what he had to overcome, what torture he must have suffered in order to get to that stage. And a man becomes a fakir not because he understands the possibilities and the results of this way, and not because of religious feeling. In all Eastern countries where fakirs exist there is a custom among the common people of promising to give to fakirs a child born after some happy event. Besides this, fakirs often adopt orphans, or simply buy little children from poor parents. These children become their pupils, and imitate them, some only outwardly, but some afterwards become fakirs themselves. In addition to these, other people become fakirs simply from being struck by some fakir they may have seen. Near every fakir in the temples people can be seen to imitate him, who sit, or stand in the same posture, not for long of course, but still, occasionally for several hours. And sometimes it happens that a man, who went into the temple accidentally on a feast day, and began to imitate some fakir, who particularly struck him, does not return home any more, but joins the crowd of that fakir's disciples, and later, in the course of time, becomes a fakir himself. You must understand that I take the word fakir in inverted commas. In Persia fakir simply means a beggar, and in India a great many jugglers call themselves fakirs. And Europeans, particularly learned Europeans, very often give the name of fakir to yogis, as well as to monks of various wandering orders. But in reality the way of fakir, the way of monk, and the way of the yogi are entirely different. So far I have spoken of fakirs. This is the first way. The second way is the way of the monk. This is the way of devotion to faith, the way of religious feeling, religious sacrifices. Only a man with very strong religious emotions, and a very strong religious imagination can become a monk, in the true sense of the word. The way of the monk also is very long and hard. A monk spends years and tens of years struggling with himself, but all his work is concentrated on the second room, on the second body, that is, on feelings. Subjecting all his other emotions to one emotion, that is, devotion to his faith, he develops unity in himself as well over the emotions, and in this way reaches the fourth room. but his physical body and his thinking capacities may remain entirely undeveloped. In order to be able to make use of what he has attained, he must develop the use and control of his body, and his capacity to think. This can only be achieved by means of fresh sacrifices, fresh hardships, fresh renunciations. That is, a monk has to become a yogi, and a fakir, and very few get as far as this. The third way is the way of the yogi. This is the way of knowledge, the way of mind. The way of the yogi consists in working in the third room, and in striving to enter the fourth room by means of knowledge. The yogi reaches the fourth room by developing his mind, and the control of his thoughts, but his body and emotions may remain undeveloped in a corresponding way, and, like the fakir and the monk, he may be unable to make use of the results of his attainments. In his case, however, he has the advantage of understanding his position, of knowing what he lacks, what he must do, and in what direction he must go. But all the ways, the way of the fakir as well as the way of the monk, and the way of the yogi, have one thing in common. They all begin with the most difficult thing, with a complete change of life, with a renunciation of all worldly things. A man must give up his home, his family, his friends, renounce all the pleasures, attachments, and duties of life, and go out into the desert, or into a monastery, or a yogi school. From the very first day, from the very first step on his way, he must die to the world. Only thus can he hope to obtain anything in one of these ways. The fourth way is different from the three ways already considered, because the fourth way requires no retirement into the desert, nor does it require a man to give up and renounce everything by which he formerly lived. The fourth way begins much further on than does the way of the yogi. This means that a man must be prepared for the fourth way, and this preparation embraces many different sides, and takes a long time. Furthermore, a man must be living in conditions favorable for work in the fourth way, or, in any case, in conditions which do not render it impossible. It must be understood that both in the inner and in the external life of a man there may be conditions which create insuperable barriers to the fourth way. Furthermore, the fourth way has no definite forms, like the ways of the fakir, the monk, and the yogi. First of all, it has to be found. This is the first test. At the same time, the beginning of the fourth way is easier than the beginning of the ways of the fakir, the monk, and the yogi. In the fourth way it is possible to work and to follow this way, while remaining in the usual conditions of life, continuing to do the usual work, preserving former relations with people, and without renouncing or giving up anything. On the contrary, the conditions of life in which a man is placed at the beginning of his work, in which, so to speak, the work finds him, are the best possible for him, at any rate at the beginning of the work. These conditions are natural for him. These conditions are the man himself, because a man's life and its conditions correspond to what he is. Any conditions different from those created by life would be artificial for a man, and in such artificial conditions the work would not be able to touch every side of his being at once. Thanks to this, the fourth way affects simultaneously every side of a man's being. It is work in the three rooms at once. The fakir works in the first room, the monk in the second, the yogi in the third. On reaching the fourth room, the fakir, the monk, and the yogi leave behind them many things unfinished, and they cannot make full use of what they have attained, because they are not masters of all their functions. The fakir is master of his body, but not of his emotions, or his mind, which remain undeveloped. The monk is master of his emotions, but not of his body, or his mind. The yogi is master of his mind, but not of his body, or his emotions. Then again the fourth way differs from the other ways in that the principal demand made upon a man in it is the demand for understanding. A man must do nothing that he does not understand, except, as an experiment, under the supervision and direction of a teacher. In the fourth way, the more a man understands what he is doing, the greater will be the results of his efforts. This is a fundamental principle of the fourth way. The results of work in it are in proportion to the consciousness and understanding of the work. No faith is required in the fourth way. On the contrary, faith of any kind is opposed to the fourth way. In the fourth way, a man must see for himself. He must satisfy himself of the truth of what he is told. And until he is satisfied, he must do nothing. The method of the fourth way consists in doing something in one room, and simultaneously doing something corresponding to it in the other two rooms, that is to say, while working on the physical body, to work simultaneously on the mind and the emotions, and while working on the mind to work on the physical body and the emotions, and while working on the emotions to work on the mind and the physical body. This can be achieved thanks to the fact that in the fourth way it is possible to make use of certain knowledge inaccessible to the ways of the fakir, the monk, and the yogi. This knowledge makes it possible to work in three directions simultaneously. A whole parallel series of physical, mental and emotional efforts and exercises serves this purpose. In addition, in the fourth way it is possible to individualize the work of each separate person, that is to say, each person can only do what is necessary, and not what is useless for him. This is due to the fact that the fourth way dispenses with a great deal of what is superfluous and preserved simply through tradition, in the other ways. So that when a man attains will in the fourth way, he can make use of it because he has acquired the necessary development and control of bodily, emotional and intellectual functions as well. And besides, he has saved a great deal of time by working on the three sides of his being in a parallel way, and simultaneously. The fourth way is sometimes called the way of the sly man. The sly man knows some secret which the fakir, monk, and yogi do not know. How the sly man learned this secret is his secret. Perhaps he found it in some old book, perhaps he inherited it, perhaps he bought it, perhaps he stole it from someone. It makes no difference. The sly man knows the secret and with its help outstrips the fakir, the monk, and the yogi. Of the four, the fakir acts in the crudest manner. He knows very little, and understands very little. Let us suppose that by a whole month of intense torture he develops in himself a certain energy, a certain substance which produces certain changes in him. He does it absolutely blindly, with his eyes shut, knowing neither aim, methods, nor results, simply in imitation of others. The monk knows what he wants a little better. He is guided by religious feeling, by a desire for achievement, for salvation. He trusts his teacher, who tells him what to do, and he believes that his efforts and sacrifices are pleasing to God. Let us suppose that a week of fasting, continual prayer, privations, and so on, enables him to attain what the fakir develops in himself by a month of self-torture. The yogi knows considerably more. He knows what he wants, he knows why he needs it, he knows how it can be acquired. He knows, for instance, that it is necessary for his purpose to produce a certain substance in himself. He knows that this substance can be produced in one day, by certain kinds of mental exercises, or concentration of consciousness. So he keeps his attention on these exercises for a whole day, without allowing himself a single outside thought, and he obtains what he needs. In this way a yogi spends on the same thing only one day compared with a month spent by the fakir, and a week spent by the monk. But in the fourth way knowledge is still more exact and perfect. A man who follows the fourth way knows quite definitely what substances he needs for his aims, and he knows that these substances can be produced within the body by a month of physical suffering, by a week of emotional strain, or by a day of mental exercises, and also that they can be introduced into the organism from without if it is known how to do it. And so, instead of spending a whole day in exercises, like the yogi, a week in prayer, like the monk, or a month in self-torture like the fakir, he simply prepares and swallows a little pill which contains all the substances he wants, and, in this way, without loss of time, he obtains the required results. It must be noted further, said G, that in addition to these proper and legitimate ways, there are also artificial ways which give temporary results only, and also wrong ways which may even give permanent results. In these ways a man also seeks the key to the fourth room, and sometimes finds it. But what he finds in the fourth room is not yet known. It also happens that the door to the fourth room is opened artificially with a skeleton key. And in both these cases the room may prove to be empty. With this she stopped. Thank you for you. Birdlip, February 1st, 1943. Thinking from Life and Thinking from the Work paper. The following paper was written after a conversation about thinking from the level of life and thinking from the level of the work. The conversation started with something that was said about people who are possessive, that is, identified with their possessions, who say, for instance, "Where is my book?" or "I have not had my breakfast," or "my proper sleep," or "my right chair," and so on. It is not merely the question of possessing things, but of feeling a right to have things, that was discussed. You all know the kind of working man who puts his sacred rights before everything else, who says, "I must have my dinner," in the middle of some job of the utmost importance, and is completely put out and deeply offended for the rest of the day if he is told to give up his dinner for once. And the same man, if someone borrows some tool he is not using, will make endless fuss, "My chisel, my hammer," and so on. The example is clear enough. But the point is to find in yourself this working man, this I that insists on its sacred rights, and says "my" to everything, and which is so stiff and rigid and unintelligent. Remember, the sign of intelligence is the power of adaptation, and that all strength in the work means flexibility, not rigidity. Your strong man in life is usually, from the work angle, merely a man crystallized in personality, a one-track man, as it is called. From this conversation, we passed to thinking from life and thinking from the work. To think from the work is to think from the ideas taught by the work. If you try to do this work without having taken in the ideas, and without thinking from them, then it is like trying to learn swimming while you are lying on the ground. The basis of your efforts is all wrong. The work ideas are to give us a new way of thinking. Thinking from life ideas and yet trying to do the work is to mix things. You have to learn to look at life and its events through the ideas of the work to reinterpret life. Unless you have pondered and assimilated the ideas of the work, you will not have enough force to resist the action of life on you. So your personal work will keep on losing force. Everyone thinks from his ordinary ideas or opinions. But the work gives us new ideas, new conceptions. If we think from the ideas of the work, we see life differently, and our personal work will be assisted by the ideas of the work. then work on oneself will receive force from the ideas of the work. Ideas have force. Ideas are the most powerful of all things. But to work on oneself with ordinary life ideas is eventually impossible. The parables about this in the Gospels were mentioned in previous papers, for instance, sewing a new piece of cloth onto an old garment, and putting new wine into old bottles, and so on. Let us take tonight one of the ideas of the work that can make us think in a new way about life. Let me first remind you that in the Gospels it is constantly said that a man must think in a new way, the word being wrongly translated as repent. To change your being, to raise its level, you must begin to think in a new way. And all the ideas given you again and again in the work are to furnish you with the means of thinking in a new way. The idea that man is asleep is a new idea, as is the personal application of it, meaning that you are asleep. The whole general idea that a man can evolve in this life, and is created to do so, is again a new idea. Have you grasped the idea of evolution, as taught by the work? Have you made it part of your thinking yet? Have you, in short, taken it seriously? Or is it merely something vague lying in your memory? Remember that this work is taught for a certain time only. There is a time limit. There is evolution and there is not evolution. There is, for us as individuals, no mechanical evolution. But there is conscious evolution, and esoteric teaching throughout the ages refers to the possibility of conscious individual evolution. Conscious evolution only takes place by conscious effort. This is what the work is about. A single individual can evolve. But mankind cannot evolve save in terms of the evolution of the planets. You can evolve now. But everyone cannot evolve. There is no collective evolution, but there is individual evolution. The emphasis is upon you, as an individual, and a self-evolving organism. Do you grasp the work teaching on this subject? This is one, and only one, example of thinking from an idea of the work. If you begin to think from this idea, you will receive force for working on yourself. Whereas, if you have no clear ideas, or merely life ideas, you will think wrongly. The ideas in your mind will be wrong, and so, when you try to work on yourself, what you are doing will contradict your ordinary thoughts. And so your ordinary thoughts and ideas will run counter to your efforts. Whereas if you work on yourself in the presence of the work, that is, in correspondence with the ideas of the work, your efforts on yourself will be aided by the ideas of the work in your mind. The ideas of the work conduct very great force when they are taken in and become part of your inner thinking. But life ideas drain you of force. They make you identify with life and all its events. Life drains people. The work ideas protect you from life and help you to create more force. They prevent life from eating you, that is, the moon. They prevent life from working you, that is, as a machine driven by outer events. The work ideas reinterpret life for you. They tell you what life is like. Now let us refer to the opening part of the paper, to the man who says, "My book, my breakfast, my dinner," and so on, and who has so many ideas about his sacred rights. Such a man is in every man, and this man in a man thinks from life. But in the work we must gradually no longer think in such a way. These personal matters become of less importance in view of the ideas of the teaching. But if we cannot escape from this level of personal thinking, of personal self-love, personal grievances, and personal advantages, how can we expect even to begin to think beyond ourselves and our requirements? When my wife and I went to the Institute in France, she said, "Remember, personality has scarcely any right to exist here." Think what that means. How difficult it is to speak to people in the work who value themselves, people who have precious ideas of themselves. They have their feelings of themselves or their particular forms of self-love. And it is the basis of self-love, self-conceit, and self-admiration that has to be shifted, and how difficult it is. And you will see that a man or a woman who really thinks well of himself or herself will not be able to hear the work ideas. A person who has a strong sense of his or her virtue will, at the same time, have a strong sense of my and me. Why? Because such a person is thinking of my book, my breakfast, my dinner, myself, my personal value, all the time. This is sleep. This is one reason, one of many, why the ideas of the work, which are designed to produce a mental revolution, a change of mind, in short, a transformation, cannot act on us as they should. A man in the work must come to the realization that he is nothing. We look vaguely at the diagrams, or write down notes. Or we say, "Oh, yes, I have heard that before," and go on thinking just as we always do, often thinking we are sure of our own worth, and sure that we really know what is right or wrong. But this sleep, this deep infatuation with ourselves, this self-conceit, must later on cease. A man must begin to feel that there is nothing else for him but the work, and that he must for himself think out and see the meaning of everything he hears day after day taught him in the work. Then he begins, at last, to awaken. The driver in him begins to climb onto the box, and take hold of the reins. The driver is the mind, not the ordinary mind, but the mind beginning to think the ideas of the work. This is the awakening mind. This is thinking in a new way. This is that thing so insisted on in the Gospels, but, of thinking in a new way, the first step in leading to change of being. This is what in the Gospels is called hearing. Whosoever heareth. It is hearing the ideas with the mind, not with the ears, not with the memory. And only this kind of hearing will awaken the driver. It is hearing, not the words, but the meaning of the words. This is hearing. We know, from the teaching of this work, that man is sown on earth by the sun, as a self-developing seed. Man is an experiment on the earth, an experiment made in the laboratory of the sun. Now this is a new idea. The level of being and intelligence, represented externally by the sun, and marked in the ray of creation by the note Sol, creates man, as an experiment on the earth, represented by the lower note Me. Notice that man is created from above, from a higher level. The note Sol, externally represented by the sun, creates man on earth, with the object of his evolving and understanding up to the level of the note Sol. Man is therefore created incomplete, undeveloped, unevolved, but capable of evolution. Unless the level of being and intelligence represented by the note Sol, in the ray of creation, can receive a sufficient number of evolved human beings, passing upwards from the note Me, then this small twig, in the whole created tree of the universe, namely, our private earth and moon, may be destroyed as useless. Two kinds of evolution are possible for man. Man finds himself situated on a being called the earth, whose period of evolution is very vast in comparison with man's life. Before the earth evolves to the state of the sun, many millions of years of our time must pass. To the earth it is merely its lifetime. The earth may, however, fail to evolve, in which case it is broken up into a mass of small fragments that revolve round the sun as minute planets or asteroids. There are many of these between Mars and Jupiter. Now the evolution of the Earth is held back by the evolution of its moon. You must understand that the idea of a planet evolving is a work idea. It is not found in science. It alters our whole notion of the universe. The period of time necessary according to the work teaching for a planet to evolve is something of the order of 80,000 million years of men's time. I will remind you of the table of time. To the planet itself it is a period of 80 years, on the scale of its time. Since the Earth is in close relation to its moon, the evolution of the former is held back by the state of the latter. Actually influences, vibrations, and very fine matters continually reach the moon from the Earth, and feed it just as the sun feeds the Earth in a similar way. For example, all the useless human suffering, negative emotions and violence on Earth feeds the moon. Remember that everything is made use of in the universe. If man were to evolve quickly, that is, begin to awaken, useless suffering and violence would cease on Earth. But it is not in the interests of the Earth and Moon that man should evolve independently of them. Man's evolution must go hand in hand with their evolution. This is only one of the two kinds of evolution possible for man. You will see that it demands periods of time that are so prodigious that for practical purposes it is meaningless. For us it has no relation to our short lives. For this reason it is said in the work that there is no progress in human affairs. The planets keep man back, keep him asleep. I will quote here to you a conversation that she had with Mr. Ouspensky many years ago, before the latter had been shown the diagram of the ray of creation. She was giving some preliminary ideas leading up to the great conception of the ray. Mr. Ouspensky reports this conversation. Somewhere about this time I was very much struck by a talk about the sun, the planets, and the moon. I do not remember how this talk began, but I remember that she drew a small diagram, and tried to explain what he called the correlation of forces in different worlds. This was in connection with the previous talk, that is, in connection with the influences acting upon humanity. The idea was roughly this: humanity, or, more correctly, organic life on Earth, is acted upon simultaneously by influences proceeding from various sources, and different worlds, influences from the planets, influences from the moon, influences from the sun, influences from the stars. All these influences act simultaneously. One influence predominates at one moment, and another influence at another moment. And for man there is a certain possibility of making a choice of influences, in other words, of passing from one influence to another. To explain how would need a very long talk, said G, so we will talk about this some other time. At this moment I want you to understand one thing: it is impossible to become free from one influence without becoming subject to another. The whole thing, all work on oneself, consists in choosing the influence to which you wish to subject yourself, and actually falling under this influence. And for this it is necessary to know beforehand which influence is the more profitable. What interested me in this talk was that she spoke of the planets and the moon as living beings, having definite ages, a definite period of life, and possibilities of development and transition to other planes of being. From what he said it appeared that the moon was not a dead planet, as is usually accepted, but, on the contrary, a planet in birth, a planet at the very initial stages of its development, which had not yet reached the degree of intelligence possessed by the Earth, as he expressed it. But the moon is growing and developing, said G, and sometime it will, possibly, attain the same level as the Earth. Then, near it, a new moon will appear, and the earth will become their sun. At one time the sun was like the earth, and earlier still the sun was like the moon. This attracted my attention at once. Nothing had ever seemed to me more artificial, unreliable and dogmatic than all the usual theories of the origin of planets and solar systems, from the Kant-Laplace theory down to the very latest, with all their additions and variations. The general public considers these theories, or, at any rate, the last one known to it, to be scientific or proven. But in actual fact there is of course nothing less scientific and less proven than these theories. Therefore the fact that G's system accepted an altogether different theory, an organic theory having its origin in entirely new principles and showing a different universal order, appeared to me very interesting and important. In what relation does the intelligence of the earth stand to the intelligence of the sun? I asked. The intelligence of the sun is divine, said G, but the earth can become the same, only, of course, it is not guaranteed, and the earth may die having attained nothing. Upon what does this depend? I asked. G's answer was very vague. There is a definite period, he said, for a certain thing to be done. If, by a certain time, what ought to be done has not been done, the earth may perish without having obtained what it could have attained. Is this period known? I asked. It is known, said G, but it would be of no advantage whatever for people to know it. It would even be worse. Some would believe it, some would not believe it, others would demand proofs. Afterwards they would begin to break one another's heads. Everything ends this way. On another occasion, in connection with the idea that the evolution of man in general is held back by the evolution of the planets, G was speaking of progress. The talk was then about the latest inventions of science, and so of man's apparent progress. G said, yes, machines are making progress, but not man. In answer to a question whether man had not progressed far beyond what he used to be, even in historical time, G said, it is strange how you so easily believe in this word progress. It is as if this word hypnotizes you, so that you cannot see the truth. Man does not progress. There is no progress whatever. Everything is just the same as it was thousands, and tens of thousands, of years ago. It is only the outward form that changes. The essence does not change. This is because man remains essentially just the same. Civilized and cultured people live with exactly the same interests as the most ignorant savages. Modern civilization is based on violence and slavery, but these take different outer forms. All these fine words about progress and civilization are merely words. If man is the same, life is the same. This of course produced a particularly deep impression on us, because it was said in 1916, at the time when the latest manifestation of progress and of civilization, in the form of a war such as the world had not yet seen, was continuing to grow and develop, drawing more and more millions of people into its orbit. I remembered that a few days before this talk I had seen two enormous lorries loaded to the height of the first floors of the houses with new unpainted wooden crutches. For some reason I was particularly struck by these lorries. In these mountains of crutches for legs which were not yet torn off there was a particularly cynical mockery of all the things with which people deceive themselves. Involuntarily I imagined that similar lorries were sure to be going about in Berlin, Paris, London, Vienna, Rome, and Constantinople. And, as a result of all this horror, all these cities, almost all of which I knew so well, and liked just because they supplemented and gave contrast to one another, had now become hostile both to me and to one another, and separated by new walls of hatred and crime. I spoke about these lorry loads of crutches, and of my thoughts about them. "What do you expect?" said G. "People are machines. Machines have to be blind and unconscious, they cannot be otherwise, and all 241 their actions have to correspond to their nature. Everything happens. No one does anything. Progress and civilization in the real meaning of these words can appear only as the result of conscious efforts. And only each single man can make conscious efforts. But no one wants to do so. Progress is only possible in each single man. It cannot appear as the result of unconscious mechanical actions. And what conscious effort can there be in machines? And if one machine is unconscious, then 100 machines are unconscious, and so are 1,000 machines, or 100,000, or 1,000,000. And the unconscious activity of 1,000,000 machines must necessarily result in mass destruction and mass extermination. It is precisely in unconscious involuntary personal manifestations that all evil begins. This is the origin of evil. You do not yet understand, and cannot imagine all the results of this accumulation of evil, from small sources. But the time will come when you will understand. If man behaved consciously, all this evil would cease. But man is not conscious. With this, so far as I remember, the talk ended. But apart from the evolution of man in terms of vast planetary time, there is another evolution possible for him. There has always been a special teaching about man that has to do with this immediate evolution. The very few fragments of Christ's teaching presented in the Gospels refer to knowledge about this evolution. All the teaching about man's possible inner growth and evolution can be called esoteric teaching. Esoteric means inner. Esoteric teaching is about inner evolution, about the inner man, not the outer life side of a man. All the work is about this possible immediate inner evolution that is open to man. And here lies another great conception or idea taught by the work, in connection with the ray of creation, and the side octave from the sun. Man is sown on earth from the no-sol, with the possibility of inner development, and the existence of this work, the existence of Christ's teaching, and the existence of many other teachings, is due solely to this fact that man is created as an organism capable of undergoing an inner evolution, quite apart from the evolution of the planets. Now if you can grasp these two great conceptions of man, how mankind in general is held back for planetary reasons, and how at the same time there is a way open for those who wish to awaken, you will begin to think in terms of the work. Birdlip, February 8, 1943. Thinking from life, and thinking from the work paper. There are two practical sides to this work called the line of work on knowledge, and the line of work on being. No one can work on the second line, the line of being, unless he has worked on the line of knowledge. That is, a man must know first what he has to work upon in his being. Knowledge is a matter belonging to the intellectual center. This must change first, before anything else can change. A man must absorb new knowledge, before he can change. The knowledge of this work needs to be thought about. Thinking is the function of the intellectual center. If you do not think about the knowledge the work is teaching you, then your mind cannot change. And if your mind does not change, you cannot change. You may believe that it makes no difference how you think. But it is important, in the work, not to think wrongly. Every time you think, you make a track in the mind. If you think wrongly, you make a wrong track, and the mind becomes like a delicate electrical machine which is all wrongly connected. This certainly is the ordinary effect of life on the mind. But the ideas of the work are to make right connections, and so give you a new mind. The work is rich in ideas, and the work, as a whole, can form a complete mental organism in the mind. Life does not do this. The ideas you learn from life are confused and contradictory. They cannot form the mind on all its sides. But the work ideas can. They relate everything rightly in giving the right scale to things. This is because they come from conscious man. Last time the first part of the paper on thinking from life and thinking from the work was read. This followed on the talks about the four bodies that exist in a fully conscious man. Now, although the subject is difficult to understand, as you were warned, it is not so difficult to understand the idea of a man being worked from outside, or from inside. You remember the diagram with the arrows? This is an ordinary man, having one organized body, the physical body, represented by the first room, and nothing organized in the second or third rooms, and no entry into the fourth room. Such a man is acted upon from outside, from life, from the body, from the senses, from what he sees, hears, and touches. He is undeveloped man, or man-machine, because he is driven, like a cogwheel, by the great wheel of life. Let us take the second diagram, representing a fully conscious man. In his case, will controls him, acting through his developed bodies, in the direction of the arrow. That is, he is not controlled from outside, by life, but from within. Notice the direction of the arrows, in the two cases. The diagrams represent a man controlled from outside, and a man controlled from within. Let us simply take this general idea. Now, as long as we think from life, we are controlled by life. To create anything mentally in ourselves that can resist life, we must think from the work. We are given in this work a system of ideas which, if connected rightly, will relate us in a new way to every side of life. When the work ideas are assimilated and live, they transform the way in which you take life, and take yourself. But this cannot happen if you do not think from the work. Until the work ideas are rightly connected, the third room will never be properly furnished or organized. But if these ideas become connected rightly in you, then your mind will become a receiver, an organized instrument, that can pick up the vibrations of higher centers, of finer and finer meaning, and then you will be taught from within. If you think from the work, you will think from inside. The mind, strengthened by receiving the ideas of the work, and thinking from them, will form something organized, something within and independent of outer life. Let us continue to study one of the work ideas, in the light of what has just been said. We spoke last time of the work ideas about evolution. It was pointed out that the work teaches that the general evolution of man cannot be taken apart from the general evolution of the part of the universe in which we live. We spoke of the evolution of the planets and the evolution of mankind, and the connection between them. It was said that the evolution of mankind, as a whole, cannot go faster than the evolution of the Earth with its attendant moon. That is, mankind's evolution, as distinct from one man's evolution, is in terms of planetary time, which is prodigious time for us, thousands of millions of years. So for practical purposes, mankind does not evolve mechanically, and there is no mechanical progress. If a person is told that in, say, 1,000 million years, all mankind may possibly be on a higher level of evolution, it cannot interest him in any genuine way, or really alter anything for him in his daily life, and his difficulties. Now, in connection with thinking from the work, let us take the phrase, mankind on Earth as an experiment of the solar laboratory. It may easily prove that this experiment will be useless, and be set aside as a failure. That is, in 1,000 million years, mankind may not be in any higher state, but perhaps may have been made like the ants, discarded as being of no importance, and made to follow a useless cycle of toil that leads in no direction, and from which there is no way out. But this can only happen if the primary reason for man's creation on Earth is not fulfilled. The primary reason is individual evolution. If the conditions for the individual evolution of an individual man are destroyed, then the experiment of man on Earth will prove a failure. And if man tampers with himself, with his body, with his glands, and so on, as the ants appear to have done, then one of the conditions of evolution will be destroyed. If the experiment of man on Earth proves a failure, this will mean also that there will be no evolution for mankind in general in terms of planetary time and planetary evolution. Everything depends upon the primary reason for man's creation on Earth, namely, individual evolution. Man is created a self-developing organism, and if the conditions for his self-development are destroyed, then mankind, as an experiment, becomes useless. The Sun sees man on Earth primarily as a being capable of a definite inner development, and secondarily to serve nature, to serve the necessities of the ray of creation. That is, man taken individually has quite a different meaning from man taken collectively. Evolution is possible for a man, but it is not possible for mankind. A single individual can come under the influences descending from the level of the divine intelligence of the Sun, but mankind, as a mass, has a cosmic function, and is under the influences of the Earth and the Moon. Mankind as a mass serves the ray together with the rest of organic life at the point where a sensitive transmitter or shock is required between the notes fa and mi. This is the teaching of the work about evolution. Unless the mind grasps it, and thinks from it, a person will think wrongly, that is, he will not think from the ideas of the work. Of course we are only taking one example here. But if a man does not think from the ideas of the work will be faint and weaken him. One difficulty in thinking in this way, in the above example, is due to the fact that people think that the masses do things. They do not realize that only individuals do anything. Cultures have been founded by individual men, never by the masses. Humanity, the masses, never do anything save that they destroy often enough what individual men have built. All progress in the sciences is the work of individual men, not of the masses. All art, architecture, music, is due to the work of individual men. The explanation is that a mass of people is at a lower level than a single individual, and so, from this point of view, evolution is only possible for individuals, and not for the masses. Now if you are going to think from the work, you must grasp the meaning of esoteric teaching. You have been told that unless the Sun receives a sufficient quantity of evolving beings rising from the Earth, the primary object of man's creation will not be fulfilled. The chief conditions under which an individual man can evolve depends upon the existence of esoteric teaching on the Earth, and its reception by those capable of understanding it. Esoteric teaching is about inner evolution. It comes from the level of the Sun, that is, it comes from the circle of conscious humanity. Fully developed man, fully evolved man, is at the level of the intelligence of the Sun. From this level, teaching is sown on the Earth. If the conditions of life are such that esoteric teaching, whether in religious form or otherwise, cannot exist on the earth, then man is doomed to failure, and another experiment will have to be made. Now, since the evolution of man depends on contact with the conscious circle of humanity, let us try to understand what takes place when a teaching is sown on the earth. All real teaching begins with the formation of a school. A school is not open to life as is an ordinary school, but it has some similarities. For instance, no one can enter a real school without long preliminary training. Everyone has to reach a certain level of understanding, just as, to enter, let us say, a university, a man must be able to pass certain examinations. Speaking very briefly, a school only lasts for a certain time, just as does a religion. That is, it dies insofar as it no longer conducts any force. Everything on earth has its period of life. Religion can become mechanical and no longer capable of awaking the inner side of a man. Its inner meaning is lost, and ritual and outer form only remain. The meaning has been lost, that is, the force. But esoteric teaching does not die. When a particular school on earth, or a religion, dies, then there is always another school, another form of teaching arising. Esoteric teaching continues. It preserves itself. The ark riding on the flood of evil refers to this idea. Christ's parables about the vineyard that might be destroyed referred to an esoteric school of teaching, not to esotericism itself. But all these matters must be spoken of later. The point is that if man loses touch with esoteric teaching, he is cut off and must degenerate. We cannot speak fully about schools in this paper. The main thing to grasp is that any real teaching coming from the conscious circle of humanity can only exist in a school, and be transmitted orally. When it passes into life, when it is written down, it becomes changed. One reason for the change is that the mind of conscious men thinks in a way in which ordinary minds cannot think. Conscious men think psychologically, mechanical men think logically. This change is expressed in the work by the diagram of the three influences called C, B, and AC influences are directly from conscious humanity. When they enter the circle of mechanical life, they are changed into B influences. A influences are the influences created in life by wars, money, politics, science, business, and so on. In the mechanical circle of life, A and B influences exist. A man who possesses magnetic center is aware of this. But a man who does not, cannot perceive it. A influences drive life, and produce the ordinary history of the world. Now the conscious circle of humanity cannot communicate directly with the mechanical circle of humanity, for they would not be understood. The conscious circle of humanity understand one another, but mechanical men would understand in quite different ways, and begin to quarrel and break one another's heads. And this actually does take place. If all mankind were developing, if all were overcoming their violence, their state of sleep, their negative emotions, their internal considering, in fact doing this work, then it would be possible. But for this understanding to begin to be possible, men would have to speak a common language. But there is no common language, and so people do not, and cannot possibly understand one another. Only the conscious circle of humanity, that is, number 5, number 6 and number 7 men can understand one another. Number 4 men begin to understand one another, that is, people developed in all three centers, and so balanced men. But the circle of mechanical humanity, number 1, number 2 and number 3 man cannot understand one another. They are respectively one-center men, one-sided, and so unbalanced. In the study of this work, we are learning a common language by means of which we can begin to understand one another. You have only to realize the difference between talking to a person who knows this work and a person who knows nothing to realize a little what this means. It makes no difference whether you learn this work in Russian or French or English. You are just the same, learning a common language. And, in a sense, it can be said that we are studying the language of conscious humanity. And that is why it is important to learn it, and understand it, and think in terms of it, that is, think from the work. If everyone on earth began to study and speak a common language in this respect, then it might be possible for mankind to take a step forward. It would be possible for something universally agreed upon to develop. It would be possible for everyone to make the necessary sacrifices and efforts, at the right time, when shocks were necessary, so as to fulfill the demands of the law of the octave. And the work teaches that a step forward is now possible, and that man need not serve the moon as formerly. But look what is happening. Is there any less servitude on earth, even though there is less servitude needed by the moon? Now if you will leave the world of fantasy and imagination, and think practically, you will realize the difficulty of any step forward. You have only to notice how difficult it is for yourself to learn the common language of the work, and how difficult it is to keep awake, and make the necessary efforts that this work teaches. Habit is so strong. And do not blame the conscious circle of humanity. Man has been given many things to ease his life, but he misuses them all. Look at today, all the world turning to making weapons as never before. Yet everything that can be done to make men evolve individually has been done, and is done. But there can be no mass evolution, no forced evolution, no evolution by command, or by compulsion. For all evolution is a matter of the individual understanding of a man seeing for himself. The right inner development of a man, and his right crystallization depend upon understanding. And you know that from the esoteric point of view a man is his understanding, and a man's understanding is what he is. But you cannot make a man understand. You cannot force him to understand why he should not act as he does, or compel him to understand that he should not speak as he does. There can be no violence, no collective coercion, and above all no physical fear used, for fear does not develop the understanding. You cannot make a dog understand what you want him to do by fear. You can only teach him what he must not do by that method, and he will never understand why. Our case is the same. The esoteric circle of humanity cannot force man to understand. It cannot appear visibly in some supernatural or terrible way to man, for then man would be forced by the evidence of his senses, and also forced by fear. He would be forced from outside. But that is not understanding, which depends on your seeing the meaning of something for yourself. And to see the meaning of something is internal, and develops the internal side of a man, so that it becomes stronger than the outer, life-driven side. It is necessary to see the difference between seeing something with the senses, and understanding something with the mind. A man's evolution is inner. His possibilities, as a created being, lay in the development of the mind and emotions of his knowledge and being. And these form this understanding. Only through understanding is development possible. This is the basis of the fourth way understanding. Birdlip, February 15, 1943. Thinking from life, and thinking from the work. Paper on effort in the work. This work has sometimes been compared with a map and a compass. A man is given a map and a compass, neither of which he understands at first. After a time he begins to realize one or two things, as, for example, that personality must get less active. Do you know that whatever is done through personality is done through the force of external circumstances? You think you are active, but it is personality. If life alone makes you act, you are not free. External circumstances make great and small men. External circumstances drive men, as different kinds of machines, in this direction, or in that. But the directions given by the map and compass of the work are not derived from external circumstances, because the work is an other force coming, not from life, but from outside life. The ideas of the work are not new directions for life, but new directions for living in life. Let us take the work idea that a man must aim to become number 4 man, that is, balanced man. Number 1 man is either moving or instinctive, number 2 man is emotional, and number 3 man is intellectual. All these are one-sided. One center predominates over the other centers. But in balanced man, all the centers have a requisite development. That is, number 4 man is all-sided, and this means that all sides of life are known and understood by him to some extent. He is not a man who says, for example, "Oh, politics are all rot," or "Greek and Latin are silly," or "emotion is hysteria," or "sport should be abolished," or "religion is rubbish," or "science is bunk," or "what's the good of this or that?" and so on. A balanced man, or a man aiming at balance, knows that every aspect of life is necessary for development. He does not waste his time complaining of life, and finding fault with it, because he realizes that life is a school, and that is its real meaning, that life is a means, and not an end in itself. Now at this point people often say, "Yes, but the work teaches that man has no will, so how can he alter anything?" The work says that man has no real permanent will, because he has no real permanent I. But it says that man has a small degree of will, comparable with the degree of freedom of movement a violin has in its case. But it will all depend on what direction he uses the small will that he naturally has. If he never uses it in connection with the directions given by the work, he will not develop any further will. But it is impossible to get this point of view right unless one has the possibility of viewing one's own life from the judgment of esoteric teaching, that is, unless one sees the necessity of inner development. A man, viewing himself as the result of his personal self-observation, in the light of the directions given by the work, will recognize sooner or later where he is deficient, and seek on purpose what in life will help him in this respect, and will go to it willingly. He will not be following a life direction, but a direction in life, given him by the work. It will not be done through personality, that is, through the force of external circumstances, from life ideas, but from his own insight into himself, that is, through internal circumstances, created in him by thinking from work ideas. Everyone, without exception, is crossed in life. But if a man in the work begins to reach the point of understanding that he must bear the burden of his own life, and begin to work on himself, and change himself, then the whole situation is changed. His choice of will then will be no longer in life, whether he smokes these, or those cigarettes, etc. The small amount of will that we have must begin to turn in the direction given by the map and compass that the work offers us. If people are still thinking from life, they say, "Why should we do this?" Yet exactly here lies the beginning of the work in regard to effort. You can be the same person every day, if you like, or you can wish to be different. You can go on submitting to negative emotions, identifying, being angry, justifying yourself from your life ideas, and so on. Or, on the other hand, you can think from the work ideas, and use a little choice. If you sincerely evaluate the work and desire to make choice for it, for its meaning and teaching, then the small amount of energy gained will pass into deputies toward, or even towards the essential you, the real person, in you, and strengthen you, and perhaps open up for a moment a certain happiness that is internal and quiet. Now let me give you an example of a man following the directions of the work in life, and not the directions of life only, that is, a man living and willing the work in life. Let us take the example of a man so placed that he cannot change his outer circumstances. What can he change? He can change his attitude, his way of taking life. I am going to quote what Mr. Ouspensky writes about Karma Yoga in the New Model of the Universe, a passage that everyone should read at least once a year. Karma means roughly fate, and the yoga refers to those who by fate cannot change their outer conditions. Everyone in this work must to some extent practice this yoga, which is that of non-identifying. This work is not Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga is part of this work, part of the fourth way. Remember that the passages that I quote here are written to illustrate what it means to follow new directions in life, and not life directions, not the hypnotism of life. Karma Yoga teaches right living. Karma Yoga is the yoga of activity. Karma Yoga teaches the right relation towards people, and the right action in the ordinary circumstances of life. Karma Yoga is always connected with the aim of inner development, of inner improvement. It helps man not to fall asleep inwardly amidst the entangling influences of life, especially in the midst of the hypnotizing influence of activity. It makes him remember that nothing external has any significance, that everything must be done without caring about results. Without Karma Yoga, man becomes absorbed in the nearest, the visible aims, and forgets the chief aim. Karma Yoga teaches man to change his fate, to direct it at will. According to the fundamental idea of Karma Yoga, this is attained only by altering the inner attitude of man towards things, and towards his own actions. The same action can be performed differently, and the same event can be lived through differently. And if a man alters his attitude towards what happens to him, this will, in the course of time, inevitably change the character of the events which he encounters on his way. Karma Yoga teaches man to understand that when it seems to him that he himself is acting, in reality it is not he who acts, but only a power passing through him. Karma Yoga asserts that a man is not at all what he thinks himself to be, and teaches man to understand that only in very rare cases does he act of himself and independently, and that in most cases he acts only as a part of one or another great whole. This is the occult side of Karma Yoga, the teaching concerning the forces and laws which govern man. A man who understands the ideas of Karma Yoga feels all the time that he is but a tiny screw, or a tiny wheel, in the big machine, and that the success or unsuccess of what he thinks he is doing depends very little on his own actions. Acting and feeling in this way, a man can never meet with failure in anything, because the greatest failure, the greatest unsuccess, may further success in his inner work, in his struggle with himself, if he only finds the right attitude towards this unsuccess. A life governed by the principles of Karma Yoga differs greatly from an ordinary life. In ordinary life, no matter what the conditions may be, the chief aim of man consists in avoiding all unpleasantnesses, difficulties, and discomforts, so far as this is possible. In life governed by the principles of Karma Yoga, a man does not seek to avoid unpleasantnesses or discomforts. On the contrary, he welcomes them, for they afford him a chance of overcoming them. From the point of view of Karma Yoga, if life offered no difficulties, it would be necessary to create them artificially. And therefore the difficulties which are met with in life are regarded not as something unpleasant which one must try to avoid, but as very useful conditions for the aims of inner work and inner development. When a man realizes this, and feels it constantly, life itself becomes his teacher. The chief principle of Karma Yoga is non-attachment. A man who follows the methods of Karma Yoga must practice non-attachment always, and in everything, whether to good or to evil, to pleasure or to pain. Non-attachment does not mean indifference. It is a certain kind of separation of self from what happens or from what a man is doing. It is not coldness, nor is it the desire to shut oneself off from life. It is the recognition and the constant realization that everything is done according to certain laws, and that everything in the world has its own fate. From an ordinary point of view, the following of the principles of Karma Yoga appears as fatalism. But it is not fatalism in the sense of the accepting of the exact and unalterable preordination of everything without the possibility of any change whatever. On the contrary, Karma Yoga teaches how to change the karma, how to influence the karma. But from the point of view of Karma Yoga, this influencing is an entirely inner process. Karma Yoga teaches that a man may change the people and events around him by changing his attitude towards them. The idea of this is very clear. Every man from his birth is surrounded by a certain karma, by certain people, and certain events. And in accordance with his nature, education, tastes, and habits, he adopts a certain definite attitude towards things, people, and events. So long as his attitude remains unchanged, people, things, and events also remain unchanged, that is, corresponding to his karma. If he is not satisfied with his karma, if he wants something new and unknown, he must change his attitude towards what he has, and then the new events will come. Karma Yoga is the only way possible for people who are tied to life, who are unable to free themselves from the external forms of life, for people who either through their birth or through their own powers and capacities are placed at the head of human communities or groups, for people who are connected with the progress of the life of humanity, for historical personages, for people whose personal life seems to be the expression of the life of an epoch or a nation. These people cannot change themselves visibly, they can change themselves only internally, while externally remaining the same as before, saying the same things, doing the same things, but without attachment, as actors on the stage. Having become such actors in relation to their life, they become yogis, in the midst of the most varied and intense activity. There can be peace in their soul whatever their troubles may be. Their thought can work without hindrance, independently of anything that may surround it. Karma Yoga gives freedom to the prisoner in a jail, and to the king on a throne, if only they can feel that they are actors playing their roles. This example has been given to show how a man can follow new directions in life, and so live his life under other laws, while being in life. The work is a set of new directions for living life. These directions come from a far source, they come from conscious humanity, from those at a level far above our level. In terms of the side octave of the sun, they come from those who have reached the level of being and understanding and consciousness represented physically by the sun. All those who have evolved have left memorials behind them in teachings, parables, and other directions for those still in prison on earth. These constitute the map and compass, the chart, the secret instructions, and, in our case, the work itself. If you follow these directions, that is, if you think from the ideas of the work, you are no longer driven by life, even though you may still be living in life. Birdlip, February 22, 1943. Internal considering and external considering I amongst the many things that we have to observe in ourselves and work upon, according to this teaching that we are studying, there is the psychological state called internal considering. This refers to a process which takes a great deal of force from us and, like everything that takes energy from us uselessly, keeps us asleep. Internal considering is a branch of identifying. As you know, the study of identifying in all its different branches is one of the most important forms of practical work on oneself. A man who identifies with everything is unable to remember himself. In order to remember oneself, it is necessary not to identify. But in order to learn not to identify, a man must first of all learn not to be identified with himself. One form of identifying is internal considering, of which there are several kinds, and some are forms of identifying with oneself. One of the most frequent forms of internal considering is thinking what others think of us, and how they treat us, and what attitude they show towards us. A man may feel he is not valued enough, and this torments him, and makes him suspect others, and causes him to lose an immense amount of energy, and may develop in him a distrustful and hostile attitude. Closely connected with this is that form of identifying called making accounts. A man begins to feel that people owe him, that he deserves better treatment, more rewards, more recognition, and he writes all this down in his psychological account book, the pages of which he is continually turning over in his mind. And such a man begins to pity himself so much that it may be almost impossible to talk to him about anything without making him at once refer to all his sufferings. All accounts of this kind, all feelings that you are owed by other people, and that you owe nothing yourself, are of very great psychological consequence to the inner development of a man. A man in the work can only grow through the forgiveness of others. That is, unless you cancel your debts, nothing in you can grow. It is said in the Lord's Prayer, "Forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors." Feeling you are owed, feeling debts, stops everything. You hold back yourself, and you hold back the other person. This is the inner meaning of Christ's remark, that one should make peace with one's enemy. He says, "Agree with thine adversary quickly, whiles thou art with him in the way, lest haply the adversary deliver thee to the judge, and the judge deliver thee to the officer, and thou be cast into prison. Verily, I say unto thee, thou shalt not come out until thou hast paid the last farthing." Matt. v. 25:26. If you are going to exact psychologically every pound of flesh, or every farthing from a man who owes you, that is, if you are going to make every one apologize, and make amends, and eat the dust, then you will be under the exacting law that Christ warns you to escape from. You will put yourself in prison, that is, under unnecessary laws, and you will not get out until you have paid on your side for all your own faults. But there is a law of mercy, that is, an influence higher than the literal law of an eye for an eye, which is the law of the man of violence. This is an example of putting yourself under new influences. If you want to put yourself under better influences coming down the ray of creation, you must behave differently, take everything differently, that is, work. You must put yourself first under the influences of the work, and try to obey them. That means, you must hear, and do the work. In the work, negative emotions, internal considering, making accounts, feeling violent, jealous, etc. are not encouraged. Now if you make inner accounts, then you feel always that someone knows you. Try to think what this means, and then try to observe what it means in yourself, and then finally try to do what the work says, i.e. separate. And do not imagine it is quite easy. The work means work hard, work on yourself. Remember that this work is for those who really wish to work and change themselves. It is not for those who wish to change the world. We now come to a fuller description of one form of internal considering, but you must understand that you must observe this form in yourself. No one can work on himself without observing what this work tells him to observe in himself, and seeing what it is he has to work on. You must be able to perceive your inner state at any particular time, as distinct from your outer physical body, and what it is doing. Once people can distinguish between their physical appearance and their inner states, they can begin to work. They see that they have a body which obeys orders, and a psychology. The work is about what a person is psychologically. Let us speak today of that aspect of a person called in the work singing your song. This is psychological, not physical, singing. It is based on internal considering, making inner accounts, that is, feeling what you are owed, and recording it in memory. Everyone has a song to sing in this respect. If you really want to know what kinds of inner accounts you have made throughout your life, begin to notice the typical songs you sing. When a person in the work is called a good singer, this refers to the songs he or she sings. Sometimes people sing their songs without any encouragement, and sometimes, after a few glasses of wine, they begin to sing openly. They sing about how badly they have been treated, about how they never had a real chance, about their past glories, about how no one understood their difficulties, about how they married wrongly, about how their parents did not understand them, about how nice they really are, about how they have been unappreciated, misunderstood, and so on, and all this means how everyone is to blame except themselves. All this is making inner accounts, or rather it is the result of making accounts. This is one form of internal considering. Now why do you think it is necessary in the work to get rid as far as possible of songs? Why is it necessary to notice them, to starve them, to push them away, out of a central position in one's life, until they are sung only on rare occasions, in faint voice, and perhaps, finally, never? They cripple you inside. They take energy. You smile bravely, you all know that brave smile, and it is all lies. A good singer in the work cannot get beyond himself. He is a victim of his own account-making. As soon as anything is difficult he begins singing. This stops him, he cannot grow. He perhaps begins to weep. He cannot change his level of being. He cannot get beyond what he is, i.e. crippled by sad songs. It is a sign of being. Being is what you are, and to change being one must not be what one is. Instead of working on himself in some difficult situation, he begins to sing at once, perhaps very nicely, and quietly. If he is criticized or spoken to sharply, he begins to pity himself, or gets furious, and feels he is not understood, and so on. And then he begins to sing, either softly to himself, or to others, especially to people who will listen to him, or, it may be, to her. Often a person makes friends with another person only because it is easy to sing his or her song, to him, or her, and if the latter suddenly tells him in so many words to shut up, he or she is so deeply offended that he goes in search of a new friend, a person who will really understand him, or her, as the expression goes, as if anyone could understand another person just like that. If only, they say. To understand another, one must first understand oneself, and this only begins after long work on oneself, and catching glimpses of what one is really like. A good singer certainly does not understand himself. He prefers to sing the song that he is misunderstood, and so he dreams of a marvelous world in which everything is arranged so that he is the central figure in it. And this attitude and these dreams create a weakness, and, in fact, a real psychological sickness, for which a man may have to pay all through life. He has, as it were, let life overcome him. But you must realize that this does not apply merely to people who make no effort, to people who are not adjusted. It applies also to people who do make ordinary efforts, and who yet are sick in this sense because they feel life owes them things that they have never attained. They feel they should be happier and very often think that other people seem to be happier, and other people think the same thing of them. And although they do not sing their songs openly, perhaps songs go on in them secretly. They feel an inner sadness, a sense of monotony, a kind of inner tiredness or frustration, around which thoughts gather. It is about these inner secret songs that I wish to speak tonight. For they also stand in one's way, and very often they are not observed, although they are all the time secretly eating one's life. Only deeper self-observation will reveal them. All self-observation is to let into oneself. Nothing can change in us unless it is brought into the light of self-observation, that is, into the light of consciousness, and all self-observation is to make us more conscious of what is going on in us. Do you know, you must observe yourself when you are alone, just as much as when you are with people. Self-observation is inner attention. Do not think that when you are alone there is no need for inner attention. When you are alone, quite different different forms of imagination, different thoughts, different moods, come forward. You must not think that you are necessarily in good company when you are alone. You may easily be in the worst company, and yet not even think of observing where you are in yourself, and what company you are keeping in yourself. Your most negative and most dangerous sides may come forward when you are alone. You may have quite well-written songs that only come when you are quite alone, when you feel no one is looking. Yes, but you must look. You must never feel no one is looking, simply because the door is shut. You must never feel that you can indulge yourself in your worst negative eyes just because you are alone, and that therefore you can behave as you like in yourself. You must cultivate quite a new idea of your responsibility to yourself in this respect. To think that you can go to sleep in yourself just because there is no one there, and that you can enjoy all your inner negative talking for that reason, is to have no proper conception of what this work means. It means that you have no inner sincerity, and this work demands inner sincerity as the first thing that is essential. In life we keep up outer appearances. But in the work the case is quite different. It is about what goes on in you inside yourself, in your thoughts and feelings. By inner work on ourselves, when we are alone, we can often change a whole outer situation. But we cannot do that without inner sincerity, and observing which eyes in us are lying, or twisting things, and so on. We may make an aim not to be negative with some person, but if we are alone, and let our negative eyes say what they please, and make no effort not to identify with them, then we are not working sincerely, and we can undo a week of work in a few moments. If we do not go with negative eyes in public, but indulge them in private, what do we think we are doing? We certainly have not begun to understand what work means. We must handle a person we are working with as carefully and as consciously in our inner thoughts and feelings as we do externally from polite manners. If we cannot see what this means, then we do not see what self-observation means. On one occasion I was sitting with Mr. Ouspensky. We had been silent. He looked up at me with a smile, and asked me why I was so sad. I said, I did not know that I was. He said, it is a habit. You are listening to some eyes that are singing some sad far-away song, perhaps a song without words or words you have forgotten. Try to observe it. It takes force from you and is quite useless. And he added, this is an example of the me needing you. I give this as an example of what I call in this commentary in her secret songs. We know that the work sometimes speaks of sacrifice, that we must sacrifice something in order to get anything. What does the work say that we must sacrifice first of all? It says we must sacrifice our suffering. We express our suffering often in songs, articulate and inarticulate. I am calling attention here to these inner and articulate songs that we should try to observe and which can make us easily lose force without our knowing what is happening. They are, as it were, strange little sad private relationships we have with ourselves, that steal force from us and that we do not notice because they are habits. Birdlip, March 1, 1943. Internal considering and external considering. The more requirements you make, the more internal considering you will have. You will always be disappointed, and feel that somebody else is to blame. People who make many requirements make life very difficult for themselves. Nothing is right, they are not surrounded by the right people, they are not treated properly, and so on. In this work we must gradually feel our own nothingness by observation. The opposite to internal considering is external considering. External considering is thinking of others. It is one of the few things in the work that we are actually told to do. We are told not to internally consider, and not to have negative emotions, and so on, but we are told to externally consider just as we are told to remember ourselves. When we are in a state of internal considering, and this is our usual state, we are really thinking only of ourselves. We regard ourselves as the center of the universe. Like Copernicus, we have to realize that we are not the center of the universe. To internally consider gives us only self-emotions, and, as these increase, the character becomes more shut in. You all know people, surely, to whom you cannot speak for a moment, without their beginning to tell you what troubles they have, what a hard life they lead, and so on. Such people are ruined. They are dead. Do you know that the work says that it is negative emotions that govern the world, and not sex or power? Just think how many people are completely ruined by constantly indulging in negative emotions. Internal considering is a branch of identifying. It is closely connected with negative states, and thus you must not think that the opposite to internal considering consists in a hearty, optimistic manner, and loud laughter. This is not external considering. I will now quote what Mr. Ouspensky once said about external considering. The opposite of internal considering, and what is in part a means of fighting against it, is external considering. External considering is based upon an entirely different relationship towards people from internal considering. It is adaptation towards people, to their understanding, to their requirements. By considering externally, a man does that which makes life easy for other people, and for himself. External considering requires a knowledge of men, an understanding of their tastes, habits, and superstitions. At the same time, external considering requires a great power over oneself, a great control over oneself. Very often a man desires not to express or to show to another man what he really thinks of him or feels about him. But if he is a weak man, he will of course give way, and say what he really thinks, and afterwards justify himself, and say that he did not want to pretend, but he wanted to be sincere. Then he convinces himself that it was the other man's fault. He really wanted to externally consider him, even to give way to him, not to quarrel, and so on. But the other man did not at all want to consider him, so that nothing could be done with him. It very often happens that a man begins with a blessing and ends with a curse. He begins by deciding to externally consider, and afterwards blames other people for not externally considering him. This is an example of how external considering passes into internal considering. But if a man really remembers himself, he understands that another man is a machine just as he is himself, and then he will enter into his position, he will put himself in his place, and he will be really able to understand and feel what another man thinks and feels. If he can do this, his work becomes easier for him. But if he approaches a man with his own requirements, nothing except new internal considering can ever be obtained from it. Right external considering is very important in the work. It often happens that people who understand very well the necessity of external considering in life do not understand the necessity of external considering in the work. They even imagine that just because they are in the work they have a right not to consider others, whereas in reality, in the work, that is, for men's successful work, 10 times more external considering is necessary than in life, because only external considering on his part shows his valuation of the work, and his understanding of the work and success in the work is always proportional to the valuation and understanding of it. Remember that work cannot begin and cannot proceed on a level lower than that of ordinary life, that is, it must begin on the level of good householder. This is a very important principle, which, for some reason or other, is usually forgotten. People must behave as good householders. In the work, external considering is more necessary than in life. It does not make self-emotions but others' emotions. The second one, of the work in conjunction with others, brings in the necessity of external considering, of putting ourselves into another person's place, of realizing other people's difficulties. In the practice of external considering, it is necessary to realize that other people are mirrors of ourselves. If you have taken an album of good photographs of yourself through long self-observation, then you will not have to look far in it to find in yourself what you object to so much in the other person, and then you will be able to put yourself in the other person's position, to realize that he has also this thing that you have noticed in yourself, that he has his inner difficulties, just as much as you have, and so on. External considering can be practiced when you are alone. I will give you one example. Go over carefully what you said to someone, and put yourself in his place, by visualizing him saying the same things to you, and using the same intonation. External considering is as vast and as varied in its range as is internal considering. There cannot be right development of the emotional center without the practice of external considering. Valuation of this work and the practice of external considering develop emotional center. The more you value this work, the less can false personality govern you, the less vanity can you have, and the more you externally consider, the less important will you think yourself. In this work there is no such thing as pretending to do good when you really will bad. It is no use pretending to be nice to other people when you hate them in your heart. All this work depends on inner sincerity. External considering is not hypocrisy, it is not good works, but it is a question of inner attitude. Remember that when you find the same thing in yourself that you are blaming in someone else, it has the magical effect of canceling the whole situation out. This is real forgiving. Do you know that our natural state is to be very surprised that there is anything wrong with ourselves? Of course we often blame ourselves, as it were. We say, for example, "Yes, I am afraid I was very much to blame for that incident." "Yes, certainly you were," says the other person. Are you not then very startled? Why, you will be hurt and offended at once. All this is because it is very difficult to think that anything is wrong with us, and it is all part of the sleep we are in, the deep sleep that covers all humanity. Now self-observation is very harsh, and becomes more harsh. If it is done sincerely it will hurt. But it lets lighten, and stops all sorts of rankweeds from growing within, and amongst them all the strange growths due to internal considering and self-pity and song-singing. And then at last we begin to see what it means that a man must realize that he is nothing before he can expect to be something. With regard to that form of internal considering which is based on feeling that life has cheated you, that you should be in a different situation, you must remember that the work says very emphatically that everyone starts from where he should be. It says that the conditions under which you encounter this work are the right conditions for you. Nothing is more absurd than to think that one's life is being wasted in this work. It is extraordinary that people have very narrow opinions as to what life should be like. They have, as it were, one or two prescriptions for life, and if a person's life does not correspond to these prescriptions it is regarded as being wasted or useless, and with such an outlook a person may internally consider a great deal, and feel that everything is against him, even God, and the whole universe, and it is simply because he does not take his life in the right way. He makes requirements which cannot be satisfied. He is like a person who goes into a grocer's shop and asks for a top hat or a sewing machine, and does not take what can be sold to him. The forces of hypnotism which keep man asleep are the same for everyone. If awakening is your aim, then whatever your circumstances are, it should make no difference to you, unless perhaps you are forcibly deprived of the work. You heard the section on Karma Yoga read out a week or two ago. No better formulation has been made as far as I know about how to avoid internal considering in connection with the ordinary circumstances of your life. Since internal considering is a form of identifying, you will realize that the practice of non-identifying which Mr. Ouspensky outlined in terms of the word detachment is the cure for internal considering. If you realize that internal considering can become a real illness, and can ruin you, if you can't see it at work in yourselves, then you will do all in your power to try to escape from it. It is no good saying, for instance, "Oh, so and so has no idea what life is like for a person like me." It will only increase your Internal considering. It is the internal considering in yourself that has to be stopped, or else it will grow, and grow, and grow. It will spread a fire over everything young and growing in you. Do not ask what is the remedy for internal considering, please. You have got to study it in yourselves, and notice what harm it does you, and from that gain a real desire to free yourself from it. You have got to see it first in yourself, and then you have to take it seriously, in conjunction with all the other things that you are told in this work to practice. For the whole work is necessary. The application of all the parts of the work is necessary, for the whole work is a living organism. Birdlip, March 8, 1943. Internal considering and external considering. Last time we spoke of the necessity for considering externally in the work. External considering must begin from the start of the work, as far as a person is capable of it. A person who is self-centered, that is, who only thinks of himself or herself, and of others only in reference to himself or herself, cannot go far. Such a person works only along the first line of work, the line of work on oneself, and that only to a very limited extent. The second line of work has to do with other people, and one's attitude to them. This demands work on oneself also. It does not mean merely that you must endure the unpleasant manifestations of others, and remember that they have to endure yours, but it means rather the practice of external considering in general. Everyone has a more or less fixed way of taking other people, due to attitudes and buffers. We see others through our attitudes and buffers. In general, we do not like other people. Instinctively we are hostile. I remember once saying that when we pass someone in lane we tend to tense our muscles. Do you know that it has been said that we should not pretend we like other people, but try to work on dislike? Dislike grows very early. You cannot externally consider another person if you nourish dislike only. Everyone splits easily into like and dislike, and in relationships the dislikes must not be allowed to grow mechanically. By self-observation we notice we have two memories for a person. When we are negative we remember only unpleasant things, when not negative we forget them. We have some idea of what fair treatment means in regard to outer behavior. But we have to be fair in ourselves to others, and this really is work on oneself, that takes the form of external considering. A cluster of unpleasant thoughts and feelings about another person, that you have allowed to enter consciousness willingly, can begin to grow. It is both for the sake of yourself and the other person, that something must be done, that is, that you must work on yourself to neutralize, as it were, this unpleasant and powerful material in you. All your intelligence and sincerity and work memory will be required probably to neutralize this poison, so that you can once more treat the other person fairly inside yourself. You will have to put yourself in the other person's place. You will have to drop all self-justifying, and above all you will have to remember what you have observed in yourself, and what you are like, before you criticize so easily this other person. On the other hand, you need not do this. You can simply internally consider. You can make accounts saying to yourself that the other person is wrong, that you have not been properly treated, that you are owed, that the other person is indebted to you, that is, in debt to you. All this is the basis of so many relationships in life. The basis is internal considering. Have you also noticed that in a relationship between two people, one of them usually externally considers a little more, and the other often only internally considers, and complains about everything? In the work, external considering must go more deeply than in life. It really belongs to the purification of the emotional center. One of the great objects of this work is to awaken the emotional center, which is drugged with negative emotions, and all the small emotions of self, of vanity, of self-conceit, etc. External considering, in the work sense, requires conscious effort, whereas internal considering is mechanical, that is, it requires no effort, but goes on by itself and grows by itself just as do negative emotions. In the work, external considering does not spring from life motives. That is why it requires conscious effort. You have to consider people whom, in life, you would probably not for a moment think of considering. It is this kind of external considering that can change the level of being. Let us take a person who practices external considering in life, for example, a head waiter. He is perhaps very clever. He notices what people like, what their peculiarities are, what they expect from him, what forms of irritation they have, what food they prefer, and so on. He panders to all this. Like St. Paul, he is all things to all men, but not from the same motives. He is intelligent enough to adapt himself to people's requirements. He puts himself out for the sake of others. He is tactful, observant, he effaces himself, and so on. But he does all this because he is playing a game. And he is quite right. He is intelligent. But in the work the case is different. External considering from a life point of view is not the same as external considering from a work point of view. At the same time, a person who knows what external considering means in life, and who is trained in studying the requirements of other people, may perhaps learn better what external considering means in the work. What I want you to see tonight is that the kind of external considering done by the waiter is not the same as that which becomes eventually necessary for everyone in the work. You come to the necessity and to the meaning of external considering in the work from a different side, which is certainly connected with yourself and your self-interest, but not in the same way. Our object is to try to awaken, not to be so identified with everything, not to be slaves to useless negative states, and blank minds, and so on. If we continually make accounts against one another, by privately despising, by wrong-talking, by psychologically murdering others, and so on, all work on oneself is spoiled. In the process of awaking from sleep, one thing hangs on another thing. One leg cannot get out of bed. The whole of you must get out of bed, if you want to stand upright. After a time in the work you come to that point of sincerity with yourself in which you realize that you simply cannot allow yourself to be in some particular state, that you observe you are in. It is then that you will begin to see why you must externally consider, that is, that you must get things right in yourself with regard to other people. So you will see from this brief note that external considering, in the work, is not something superficial, but something very deep. At first you must practice external considering quite externally, so to speak, but notice the quality of it. The more sincere it is, the better the quality. The more superficial and pretended, the worse the quality. All efforts in the work, as has been often said, depend for their results on their quality. I suggest that for practical work each of you decides to externally consider a particular person during this next week. Observe your mechanical reactions to this person. Observe your mechanical criticisms. Observe where you feel superior. Try to find in yourself the same things that you complain of in the other person. Think how you would like the other person to think of you as you think of him or her. Put yourself in the other person's place. Try to see where the trouble lies in yourself as well as in the other person. Try not to identify. Notice your inner talking and what it is up to. Keep awake to what you are doing, which will be your aim for a week. Remember it every day on getting up. Think of it at night where you failed, why you failed, where you began to internally consider instead of to externally consider. Then you will see better the meaning of externally considering, and how it can change being. Birdlip, March 15, 1943. Internal considering and external considering. Ivy. When you feel that someone has not behaved rightly to you, you feel that you have not been estimated at your proper value. For example, to feel insulted is to feel that you are not estimated at your proper value. So people often say, when insulted, "Do you know who I am?" or something like that. They mean that they have a certain valuation of themselves, so they say, "Do you know who I am?" Meaning that if the other person did know, he would not dare to behave as he does. Of course, if you have little or no picture of yourself as being valuable, you will not be so easily upset. A high estimate of yourself naturally will make it more easy for you to feel that others do not estimate you at your proper value. So you will internally consider more easily. A person may even be so preoccupied with the question of others treating him rightly, and with suspicions about whether others are laughing at him, that his whole life may be said to be involved in internal considering. Or again, some persons may value themselves above others because of sufferings. People cling to their own suffering, and come to regard themselves as worthy of special evaluation, because they have had all kinds of hardships, miseries, and sufferings. They are offended if another person begins to talk of his own suffering. They feel that the other person does not consider them enough, and that he is selfish. It is difficult for them to realize that other people also have sufferings. Nor do they realize that to see selfishness in others is to see the reflection of one's own selfishness, for the more requirements you make from others, the more selfish will others appear to you. What is it that causes us to begin to internally consider? Let us ask the question, at what point, or where, do you start making accounts? You start when you feel you are not estimated right, when you feel you are undervalued. The waiter does not come when called. The shop assistant serves another person first. Perhaps people do not look at you enough in the street, or, let us say, pay sufficient attention in general. Or one person seems persistently to ignore you. Or perhaps you hear what someone said of you that is nearly always unpleasant. There are 1,001 possible examples, less and more serious. Small incidents upset us easily: the waiter, the shop assistant. These form short accounts and may eventually become a habit. But we have all sorts of long-standing accounts against others, some of them stored up in the past, unfortunately for ourselves. They all begin with this mysterious question of one's own valuation of oneself. A person with some self-observation might well exclaim, "What is this thing in me that is offended at this moment, and has already begun to make accounts? Look, I can observe it at work in me collecting materials, and beginning to remember unpleasant things, and to find words and phrases to use against the other person, so as to make him feel that he is underestimated by me, in fact, to make him realize he is so much dirt. Is it a picture of myself? Is it imaginary? Is it false personality? Or what is it that is at the bottom of it all? The answer is that what is at the bottom of it all is where you identify with yourself. All forms of internal considering, of which making accounts against another person is one form, belong to identifying. The work says that we must study identifying down to its very roots. A man is only offended where he is identified with himself. And the work also says that the study of identifying must begin with a study of where you are identified with yourself. It is here that you can be upset, hurt, offended, insulted. The being identified with oneself comes first, being upset and offended comes second, making inner accounts comes third. Birdlip, March 22, 1943. Internal considering and external considering v. Some people find it difficult to understand what external considering means and others to understand what internal considering means. In this work external considering must be done, and internal considering stopped. To externally consider another person it is first necessary to put yourself in the other person's position. To do this you must think of yourself as being this other person, having to do the same things, having the same difficulties, the same handicaps, the same life. Now if you will begin to think of this preliminary step, you can hardly say that external considering has anything to do with being indifferent. To put yourself in another person's situation calls upon your whole understanding. It requires a directed effort of the mind and feelings, and not merely once but time and again. And you will certainly be quite incapable of doing this if you are always preoccupied with your own personal problems and woes, and with the way you are being treated, that is, if you are always taking your life from the standpoint of internal considering. I remember the case of a man, who was always internally considering, always suffering, who wrote on his wife's tombstone, "From your heartbroken husband." You see, even then he could only think of himself, of his own suffering. Now if you begin to externally consider another person over a considerable period, you must again and again put yourself in the other person's place. In this way you become more conscious. The object of the work is to become more conscious. Self-observation makes you more conscious of yourself. External considering makes you more conscious also of others. Through externally considering, things you were not conscious of before are revealed to you. Let us take a simple example of revelations of this kind. You put yourself in another person's position, and after a time you realize that you expect this person to do things you would not think of doing yourself. For example, you expect this person perhaps to put up with conditions that you would not put up with for a moment. Do you see that you have gained in consciousness? Now if you have a revelation of this kind, it means that you are really beginning to externally consider, to understand what it means to put yourself in another person's position. People who make a great many requirements expect a great deal from others, and if they do not get what they expect, they are disappointed, and they feel they are owed. That is, they begin to form a great background of internal considering to their lives. This makes them bitter. They feel they have scores to settle. For a person of this kind to externally consider becomes very difficult. But it should not be so difficult for you, unless you are crystallized. To realize that you expect the other person to do things you would never think of doing yourself makes a very good starting point from which to begin to externally consider another person. It is a practical starting point, and a work starting point. You realize then that you expect the other person not only to do things you would never think of doing but to be different from you, behave differently, put up with things differently, and so on. Let us suppose you have always compared yourself very favorably with other people, and perhaps even are sure that none of the unpleasant things you notice in others exists in yourself. It will be very surprising, then, to have the revelation that you are unjust, and that you expect others in the work to do what you would not dream of doing yourself. It is always painful to realize that there is really anything wrong with oneself. As was said in an earlier paper, you may often say that you are to blame for something, but if someone agrees with you, it is startling, and you feel offended. Yes, we easily pretend we are wrong. But to see it, direct and unmistakable, in oneself, is pain. This is real, and so, useful, suffering. For all real suffering purifies the emotions. It only lasts a brief time as real suffering, and then gets infected by false personality and changes into some complicated negative state, some sort of unpleasant self-pity, or endless self-justifying, which is useless suffering. Now suppose you have to live with a person called yourself. I once read a story of a man who died and went into the next world, where he met numbers of people, some of whom he knew and liked, and some he knew and disliked. But there was one person there whom he did not know, and he could not bear him. Everything he said infuriated and disgusted him: his manner, his habits, his laziness, his insincere way of speaking, his facial expressions, and it seemed to him also that he could see into this man's thoughts, and his feelings, and all his secrets, and, in fact, into all his life. He asked the others who this impossible man was. They answered, "Up here we have very special mirrors which are quite different from those in your world. This man is yourself. Let us suppose, then, that you have to live with a person who is you. Perhaps this is what the other person has to do. Of course, if you have no self-observation, you may actually imagine this would be charming, and that if everyone were just like you, the world would indeed be a happy place. There are no limits to vanity and self-conceit. Now, in putting yourself into another person's position, you are also putting yourself into his point of view, into how he sees you, and hears you, and experiences you in your daily behavior. You are seeing yourself through his eyes. If you have no self-observation, you cannot do this, because you will simply take yourself for granted as being quite all right in everything. But if you have become sufficiently trained in self-observation to have begun to lose your former ideas of yourself, and if you already have a collection not only of snapshots, but of cabinet-size photographs of yourself in your most typical roles, the case will be quite different. You will be able to see yourself to some extent as the other person sees you, and so you will begin to realize practically what the other person's situation is, and what some of his or her difficulties are, and what it might mean if you had to live with yourself. Of course, the other person must do the same. Some of you may think, on hearing this, that it is quite right to say that the other person should try to see how difficult he or she is. But notice that we are beginning the other way round. It is you who have to see how difficult you are for the other person. Let me tell you that all this is not at all easy to grasp. You may think you know it all already. You may have heard it already, but a lifetime at least is needed to see all that it implies. In the work relationship is important. Work relationship is impossible without external considering. In general, we must approach one another through the medium of the work. The work and its teachings must lie between you and the other person. You must look at one another through the common window of the work. You must be related through the common valuation of the work, but quite practically by working. When two people in the work quarrel, they have a great deal of work to do. They may not be ready for it, in which case sore places will be made, just as in life. They may refuse to work on themselves, or in connection with one another. They then will both internally consider. Both think they are owed. Both think that the other should apologize. Of course, if you do not work on yourself, and just live, and do nothing extra, the work cannot become third force for you. Third force is relating force. In this case, life will be third force and life divides, whereas the work should unite. Life divides, because in life people do not understand one another. They have no common basis, no common language. But in the work there is a common one basis, and people can begin to speak a common language, and so to understand one another. But 10 times more external considering is necessary in the work, and in life, and of quite a different quality, because the work is the relating force. If 2 people in the work quarrel, and are ready to work and wish to, then both of them will do so from themselves, not by meeting and talking it over, but simply as part of the work itself. Each will put himself in the other's position, and each see himself from the other person's viewpoint. External considering is very good work. It is not about whether you are right, or the other person. It increases consciousness. It includes the first and second lines of work. If you base your existence on internal considering, you will end your lives, as most people do. Your lives, then, are all one-sided, undealt with, undigested, so many unhappy things just left lying about, and rotting, so to speak, in the past, so many violent or bitter feelings, so many places to which one has become glued down by past identifying. All this is certainly due to not giving oneself the first conscious shock, to not letting life fall on the work in one. I think one can see so often how internal considering has spoiled life, and what a terrible form of identifying it is. It is really like looking at life the wrong way round. And people who can only internally consider and feel that others should be different, take hold of one another so wrongly that they accumulate between one another, as it were, a mass of heavy, dense, negative material, to which they get fastened, and which they will not give up. But external considering is utterly different. It cleanses you. It frees you. It joins together what is missing by making you see the other side, and realize the effect of what you do. It cancels all the feeling of being owed by bringing together the debit and credit sides of the accounts. An hour of external considering will free you from the effects of weeks of internal considering. And the more you can see yourself by observation, at the moment, and the more you can see the kind of person you have been all your life, the more will you be able to externally consider rightly. But remember that external considering can only begin, in its practical application, with putting yourself in the other person's place, and looking out, as it were, of the other person's mind and consciousness at yourself as he sees you. So do not think that external considering is merely doing something for the other person. Birdlip, March 27, 1943. Internal considering and external considering vi. As long as you externally consider another person with a view to trying to change him or her, that is, as long as you think the other person should be different, you are not externally considering, but internally considering. The basis of internal considering is thinking that others should be different, and from this comes making accounts against others. It is necessary to understand this point clearly. You feel another person should not treat you as he does, or should not annoy you, or should not be as he is. Are you then making demands, or not? Of course you are. Now in real external considering you cannot start from this point. You are starting from the idea that you are right and they are wrong. And because you think you are right and they are wrong, you feel that they owe you something. In what sense do they owe you something? You feel they should correspond to your ideas, and because they do not, you feel that something is lacking which they should do. So you feel they owe you right behavior, according to your private standards of what is right and wrong. You see that all this means that you are putting yourself in the position of a judge. You are judging the other person from your own acquired ideas of what that person should be like. This is a source of internal considering in regard to that side of it called making accounts. In short, you feel the other person owes you something. Now if you start by trying to externally consider another person from the basis of internal considering, from the basis of thinking the other person should be different, your external considering will be nothing but internal considering. You are making no attempt to start from the right basis of external considering, which is putting yourself in the other person's situation. On the contrary, you are starting from your own situation, not from the other person's. And in comparison with the real external considering, this is nothing but a form of hypocrisy, and you will probably end only by shrugging your shoulders and saying, "Well, I have done my best for this person and I cannot do more." So you will wash your hands of him in your own feelings of merit and virtue. But I assure you that external considering in the work sense is nothing like that. Take an ordinary mechanical man, that is, an ordinary person. He is full of buffers, prejudices, negative attitudes, pictures of himself, vanity, typical gramophone records, and so on. Suppose he attempts, as he is, to externally consider, really to put himself in another person's life, into his situation, into his mind. Do you think he will be able to do so? Of course not. He does not see himself. So how can he see the other person? And if he does not see the other person, how can he put himself in the other person's position? That is why it is said that before you can begin to externally consider in a real way, you must have reached some degree of self-observation, and it is only according to your degree of self-observation and self-knowledge that you can externally consider another person. In so far as you know yourself, you will know aright the other person. In so far as you can see yourself, you can see others aright. Do you know, each one of you here now, how tiresome, how difficult, how unpleasant, how prejudiced, how exacting you can be? Have you noticed it? If so, then you are in a better position to externally consider other people, for when you see their faults you will also see your own faults. But as we are made, looking out from our senses, and not looking in at ourselves, we only see other people's faults, and to balance the account takes a lifetime of work and insight. We all have pictures of ourselves. We are all, in one way or another, smug. Let me give you the dictionary definition of smug. The word is derived from a German word meaning to dress up, smuck, smuggle, and so, to be scrupulous in keeping up the appearance of respectability, to be absurdly self-satisfied and complacent. One thing is quite certain, and that is that the more sincerely we observe ourselves, and what is in us, the less smug we shall be. And from this it follows that we shall be less satisfied to think that we know what the other person should be like. So we shall judge less, and in consequence be able to put ourselves in another person's position more easily. You will remember the two examples of praying in the Gospels. The man who prayed thanking God he was not as other men, and the man who beat his breast, and said he was a sinner. Which of these two men do you think would best be able to externally consider? And which of those two men would you rather be judged by? There is a saying in the work that you must have heard more than once, that unless a man begins to realize his own nothingness, he cannot do this work. He will not jump to catch the rope let down from above to save him. But all this takes time, and we must take the work, stage by stage, in our gradual understanding of it. No one can outstrip himself, that is, his level of being. As being alters, so does understanding alter. Now external considering is work on being, as was said. Your being is roughly how you take things. In life, people do not really externally consider one another, because of their level of being. If people really externally considered one another, war would be impossible. But war is possible because of men's level of being, which is such that only internally considering, making accounts, thirsting for revenge, and so on, is understood. So you will understand that to externally consider in the work sense is to take a step beyond your ordinary level of being. Or, to put it in another way, if you can really externally consider, your level of being will be different. Now all external considering, in the work sense, requires effort, whereas all internal considering is easy, mechanical, self-indulgent. The taste of the two is quite different. A conscious effort has quite a different taste from a mechanical automatic reaction. To be offended is extremely easy. It is a mechanical reaction. Not to be offended, or to transform being offended, is difficult. It requires conscious effort. It requires a lot of thought, a lot of inner adjustment, a lot of remembering what one is like oneself, and so on, to transform the first impact of being offended. But that is real work on oneself. Do you wish to belong to the terrific chain of cause and effect which makes up mechanical humanity, or do you wish to get out of it? Then, if you do, you must work on your mechanical reactions. If you follow the law of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, then you will always remain in the circle of mechanical humanity which leads nowhere. Esotericism brings a new law, the law of non-identifying, the law of self-observation, in fact, the application of the work itself to daily life. This work is esoteric Christianity. Christ said, "I bring you a new law." The work says the same. Do you not see how the work brings you new laws for behavior, inner and outer? How then can you say you do not know what it means to think from the work ideas? Now you can make it your aim to externally consider a person in the work, or in life, as you like. I would add, you should practice external considering in the work, because it is easier if the other person is working also, but if this is not possible, or, let us say, not too easy for the moment, then you must do the same in life. Life can become your teacher. It becomes your teacher as soon as you begin to work from yourself, from a genuine desire to work, which means an evaluation of the work. Remember, the work can become very cold and distant if you do not keep it alive, and you will not keep it alive if you do not love it. To externally consider a person in life is just the same as in the work, only you will not be helped by the other person necessarily, and so it will be very easy for your attempts at external considering to turn into an increased form of internal considering. You must calculate second force, that is, the difficulties. It will be useless, of course, if you start off from a superior position and try to put the other person right. Remember that when you feel offended you are beginning to internally consider. You must be quite passive to the other person and work on yourself all the time, if you can, and not get offended. If you are sincere in your aim, you may be able to carry it out. You must never find fault, or show that you are finding fault. You must be ready to bear false accusations, and of course you must be ready to bear the unpleasant manifestations of the other person, and not lose your temper, and begin to chant, "Here am I doing my best to be nice," and so on. Once this begins, then it means you are internally considering. And if you do that, you are starting from a very shallow basis, that is, not from a real, mature aim. And in externally considering a person in life, which means that you must change yourself, you must have already got some idea of what it means to be all things to all men. You must be able to eat and drink, and joke, and listen, and talk without any trace of the work being behind you. You may have an opportunity to say something, and you may not. That doesn't matter. A person in the fourth way of work must be able to be quite ordinary in life. There must be no kind of superiority, no hinting, no persuasion, no dark remarks. But if you work on yourself, when the other person is difficult, that will make the other person aware that you are different. But you must not show it openly. When life becomes one's teacher, then the highest work is reached. And then you are right in the track of the fourth way. But it is difficult, oh, how difficult! And requires much and long work on oneself and patient understanding. You must, as it were, be able to suffer all things at the hands of men, and yet keep on working. But if you externally consider a person in life, feeling superior, and so feeling a constant judgment, and showing it openly, you are not working. That is not the way of the fourth way. To become passive in the work sense to another person requires very great inner work, especially so to a person in life. In some ways, it is easier than becoming passive to a person in the work. But you must realize what I mean for yourselves, by experience. Do you know how in life people are always trying to improve one another by reproving one another, always finding fault with one another? This is quite useless, and leads to all the endless strife in life. But making oneself passive to a person, and working on oneself therefrom, for to be passive requires constant inner work on yourself. This, I assure you, can effect a change in the other person, because your work makes room for him to alter. But if you react mechanically all the time, it makes no room for the other person to turn about and change. By not reacting, you leave room. In regard to externally considering a person in life, remember that you must really aim at doing this. Do you really want to, or not? You must have a genuine, mature, conscious aim that starts in the light of the work, and to which you hold on every time you remember yourself, and every time you think of what you are doing practically in this work. Only then will the work help you. If the basis of your aim is only a life one, it will not conduct the force of the work. It may be easier to work from a life aim. We are told to make friends of the mammon of unrighteousness. In real relationship in the work this is not enough. It is indeed far from enough. But in externally considering a person in life, what belongs to life aim can enter, if it helps your work aim. I will give you an example. If you fear to lose some job, some position, and so on, your life aim may help your work aim, to be passive to unpleasant manifestations. This is allowed. But you must know which is which, and when genuine work comes in, and realize what you are doing, and what life considerations make you do. A different example is when a person may be so placed that his contact with the work depends on his externally considering people in life. This can be done, only it requires intelligence, and being passive to criticism. It especially requires the capacity of inner silence. Wrong talking will of course create difficulties. That is, a person in this work, surrounded by people in life, who have no magnetic center, must behave in an ordinary way. He must be silent, not in an obvious or intriguing way, but really internally silent, so that others notice nothing unusual. This will be part of his work. His other work will consist in not reacting mechanically, as he always did. We are speaking of those in the work, who are connected by ties with people not in the work. Now we will speak of those in the work who wish for a special reason to make relationship with those not in the work. The whole question is then about magnetic center. If you feel the work emotionally, you will find it difficult to make contact with those who cannot feel it. After some conversations you will probably notice that a line of cleavage appears. Do not blame the work for this fact. The work guides you to certain people, or not. One has to listen to the work, as it were, as best one can. You must also remember that the difference between a person who knows something of this work and a person who does not is very considerable. In fact, a gulf lies between them. Socially you may like someone, and be attracted, and wish to bring him into the work, but if there is no magnetic center, and the whole quality of conversation is limited to life, then you will feel that there is, as is actually the case, a gulf. There are quite nice people in life who cannot enter the work. And this is, as it must be. We can only meet through a common understanding, not through external appearances or physical bodies. Let us try to grasp this. A person who is beginning to understand the work will find it not easy to unite with one who has no magnetic center. Remember that the possession of magnetic center is a sign of level of being. Some have it without knowing they have. But in general people of different levels of being do not unite. How can they? Understand that magnetic center is a very big thing in regard to the sign of a man's being. A man may be clever and a good scientist and so on, but have no sense of anything higher, no feeling of greater mind. A man in the highest position in life does not necessarily possess magnetic center, and usually does not. Life is not a standard for estimating a person in the work valuation, save in regard to good householder. Neither Herod nor Pilate was fit for the esoteric teaching of Christ. All that is obvious enough surely. Life values and work values are quite different. A big man in life is not a big man in the work. You cannot talk to a highly successful man in life of this work, thinking that he will understand you. I mean, you must never think that high position in life means a high understanding of this work. In fact, as often as not, the case is quite the contrary. This idea takes a long time to sink into people. Let me add one thing which is of the greatest importance in external considering. You cannot externally consider another person unless you can break him or her up into different ties. And you cannot do this unless you can see different ties in yourself. If you always think of yourself as I, then you will also always think of others as having one single permanent I. Can you yet think of different I's in yourself, and not say I to everything in you? Then you will, in the same degree, be able to see different I's in another person. You will see his good and his bad I's. This will help you to externally consider the other person. Birdlip, April 3, 1943. Internal considering and external considering VII. On being passive, it was said last time, in connection with external considering, that it is necessary to be passive to another person. Today we will begin to speak of the work meaning of being passive. What is the central theme of the work in regard to its practical side, that is, in regard to work on oneself? And in this connection, what does interchange mean? Practical work on oneself is directed towards making something passive in oneself which is at present active, and something active which is at present passive. Personality which is active must become passive so that essence which is passive can become active. This is the central idea of practical work on oneself. The work is a second education. First of all, life must develop personality so that it surrounds essence. This is the first education. Then, if a man wishes to go further in his development, personality must become passive so that essence can grow and become active. So you see that a reversal must gradually take place. First of all, a child is born with only essence which is active. Then life forms personality round essence, and personality is active. The situation will remain unchanged unless a man begins to work on himself. If he does so, personality will gradually become passive and essence active. There are thus three possible orientations. First, in the child, essence active; second, in the adult, personality active; and third, in the case of a man who works on himself, personality passive and essence active. The whole aim of the work is to make acquired personality passive. In the work sense, to become passive means inner work on personality. It means eventually separation from personality. By the action of life there has been formed in every one of you a very complex built-up thing called personality. This has been formed by imitation, by custom, by the influence of the period you grew up in, by example, by fantasies derived from novels, from drama, from the film, by attraction, hero worship, and by 1,001 other influences acting upon you from the outside, and entering through the external senses, from outer life. All this forms the acquired side of you and is called, in general, the personality. Essence is what you are born with, personality is what you acquire. And what you are born with, or, as, is changed by all these things, that you acquire, and accept, and consent to, and believe in, and identify with. A new person therefore grows around the original essence. This is personality. And all this must take place, because essence by itself cannot grow beyond a limited point. A man cannot grow straight up from essence. This is one of the strange things the work teaches. Now, in consequence of the formation of personality, your center of gravity of consciousness shifts from essence, in childhood, outwards into the personality acquired from the particular circumstances you are brought up in, and the particular things that have interested you on the one side, or have attracted your vanity on the other side. In this way, you, as it were, lose your original basis, and become something acquired, something invented. Your feeling of I passes outwards into all sorts of feelings derived from life. A man feels moral in her stability when he derives his feeling of himself from life. That is, he is always afraid that something may happen to him, or to his fortune, or to his position, or his reputation. This is due to his identifying with everything that life has formed in him, and this means that he only feels himself through personality. But other feelings of oneself are possible that are not derived from life and personality, and these feelings give a man a sense of stability, that nothing outside him can take away. And it is from these feelings that a man begins to feel himself free, because they depend on nothing outside him, and so cannot be taken away from him. Such a man begins to be no longer so much a slave to outer things. Now let us say that as a boy you get into the first team at school. Then you begin to feel yourself outwardly through this, and you wear a cap that gives you this feeling. You become a man in the first team, and this is now your greatest feeling of I. Then you are thrown out of the team. What a tragedy! All this is necessary in regard to the first education. So you become this, or you become that, in life, and you should and must. You have this, or that success or triumph, and so on, and you should. It is a sort of training. It is all necessary at first. All this forms feelings of yourself and personality, which, roughly speaking, lives by comparison with others. That is, you feel a loss of yourself in the presence of a person who wears a more distinguished cap, and so on. I repeat, all this is necessary, but it gives a wrong center of gravity. Let us suppose that you are a great actor, or a great boxer. You will not easily listen to praise of another actor or boxer. Why? Because your feeling of I is derived from personality, and you will feel a loss of I, a loss of the very feeling of yourself, if someone else surpasses you. But all this is to train you in illusions about T, for if you have any trace of real feeling of I, this is impossible. Real I does not exist through comparison. Therefore you will understand that when it is said that personality roughly lives by comparison, you only have to study yourself or others, in the slate, for a short time, to see how easily everyone is upset, or chagrined, and how brittle this feeling of I is, in which people keep on trying to live, that is, in the feeling of I derived from some aspect of personality. Now let us keep for the time being to the great formulation of the work concerning personality and essence. The third or neutralizing force of life makes, and must make, personality active and essence passive. So the work says that if you come into the third force of the work, which opposes life, personality must gradually become passive to let essence develop. All individual evolution, all real inner development of yourself, depends upon the growth of essence. If you are full of false feelings of I, of invented ideas of yourself, then there can be no growth of essence. Real inner change is a development of essence, that is, of what is the most real, and the deepest part of you. For this to take place, personality must gradually become passive. This is the real meaning of being passive in the work. It is becoming passive to personality in yourself. So when it is said that in real external considering you must be passive, the meaning is that you must become passive to the reactions of your personality. And this requires the most conscious and most concentrated work on oneself. That is, it requires a very active conscious inner state. And we must not suppose we are capable of reaching this state in a moment. Owing to the formation of personality, you all have typical, habitual ways of reacting to circumstances and events, and to other people. If you cannot observe your typical reactions, your continual mechanical ways of taking things and people, your usual stereotyped behavior, your ever-recurring unpleasant manifestations, your vexations, and strictures, etc., then of course you have no idea that you even have an acquired personality. You take yourself for granted, as a kind of solid virtuous lump. But, although we take ourselves for granted so easily, we are not one and the same person at different moments, as we suppose. We are not solid. If we saw clearly that we are not one and the same solid person always, we would not take ourselves for granted, as we do. Something of our vanity and self-conceit which binds personality together would begin to leave us remember that personality is many. It is composed of many different and contradictory I's that have been acquired. And it also contains all sorts of other things about which the work often speaks, negative attitudes, buffers, pictures of oneself, mechanical associations, songs, gramophone records, typical forms of imagination, negative states, characteristic forms of lying, and, in short, all that the practical side of this work teaches us to notice and observe in ourselves throughout life. Once the work begins to act on a person genuinely, all these forms of feeling oneself, all these feelings of I derived from personality, begin to dissolve away. But the action of the work in this respect is very gradual, because the work acts on people very gently, and only in reference to what each of us can stand. When you really begin to see something in yourself, then it means that you can stand it. If you cannot see any eyes, it means that you are not ready. To see oneself, as one really is, would be intolerable. So the action of the work is gradual. You may begin to see something, some I, that you do not, let us say, quite like, but you will not be freed from it until you either see, or know some better I, and prefer it, or until you can be freed from this I, without danger to yourself. But we will speak of this in the next paper. Now let us come back to the meaning of being passive. In the full sense it means being passive to the personality, and this, in turn, means being passive to oneself. Can you be passive to your mechanicalizing objections for even 5 minutes? Well, I advise you to observe how your personality reacts every moment to everyone and everything. It is this constant mechanical reaction that must be worked on in order to begin to be passive to oneself. And this requires a constant conscious state of self-observation. No one can do it as yet for long. But you can practice being passive in this sense for a short time, say, 5 minutes. Notice when you begin to object inside, notice what reactions arise in you, and try to be passive to them, not to the people who cause them to arise. Is this clear? You must make yourself passive to your own reactions, not to the people you are reacting to. To do this you must be awake inside yourself and capable of seeing different eyes in you, and what they want to say or how they want to act at the moment. Let us try to get all this quite clear. Do you all understand that you have acquired many things in yourselves that you take as you? Can you agree that by education, imitation, example, what you were taught, and so on, you have all sorts of ideas, ambitions, estimations, values, judgments, expectations, ways of showing like and dislike, characteristic ways of speaking, and, in short, many typical reactions to life? And is it too much to say that all these built-up acquired reactions in you are usually taken by you as yourself? You think them necessary, do you not, or natural, because you think that they are you? But the real you, or rather, the real I in you, is not all these things that you keep holding onto and taking as yourself. If you will start from this simple basis, you will begin to understand what it means to be passive, that is, passive to yourself, or rather, passive to what you always have been taking as yourself. To be passive to oneself, one must not take oneself for granted. There is no such thing as I in you. When a person, totally identified with his acquired personality, says, for example, "I think this, I think that," the work answer is which "I" is speaking. Do you see how powerful this idea is? And can you begin to apply the power of this work idea to yourself? Certainly not, if you do not begin to break yourself up into different I's. If you take yourself for granted, as a solid, then there is no breaking up of yourself, and so no change is possible. The word "I" will come out of your mouth at every moment, but you will not see that it is a different "I" speaking at every moment. One "I" will shout, another "I" will speak tenderly, and so on. Yet you do not see that each "I" is utterly different. It is a great shock to self-conceit to realize that there is no such person as T, but unless this begins to dawn on you, you will never be able to begin to be passive to yourself. You cannot begin to be passive to yourself unless you see yourself as many different people by inner observation, and learn about your different I's, and know especially which I's in you must never allow to take full charge of you. Next time we will speak of identifying with oneself more fully, and the different forms of practicing inner separation. Let me say here that I's that value this work must never be allowed to lose their authority in you. Notice the I's you are consorting with. Do not keep company with wrong people in you. Remember, you are a city, with slums, and dangerous streets, and also better streets, and good citizens. Remember, you are a house full of servants, under no control. Has not our first education partly to do with not going with wrong people outside us? Our second education is not to go with the wrong I's inside us. Our first education is external, our second education is internal. Life does not give us the second education. Only esoteric teaching gives us the second education, that is, for those who are looking for something different from life. Berglip, April 20, 1943. Internal considering, and external considering VII on being passive, too. This work is to weaken personality. This is a disadvantage at first, because actually one feels weak when one can no longer react in the usual way. Let us suppose that you were always accustomed to fly into a temper over something, and now you cannot. You feel weak. You feel a loss. A loss of what? A loss of a part of personality. At the same time, you gain something, and are really stronger. Let us try, in these commentaries on internal and external considering, to understand better about what it means to make personality passive. The object is to allow essence to grow. Every time you go against personality consciously, you gain something. Of course, you must not take this arithmetically. You cannot expect that you have instantly some exact gain. It is rather more complex and subtle than that. Personality keeps you where you are. It is acquired. It has become you, or you have become it. It does. It acts. It says. It finds fault. It spoils a happy time. It takes charge of you at every moment. So it keeps you where you are and your life what it is. Now where are you? You are where you are in the sense of what you have in you that is active, and so what you experience, what you think you enjoy. You see life just there, outside you, and perhaps want all sorts of things, but you cannot get into life and get things from it save in so far as your personality allows you. You go into life according to the shape of your personality. You encounter life, people, and so on, through your personality, not directly. Is this clear? Now you do not see your personality. It is not conscious to you. So perhaps you blame life for people, or feel disappointed, and so on. The trouble is that you have acquired a certain mechanical device for making contact with life called personality, that renders life to you according to its shape, as it were. And so here you are, always carrying about with you your personality, your apparatus for experiencing life, and always hoping perhaps, if you had a new environment, new people, a new house, new clothes, etc., that everything would be utterly different. How can that be? You are carrying about your apparatus for contacting life, that is, your personality. You may pack your bags and fill them with new clothes and go to the Antipodes, but you carry your personality with you, with all its acquired habits of mind, habits of emotion, habits of behavior, habits of talking, habits of finding fault, habits of movement, habits of health, and so on. Now this work is about how to get away from oneself, not from life. You do not get away from yourself by changing your outer scene. For this reason it is necessary to observe oneself, and see what one's personality is like and study it, and see what one's apparatus is like. We all have all sorts of dreams about new life, about ideal circumstances, marvelous people, etc. But such dreams are idle, because even if we were placed in exceptional and beautiful conditions, such as are said to obtain in paradise, we would react to them through our personalities, and very soon be turned out as quite unsuitable, I fancy. The trouble really is that none of us knows how to live, because none of us sees that the trouble lies in the personality, that is, in the receptive reactive machine we use to contact life. And we shall never learn how to live even little aright if we do not work on personality in us, and see what it is in us in each case, and what troubles arise from ourselves and not merely from others, and from life. All this work is about imitating conscious man. But if we do not work on personality, we remain mechanical men. Then it will act. The machine will speak. It will get angry. It will take charge of everything. And even if you begin to be aware that there is something else in you, something deeper, that does not want to act, to speak, to feel, to think, in the way that you do, you will not be able to alter anything, at least, for a long time. But even so, if you see this, you are in a far better position, and that of a person who does not perceive that something is always taking charge of him and spoiling everything. In the work we have to realize that we are at the mercy of something called personality in us, and that this is a machine that controls us. You may lay in bed in the morning in a half-sleep state, and see quite clearly what you should say, or think, or feel, or do. But immediately you get up, something takes charge of you. It takes charge of you, and it begins to act and speak in a way quite contrary to what you perceived and planned. What takes charge of you? It is personality. And in a short time, in a moment, you are fully under its sway, and everything you thought and planned when you were more awake, more free, that is, from personality, seems far away, or even nonsense. So you behave exactly in the same way as yesterday. Something grips you, and you fall asleep in its grip. This is our tragedy, that we cannot change, and we even forget that we should change, for a whole day, or a week, or even more. Once we are in personality, everything goes by machinery. Only, once in the grip of personality, we do not see it as machinery. One thing leads to another by the easy paths of association and habit, and so today is like yesterday, and tomorrow like today. And it seems to us to be all logical, all reasonable, all justifiable, all natural. But when a man begins to awaken a little, that is, to be more free from personality, he has moments of seeing this machine to which he is attached, and under whose power he is. He sees he is in prison. He may even begin to be afraid of this smooth, powerful, self-acting machine, this Frankenstein monster, that insists on controlling him, which life has gradually created in him without his knowledge. And then he begins to understand what work on himself means, and what his task is, and what he must struggle with for the rest of his life. This externally created thing in him, this personality fashioned by outer life, this machine, whatever form it takes, is the dragon, that is to be overcome, in the language of mythology. In the fourth way, which lies in life, you cannot go into a monastery, or sit in a cave in the desert to free yourself from personality. Making personality passive is, in this way, that we are studying, continual work on oneself in life, by means of observation, by not identifying with oneself, by inner separation, and so on. The whole work is about this. Let me quote something that was recorded many years ago by Mr. Ouspensky, about the struggle with personality. It had been explained that a man must gradually learn to take photographs of himself as a whole, and not merely observe single details. He must begin to see himself altogether, in all centers, at any particular moment. For this purpose, it was said, a man must learn to take, so to speak, mental photographs of himself in different moments of his life, and in different emotional states, and not photographs merely of details, but photographs of the whole, as he saw it. In other words, these photographs must contain simultaneously everything that a man can see in himself at a given moment: his emotions, moods, thoughts, sensations, postures, his behavior, his movements, his tones of voice, facial expressions, and so on. If a man succeeds in seizing interesting moments for taking these photographs, he will collect a whole album of portraits of himself which, taken together, will show him quite clearly what he really is. But it is not so easy to take these photographs of oneself at the most interesting and characteristic moments. It takes time to learn how to do it. But if the photographs are taken successfully, and if there are a sufficient number of them, a man will see that his usual conception of himself with which he has lived from year to year is very far from reality. Instead of the man he had supposed himself to be, he will see quite another man. This other man is himself, and at the same time not himself. In this work you must learn to know the real from the invented, and later to separate them. And to begin self-observation and self-study, it is necessary to divide oneself into a real and an invented side. That is, a man must realize that he indeed consists of two men. All this takes time. But so long as a man takes himself as one person, he will never move from where he is. His work on himself starts from the moment he begins to feel two men in himself. One is passive, and the most it can do is to register or observe what is happening to it. The other, which calls itself I, is active, and speaks of itself in the first person, is in reality only an invented, unreal person. Let us call this invented person in a man. When a man understands his helplessness in the face of his attitude towards himself and towards in him ceases to be either indifferent or unconcerned. Self-observation becomes observation of a man understands that he is not that is nothing, but the mask he wears, the part that he unconsciously plays, and which unfortunately he cannot stop playing, a part which rules him, and makes him do and say 1,000 stupid things, 1,000 things which he would never do, or say himself. If he is sincere with himself, he feels that he is in the power of A, and at the same time he feels that he is not A. He begins to be afraid of A. He begins to feel that A is his enemy. No matter what he would like to do, everything is altered and intercepted by A is his enemy. A's desires, tastes, sympathies, thoughts, opinions, are either opposed to his own views, feelings, and moods, or they have nothing in common with them. And at the same time, A is his master. He is the slave. He has no will of his own. He has no means of expressing his desires, because whatever he would like to do or say is done for him by A. When a man has reached this level of self-observation, he must understand that his whole aim is to free himself from A, and since he 208 he cannot in fact free himself from A because he is himself, he must therefore master A, and make him do not what the A of a given moment wants, but what he himself wants to do. From being the master, A must become the servant. The first stage of work on oneself consists in separating oneself from A mentally, and then later in being separated from him in actual fact, in keeping apart from him. But the fact must be borne in mind, that the whole attention must be concentrated upon A, for a man is unable to explain what he himself really is. But he can explain it to himself, and with this he must begin, remembering at the same time that he is not A. Let us notice that in the above quotation it is emphasized that a person cannot change as long as he takes himself as one. But when he divides himself into an observing side and an observed side, the first step towards possible change has been taken. That is, a man must become observing, I, and personality. Everything that a man can then observe in himself he must take, as it to begin with, that is, as personality. Now people suppose that only one thing acts in a man, and as long as people take themselves as one, they cannot think otherwise, so they find the idea of self-observation very difficult. What should we observe? They ask. The answer is, everything to begin with. But, they will say, whatever I can observe is surely myself. The answer is, no, and yes, in the sense of the work. All you observe you must take at first as personality in you. This personality in you governs you, and the part which can observe it is helpless in face of it at first. The order of things is wrong. The command is in the wrong place. The inner cannot control the outer. What should command is subject, and what should be subject commands. The inner part which observes sees the outer part calling itself I, and so acting in its name, and can do nothing at first. Notice here that the part which observes is always deeper than the part observed, i.e. the inner can observe the outer but not vice versa. Now, although the inner or observing side is helpless at first, it becomes strengthened by the ideas of the work which feed it. The inner can only become stronger by the work. Life cannot feed it. A man then begins to wish to get free from personality, from the machine he is in the power of. The neutralizing force of life keeps the personality active, the neutralizing force of the work nourishes the inner observing side. A man, in short, begins to understand that his whole aim is to free himself from personality. And, to quote again, since he cannot in fact free himself from it because it is himself, he must therefore master it, and make it do, not what the of a given moment wants, but what he himself wants to do. From being master, a must become servant. Birdlip, May 1, 1943. Internal considering, and external considering. My X, on being passive. 3. In the last paper it was said that a man's work on himself starts from the moment he begins to feel two men in himself. One is passive, and the most it can do is to register and observe what is happening to it at the hands of the other. The other, which calls itself I, is active. It speaks of itself in the first person. It regards itself as being the real man, the man himself. Let us notice that it is said that a man's work starts from the moment he begins to feel two men in himself, one passive and the other active. Now how many, do you suppose, reach this stage? Let me ask each of you this question. Have you reached this stage distinctly, so that you constantly realize that there is an active side in you that will keep on taking charge of you at every moment, and a passive side that can only look on and be conscious that this is so, and is quite helpless in the face of this active side? If you can answer with certainty that you have reached this stage, then it is a matter for congratulation, because it means that a real and very important inner division has taken place in you, necessary for all further stages of the work. For it is exactly this passive side that has become separated from the active side that can grow. The evolution of a man in the work sense is an evolution from the passive and not the active side of him. But it is just because this inner division into an active and a passive side is so difficult to attain, and takes so long a time, and is attended by so many initial failures, that personal work halts, or moves in a circle. As this is such an important matter, and so difficult to grasp, let me put the question in another way. Do you realize your mechanicalness, and do you continually realize it? What does it mean to realize one's mechanicalness? It means that you begin to realize that you are a machine that reacts to external influences. It does not act, but reacts. All that you have taken as individual and conscious action is mechanical. In other words, to realize what mechanicalness is to realize that you cannot behave differently from the way you do behave. Now everyone thinks he is free, and can act as he likes, or chooses. Everyone thinks that he or she can say either this, or that by choice, or do either this, or that by choice. The work teaches that this is an illusion. It says that it is the first great illusion that must be dispelled in practical work on oneself. Man cannot do. In order to do, a man must be free to do. In order to do, a man must first be. And to be a man must become a unity. Then he is free. But man as he is not free, although he so fondly imagines he is. Whatever he does is dictated to him by his machine, that is, by the kind of machine that has been built up in him by circumstances, education, imitation, fantasy, negative states, attitudes, opinions, and so on. This is one of the fundamental principles in the psychological teaching of this work. A man cannot do. It does, in him, that is, the machine does. This is what is meant by the saying that a man must reach the stage, through long and often painful inner observation, of realizing that there are two men in him, one active, and the other passive. The active man does everything by reacting to impressions. The passive man, once he has come into conscious existence, can do nothing at first. He can only notice what the active man does, and for a long time he must submit to it, however much he, the passive man, would like things to be different. Becoming passive to oneself is the first stage of the work. It requires great inner activity of attention. The question of control of personality arises later, not here. Before any question of control arises, a man must study what it means to become passive to himself, what it means not to identify with himself at every moment, otherwise he will all the time be identified with himself. This includes the whole of himself, everything he can observe in process of time, not merely what he personally thinks is bad, but everything. That is why it is so often said that self-observation must be uncritical. If it is critical, then you will only observe one part, and never think of observing another part which may actually be connected. The passive man has not yet the strength to change anything in the active man, that is, to control him. Unfortunately, people start off, right from the beginning, trying to control, trying to do. This is impossible, unless the right point of control is established. The right point of control comes from the gradual strengthening of the passive man. It is often said in this work that a man is in prison. The original talks were often about prison, and about escape from prison. But to escape, a man must first realize he is in prison, and see where his prison lies. I will quote something once said on this point: if a man in prison is at any time to have a chance of escape, then he must first of all realize that he is in prison. If he imagines he is free, then how can he even begin to think about escaping from prison? He will regard the idea as nonsense. So long as he fails to realize he is in prison, so long will he think he is free. Then he has no chance whatsoever. No one can help him. No one can liberate him by force, against his will, in opposition to his wishes. If liberation is possible, it is the first requisite that a man feels he is in prison, and begins to study the prison he is in, and the means of escape. And he can only gain freedom as the result of long work and effort, and by this is meant conscious effort, directed towards a definite aim. But in order to escape from prison, a man must have help. He must be told what to do, and told again and again, by those who have escaped, and who in turn have transmitted their knowledge to others, who have realized they are in prison, and have themselves begun to escape. In what is said in the above quotation, you must understand that no physical prison is meant, nor does it mean merely that the body is the prison. What is meant is a psychological prison that must be escaped from. Everyone is in the prison of himself. If a man could really stand behind himself, that is, stand behind every side and every manifestation of himself, whether he thinks it good or bad, then he would be able to see the prison he lives in. But, in order to do this, he must become passive to himself. He must see all his reactions, whether he regards them as good or bad, passively. He must see all the opinions he expresses, whether he regards them as good or bad, passively. He must see his attitudes. And when he has reached this stage, by long self-observation, then he is really divided into two men, one active, and the other passive. The passive man stands inside or behind the active man. The passive man at this stage is powerless, but, although he is powerless in face of the active man, he is now conscious of him. He sees his prison. This is the starting point of real change. So I ask you again the question asked before: have you reached the stage of realizing that there is an active side in you that takes charge of you at every moment, and a passive side that can only look on and is quite helpless in the face of this active side? The less you identify with yourself, the more will you become passive to yourself. Birdlip, May 9, 1943. Internal considering and external considering X on being passive. 4. On identifying with oneself part I, if you have to pass from one room into another room, it will be impossible to do so if you are fastened to something in the first room. Suppose you are stuck to your armchair. It will be impossible to move, except with the armchair attached to you. And if the door is narrow, you will be unable to get through. And you must imagine that we are fastened to many things that prevent us from passing to a new level of being. I remember, on one occasion, that Mr. Ouspensky spoke of us as wearing an enormous number of coats. He said that it was necessary to strip off these coats one by one. Otherwise we were too bulky to pass through the door. A person who believes in himself, in his virtue and merit, and so on, is bulky in a psychological sense. So he cannot pass through the narrow gate, or through the eye of a needle. He is a camel. A camel is a big and obstinate creature. Of course, a person who is psychologically a camel is meant. In the Gospels, a person who is very much identified with himself is called a rich man. He has a firm idea of his own worth. He thinks that he knows, he is certain he can do, and is sure that right and wrong are clear to him. Such a person is very much identified with himself. This is the rich man of the Gospels, of whom Christ said, "It was easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven." In the case given in the Gospels, the rich man felt he possessed goodness, and had obtained much merit in everything he had done. He was identified with himself. So all that he did went into the wrong part of himself. Because of this, Christ said to him, "Go, sell all that thou hast." The rich man was sorry, for he had great possessions, that is, he was identified with himself and his value. Yet he was not so much identified with himself as the Pharisee, who prayed, saying, "God, I thank thee, that I am not, as the rest of men, extortioners, unjust, adulterers, or even as this publican. I fast twice in the week. I give tithes of all that I get," while the publican prayed, "God be merciful to me a sinner." The Pharisee is an extreme example of identification with oneself. Let us clearly understand that a man may be very good in life, and do his duty, and follow all he is taught faithfully, and meet danger with heroism, and yet be the rich man of the Gospels. This means that he is identified with himself in all that he does, and is satisfied with himself. Now you know that there is a phrase in the work which says that until a man reaches the stage of realizing his own nothingness he cannot change. To begin to realize one's own nothingness, as a practical experience, is to begin to cease to be a rich man. In other words, it is to begin to cease identifying with oneself, part I. Let us now speak of identifying with oneself from different sides. Let us begin by saying that where you are identified with yourself, there you cannot be passive to yourself. To be identified with yourself means that you are fastened to something in yourself which you take as yourself. Suppose you are fastened to the idea that you are a truthful person. This means that you are fastened to this picture of yourself. You picture yourself, to yourself, as being always truthful. So wherever you are, as it were, you take with you this picture. You have no existence apart from this picture. You are this picture. It accompanies you everywhere, no matter even if you are not telling the truth. This makes no difference to the picture that you have of yourself and to which you are firmly glued. If for a moment circumstances make you feel you are not being quite truthful on some occasion, then at once you will begin to justify yourself, and explain, and argue, and so on until you feel again quite comfortable inside, and at peace with this picture which dominates you. This is being identified with yourself. It is an example belonging to the class of identifying with pictures of oneself. Of course, pictures are legion. But everyone has special pictures of himself or herself with which he or she identifies. One of the sources of our inner disharmony and of our negative states lies in pictures. When a picture is, as it were, touched, we show our touchiness, either by being depressed, or by being angry, or, in short, negative. When we carry a great many pictures about, we are very identified with ourselves. And the more we are identified with ourselves, the more liable we are to be upset, discouraged, disappointed, and so on. Of course, it is not only pictures that make a person liable to be upset. But pictures form a very definite source of instability in ourselves. Pictures are formed out of vanity and imagination, that is, they belong to the false personality, which is imaginary. And with everything belonging to the false personality we are especially identified. If we could really see by direct insight that we are not at all as we imagined, then the power of false personality would be weakened. On one side we would lose, but actually we would gain far more than we would lose. But we always defend ourselves, even when we know better. This is because those two giants called pride and vanity will not allow us to yield at least to others. And for this reason only self-observation can help. You yourself, by seeing yourself, can yield to yourself. So a division must be made in oneself between the observing and the observed sides. And, at first, everything must be observed passively, and placed in the light of consciousness without criticism. If you have a picture of yourself as always being truthful, then you must observe over a long period how often you lie. Only this inner realization will destroy the power of the picture with which you have been identified, and to which you have been a slave. Part II. So long as a man takes himself as one person, he will never move from where he is. Yes, but why? Because he is then completely identified with himself. His work only begins when he feels two men in himself. One is passive, and this is the man who observes. The other is active, and this is the man who is observed. This active man calls himself T. The passive man is the beginning of the path to real I. But it is for a long time weak, and can do nothing. But as the feeling of I is drawn out of the active man, so does the passive man become strengthened until the time comes when the passive man becomes active, and the active man passive. That is, a reversal takes place, and the inner controls the outer, not the outer the inner. Let us understand this more clearly. So long as a person takes himself as one, he cannot become different. Do you see why? He cannot change, because he is identified with himself and takes everything in himself as himself. His thoughts, opinions, moods, feelings, sensations, and, in fact, everything, he takes as I. He says I to them all. You will remember what the work says about identifying. I will quote a few things. Identification is so common a quality that for the purposes of observation it is difficult to separate it from everything else. Man is always in a state of identification, and for this reason he cannot remember himself. Identifying is one of our most terrible foes. It is necessary to see and to study identifying to its very roots in oneself. Identifying is the chief obstacle to self-remembering. A man who identifies with everything is unable to remember himself. In order to remember oneself, it is necessary not to identify. But in order not to identify, a man must first of all not be identified with himself. He must remember that there are two in him, one that can only observe at first and another that takes charge of him at every moment, and speaks in his name, and calls itself I. He must try not to identify with this other man, who controls him, and feel that he is different from him and that there is an other in him. But unless this separation is made, and continually made, he remains one man, and nothing can change in him. You will see that the work teaches that the state of man is such that he identifies with everything. For example, a man identifies with his knowledge. One person has one kind of knowledge, such as knowledge of the world, another has knowledge of science, a third knowledge of cooking, a fourth knowledge of business, a fifth knowledge of books, and so on. But in each case a person will identify with his or her knowledge. Do you know how people having similar knowledge quarrel, and how, in the so-called learned world, all sorts of extraordinary jealousies exist based on identifying? Doctors, for instance, always disagree. And they are always identified with their knowledge. Cooks also do not agree, nor do literary people, nor soldiers, nor parsons, nor mothers, and so on, and so on. Perhaps you remember in childhood, when you first began to identify with knowledge, and how pleased you felt when you were told something that others did not know, and felt a kind of power. Identifying gives a sense of power. It was not, of course, the knowledge you were interested in, but the fact that you could show off. Now let us take the subject of identifying with intellectual center. Here exist among other things attitudes, opinions, and thoughts. Do you know, or rather, have you observed, that you identify with your opinions? This is another form of identifying with oneself. Of course, an opinion is not you, but quite distinct. But if you are identified, the feeling of I becomes fastened to it. Perhaps you feel you do not have opinions. In any case, we all have thoughts. Can you say I to your thoughts? Or rather, do you say I to them invariably? Certainly, if you believe that everything in your inner world is I, then you cannot help doing so, but you might as well say that everything in the external world is yourself. Often very depressing and complex thoughts come. If one identifies with them, they exert their full power. Then one is identified with one's thoughts. But it is quite possible not to identify with one's thoughts. In fact, it is very necessary to learn this, and as soon as possible. It helps one a great deal in work on oneself, and in every way. It is impossible to stop thoughts. You can try this, but merely as an exercise in self-observation. But one can learn not to identify with thoughts, and one must begin by observing them. Some thoughts are very interesting to observe, tangled, complex, heavy thoughts that it is very dangerous to identify with. If you do not identify with something in yourself, you begin to be free from its power. Next time we will speak more of identifying with oneself in regard to the intellectual center, and later in regard to the other centers. Birdlip, May 15, 1943. Internal considering, and external considerings. On being passive. 5. We continue today to speak on the subject of non-identifying with oneself. I remind you again that people take this thing called oneself for granted, and also take it not only as one thing, but allow it to say I to everything it does, or thinks, or feels. We spoke last time of identifying with oneself from the standpoint of centers, and began with the intellectual center. When you are first taught about self-observation, you are told to try to observe the work of the different centers, so as to see the three people in you corresponding to them. The activities of the intellectual center are very many. Last time something was said about opinions and thoughts which belong to the intellectual center. A man usually identifies himself completely with his opinions, which are borrowed from others, from the papers, etc. Then we spoke of identifying with our thoughts. Our thoughts are not visible to other people, nor to ourselves. But they are quite definite things, composed of definite substances. We can be more, or less, conscious of our thoughts. Now when you observe a thought, you are not identified with it. What does that mean? It means that unless you observe the intellectual center, and what is going on in it, you tend to take its activities for granted. You will believe your thoughts or take them for granted. You identify with them. You give them the quality of truth, and either say, I think, or, more internally, you take the thoughts as you. Then they have power over you and exert their influence upon you. An unpleasant thought, a dreary, heavy thought, a suspicious thought, a pessimistic thought, an evil thought, and so on. All these thoughts become you, and so you are them, through identifying with them. But you are not your thoughts. Any thought can enter the mind. All sorts of hopeless, bad, useless, stupid, formless and imbecile thoughts can enter the mind. And if you say, I, to them all, where will you be? You will say, yes, to them all. You will consent to them. You will, in short, be identified with them, because all the time you will be saying, I, to them, and believing that, I, is thinking them, and that they are your thoughts. But, as I said, any thoughts can enter the mind, just as any people can come into your house. Very few of our thoughts are worth following, and in order to begin to think rightly, nearly all the thoughts that casually come into the mind have to be rejected as useless or worse. A person may indeed have very dangerous thoughts, especially when he accepts them as if they were his own. He is so naive as to believe that all thoughts coming into his mind are his own, and that he himself thought them. And so he says, I, to them, not knowing any better. But if he begins to understand that he must observe his thoughts, he will soon have quite a different viewpoint. I remember that many years ago when Mrs. Nicoll and I left the Institute in France, and went to Scotland to my grandfather's house, I spent many months looking through the theological books in my grandfather's library, written by various Scotch divines. They were all, of course, purely formatory. They were all about matters of doctrine, and about the letter of the law, and they indulged in all sorts of hair-splitting arguments. But one of them struck me. The writer said that people must remember that the devil sent many thoughts into our minds, and that we must never think that they are our own thoughts. He explained this idea at some length, and even often emphasized the phrase, our thoughts are not our own. Here was a man beginning to understand something psychological, and reading him was like a breath of living air amongst all those dead and terrible volumes, in which there was no trace of understanding, and nothing was said on the psychological level, and everything was taken on the literal level, on the level of stone. This writer said that we are not responsible for our thoughts, but responsible for our thinking. You can think a thought, or not. A thought enters the mind and seeks to attract you. If it does, you begin to think it, that is, think from it. You begin to enlarge this thought, by paying attention to it, and thinking from it, until it grows in all directions, and forms, as it were, a little tree of thought, in you, that bears fruit, and seeds other similar thoughts. This is clear enough in the case of suspicious thoughts. You understand that a thought and thinking are not the same. Let us suppose that the thought enters your mind that Mr. X is lying. This is only a thought. You probably say to yourself, I must think about that. But if you believe the thought at once, you identify with it. Your thought has now transformed Mr. X into a liar. What thoughts we identify with change things very much. For instance, some people habitually identify with a gloomy, tortuous, mistrustful class of thoughts. They like thoughts of this shape and color, so they accept such thoughts and reject others. These thoughts alter things for them, like dark glasses. Now they are identified with these thoughts so that they cannot see them. They are these thoughts so they cannot observe them, and see they are certain kinds of thoughts, and that all sorts of other thoughts exist, with quite different shapes and colors. A man can have any kind of thoughts. Any thoughts can come into a man. In the Gospels it is pointed out that it is not what comes into a man that defiles him, but what comes out of a man. Any sort of thought can enter the mind, but whether you identify with it and act from it or rather react is another question. If you identify with a thought, you say, I to it, and you believe it. So you will think from it or act from it. How you think and how you act is what comes out of you. The thought that enters the mind is what goes into a man. What he thinks and does from this thought is what comes out of him. A thought that is a lie, a wrong thought, wrongly joined together, a false thought, a depressing thought, a thought that takes hold of one thing and ignores everything else, or that kind of thought that can only deny and contradict, etc. If a person identifies with such thoughts, he will think and act from them. His mind will be a mess. The ideas of this work are to build the mind up in the right order, so that everything can be related aright. In the center of the mind stands the ray of creation, that is, the scale of being. From the highest to the lowest all things fall into their places. But unless the mind is changed by the work, it continues to think that all its thoughts are real and true. The mind is then like a tent lying in a heap on the ground, without a central upright pole. All its parts are touching each other wrongly. They are not stretched out. By means of the training of the work, and learning to think from what it teaches, a man begins to be able to distinguish between right and wrong thinking. He begins to learn how to think on the right scale, and how not to mix scales, and so on. All this helps him not to identify with all his thoughts. It gives a center of gravity to his thinking. This work is to make a man think aright. That is why it is so important to try to take in what this work teaches. You know that in learning, say, chemistry, or, if you like, a foreign language, it is very important to listen to what is taught you, and to arrange it in your mind, and think about what is being taught you. Many people never think of what they are being taught. But in the work, it is necessary. Why is it necessary? Because it builds up a new system of thought, and of thinking in your minds. Actually, it makes your minds begin to work in the right way so that they can really begin to think. Now let me emphasize that a thought, and thinking a thought, are not the same. A thought may enter your mind, but you may, or may not think it. And even if you think it, you need not necessarily identify with it. But there are many different kinds of thoughts, higher and lower. big and little, that enter the mind, and this belongs to later teaching. What it is necessary to realize at present is that thoughts are of every possible kind, and that they are not yours, but that you make them yours by identifying with them. And if you do so, then they can pull you in any direction. There is a science of thought. This work, with all its ideas, and teaching, and instructions, has to do with the right science of thought and thinking. For that reason all of you who have heard the work for some years should know what it means to find fault with your thoughts, and with your thinking, and should be able to see wrong thoughts, and inadequate and unrelated thinking, poor thoughts, negative thoughts, useless thoughts, lying thoughts, and so on. The first change demanded in this work, as in the Gospels, is change of mind. But for change of mind to take place, you must begin to think from this work and what it teaches. Then later, perhaps, you can begin to act from the work. But first of all, a new way of thinking is necessary. Now in this paper we are speaking of what the work teaches. It says that any thoughts can enter your minds, and they are not your thoughts. It says you can think them, or not. And it says you can identify with them or not. When you hear this, as a part of the teaching of the work, and apply it by observing yourself in intellectual center, you will see that it is quite true. When you realize this, you will be thinking in a new way about yourself. If you can realize practically, that is, by experience, that you can be passive to your thoughts by non-identifying with them, you have already reached a definite stage of work on the intellectual center. But if you take yourself as one, you will never get to this point. You will remain stuck in the illusion that all your thoughts as well as all your feelings and moods are you, or rather I myself. You will have no insight into the enormous inner world of height and depth containing thousands of inhabitants, good and bad, that you take for granted, as one person, which you regard as yourself, and in the customary state of sleep say, I, to at every moment. Everything that takes place in yourself you will call T, so you will never move from the position you are in, because you take yourself as one, and so you will never understand what it means to become passive to yourself. In the above paper we have been speaking of practical work that leads to becoming passive to thoughts. This belongs to intimate work on the intellectual center. This is the subject of the paper. The paper is about long practical work on non-identifying with thoughts. Birdlip, May 22, 1943. Internal considering and external considering XII on being passive. 6. Last time we spoke of the necessity in the work that a man should be able to find fault with his thoughts and not identify with them. Tonight we speak of the necessity of finding fault with our emotions. The activities of the emotional center are far more difficult to become passive to than the activities of the intellectual center. A man can think differently more easily than he can feel differently. It is quite possible to become passive to many thoughts that one has been accustomed to follow and identify with, but it is not the same in regard to the sphere of the emotions and feelings. The reason is that we are identified with our feelings far more than with our thoughts. Our feelings, our emotions, our moods, grip us. Notice yourself when you are vexed. Is it easy to non-identify with this usual daily emotional state? You may smile, and say cheerful things, and pretend you are all right, but inside you are held, as if in a vice. Although one side of you may not want to be vexed, yet some other side insists on being so, or let us say that something belonging to the self-importance, to the vanity, is touched. Is it easy to cease being identified with it? Is it easy not to be offended? One reason is that the emotions are very quick. They work with a very quick energy, a far quicker energy, and that used in ordinary thoughts. Another reason is that we rarely look at our emotions. We do not observe them, because we take them for granted. Our emotional life is a very poor thing. But we do not notice how poor and unpleasant and mean it is. If we did, we would begin to dislike it. We would begin to dislike our usual emotional states, even begin to hate them. But it takes some considerable time before we reach this stage of consciousness. It is scarcely too much to say that we are not really conscious of our usual daily emotions, which are practically always negative, mean, jealous, and paltry, or, in short, unpleasant. Our love of unpleasant emotions is extraordinary, and we like very much not only to communicate our unpleasant emotions to others, and infect them, but to hear about unpleasant things, scandal, and so on. We do not know what we are doing. We do it all in sleep. We cannot see our emotions, because we are so identified with them. If we could see plainly our usual emotions, we would be horrified. But fortunately we are not able to see them, simply because we could not enter it. It would drive us mad to see the quality of our emotional life. We all have noble pictures of ourselves, and the work never allows us to see what we cannot bear. Its action is very slow, very gradual, very gentle. But we can see the result of our emotions. And this is the starting point. We can see that we hurt people, for example. But even if we realize this, it may take us years of self-observation before we realize that we have unpleasant, treacherous or nasty emotions, which cause others to be hurt, and that it is our fault. You must understand that awakening is a very long process and a painful one. Awakening means becoming more and more conscious of oneself, of what one is really like. In the emotional sphere this is very difficult. How often do people imagine that they have done their best for others, when, in actual fact, they have done nothing but express their unpleasantest, most stinging, and harmful, and often nastiest emotions, of which they should really be ashamed? In fact, expressing unpleasant emotions is what in life is so often called being sincere, or trying to help, and so on. People actually think it is a kindness to say all sorts of unpleasant and wretched things to one another, and they imagine that if they smile sweetly they are exercising charity and goodwill. That is the trouble in regard to our emotional states. We are not charitable, nor have we goodwill. And one of the first things is to realize this to the very bottom, and hate it. We love ourselves in everything. We love everything that gratifies our vanity, and so we do not love our neighbors, unless they flatter us, and we feel that we dispense their lives. And even though we may have better eyes than us, that can understand other people more, and even care for them, even if they do not flatter us, yet the smaller, meaner eyes belonging to the self-love, the self-interest, and the self-conceit, usually prove to be far stronger, save perhaps after a long interval of time of self-observation, or when they are rendered quiescent by the exhaustion of severe illness, which renders the personality passive. On the point of death people wish only that others should forgive them. That is, because they are no longer in small lies. But this humiliation can gradually take place by the action of the work, that is, through increasing consciousness of what one really is like by means of long and patient self-observation, and all the inner pain of realizing that life cannot be as it was in our imagination. Now let us sketch the person who is full of vanity, self-merit, self-admiration, self-love, self-estimation, self-worthiness, self-conceit, self-importance, self-esteem, self-excitement, and so on. This person is very identified with himself or herself. This person is rich, the rich man, or the rich woman. Such people have no idea that they cannot do. This idea would startle them. They also have no notion that they do not know. They are sure they know best. They feel depressed only when their vanity meets with a check, or no doubt they feel furious. But they cannot see themselves. They may be very kind so long as they are gratified with thanks and praise. They help the poor, they give money to those in distress, provided they get proper recognition, and feel they are properly treated. Such people may be very useful in mechanical life, but in the work, which is under a reverse sign from life, they may find themselves at a loss. I remember many years ago that some people of this kind, who were in the work, decided to get together, and make the work really go. They felt that it was all too slow, and that they could rapidly make it a great success, and they no doubt pictured themselves sitting on the platform at some great meeting at the Albert Hall, or some such place, bowing to thousands of people. They felt that out of their richness, I am speaking psychologically, they could enlarge the work. But it is out of a man's poorness that the work grows. It is not from the rich personality that the work grows in the man, but from the starved and real essence. This is why the work reverses everything, and makes the active passive, and the passive active. Do any of you really imagine that if this work were a great success in life, and were broadcast night and day, it could retain any in her secret force and meaning? I advise you to think out this for yourselves. For my own part, I realized very early that this work could never be a success in life, and that it could never be written about openly, save indirectly. And if you think deeply, you will see why this must be so. That is, if you think from the idea of active and passive signs, in regard to personality and essence. Now let us take the question of becoming passive to likes and dislikes. This is part of the work on emotional center, in regard to the general teaching of becoming passive to the active oneself, that takes charge of things, and controls us. Try to observe your likes and dislikes, and how you waste yourselves in silly likes and dislikes. There is an exercise in the work to this effect. Try for a time to like what you dislike, and dislike what you like. There is a similar exercise in regard to the intellectual center, which I should have mentioned before, namely, try to observe what opinions you side with and speak in favor of the other side. Being identified with one's mechanical liking and disliking holds a person down to emotional habits. It so often happens that you find that what you dislike you can easily like, and vice versa. Our mechanical likes and dislikes are based on very little. They change every moment. Yet we attach so much importance to them. And often in the work you find that people you disliked you begin to like. This is a sign that you are changing. But you cannot change if you identify with every one of your momentary likes and dislikes. One thing can help here, namely, not always talking endlessly of your likes and dislikes, and making a fuss about them. Sometimes people's sole form of conversation is about what they like and they do not like, as if they really imagine it is important. No form of talk is more egotistical or exhausting. To practice for a short time, at intervals, being consciously passive to one's mechanical likes and dislikes is very useful, but not always, particularly in those who mechanically are too timid to say what they want. Speaking in general, work is always against what is mechanical in you. If mechanically you have not enough likes and dislikes, you should have more, and vice versa. Let us now speak of one side, of being passive to likes and dislikes. Let us speak of being passive to associations. Do you know that the work says that we see everything from association? Yet we may have feelings of being in a familiar place, and of being in an unfamiliar place at the same time, but these feelings are not in the same part of us to our small eyes living in mechanical divisions of centers. Things may seem familiar by mere association, which when seen from more conscious eyes become unfamiliar. Thus we sometimes behold one another, as for the first time. We see for a moment without associations. Impressions then fall beyond the machinery of mechanical personality. Then everything is strange, unfamiliar and vivid. Impressions then fall on essence. We get used to things owing to associations, so we no longer see each other, or indeed anything, but only our associations with which we completely identify. We take another person by our associations. We identify with these associations, and so think we see and know the person. Now it is quite possible to observe associations at work with which we identify, and so get misled. It is quite possible to observe associations about others, especially if one begins to realize one does not know them. For instance, people take it for granted that they know each other. This is illusion. We are nearly invisible to one another. But if you think you know, you will not be able to see without mechanical associations. This means that you must start from the realization that you do not know other people, however familiar to you they are. And so also with everything. We do not really know, but we are sure we know. Start from the idea that you do not know, and have never known. Start, that is, from ignorance. This is the poor side. And this gives new life because you begin to get new impressions, new viewpoints, new understanding. If impressions fall on essence, you see in a new way. Now a rich person, very identified with himself, cannot expect to see things without associations, or to get any new impressions falling on essence, which is the growing point of a person. He will live always in associations in the past. Also an opinionated man, a man or woman convinced that he or she knows right and wrong, a man or woman openly or secretly in love with themselves, and certain of themselves and their virtue and standpoint, such a man or woman, wholly identified with themselves, will not be able to divide themselves into two. That is, they will not be able to shift their position, but must always remain where they are, and so what they are in the scale of being. Where and what are the same in this scale. That is, the level of being where a man is also what he is. If you begin to see yourself passively, you begin to see the level of being you are chained down to by the active, self-acting side of you, the side that calls itself I, and which, in my case, expects to be called Maurice Nicoll. The side, in everyone, usurps the throne, and sits on it. There are endless legends, parables, and myths, referring to this wrong psychological situation of man. One has some difficulty in believing that such a thing actually happens to everyone, and that everyone has a wrong ruler on the throne, and that it happened long ago to oneself. One at least thinks one is master in one's house. This is precisely not the case. You have no real master on the throne of your inner world, that is, in your own psychology. You must understand that if we see everything from past associations, we will not be able to see anything in a different way. We may imagine we see another person, but it will be from our associations. In this way, we keep one another in the prison of our associations about one another. We have already formed our own opinions about others, so we do not allow others to exist beyond what we think of them by associations. This is a great tragedy. To let people go, as it were, let them be different, depends on our letting them go. That is, it depends upon our not trying to keep them to what we imagine they are by our mechanical associations. All mothers and fathers have this difficulty with children, but it applies to all sorts of other relationships in life. Remember that we see one another by our associations, once we become familiar, as it is called, with each other. What we do not understand is that seeing a person by one's own associations with him or her has nothing to do with what the person really is. Try to see another person without associations. That is the beginning of something new. And it so often happens that people have got quite wrong associations with others, and never even catch a real glimpse of them. I personally have found in this work that I know others less and less. Certainly I would never say, I know this person, I have known this person all my life. That is exactly saying, in so many words, that you know nothing save your few associations with the person. One of the most difficult things in this work is to go on steadily with it, when one's vanity has been hit at. This shows merely how much we do things from vanity, without realizing it. All the explosive, bristling, quarreling touchiness of life is due to the two emotional giants, vanity and pride. Can you stick to a thing when you have been told you are not good at it? Your vanity may be offended, but your pride may help. Anyhow, if you can, then you may be fairly sure that you are not acting from personality entirely, but perhaps from something genuine, and deeper, and so more real. Yet it may only be pride, turned outwards, which comes to the rescue of offended vanity. At the same time, one can stick to this work through pride turned inwards, and eventually find genuine reasons which have nothing to do with superficial feelings, but spring from a real valuation of the work itself. This is to reach emotion beyond self-emotion. You must remember that in a fully developed school of this work, your vanity would be hit almost every day, and that many would leave in indignation. At the Institute in France we were told on entering that personality has scarcely any right to exist in this place. But we merely heard the phrase. We did not realize what it meant save later. Speaking on a far higher scale, let us recall how many people left Christ because they were offended in him. This means they were identified emotionally with the vanity of their own worth. To be so is really a nuisance. You will find out why I say this, if you do not know it already, but there is a deeper side to all this, that is, where the work really brings you up against yourself. Here lies the point where people forget to work and simply feel lost. Here is the place where it is possible to long not to be so identified emotionally with what one is. It is like being stuck to an illusion that you cannot get away from and that can no longer galvanize you. You must, however, begin to realize that you have been stuck to an illusion that you have called I, and that beyond the illusion you can begin to have real things, that is, the same things, but differently. Now let us take another aspect of being identified emotionally, which illustrates one of the many difficulties of becoming passive to oneself, to this person called to this active Frankenstein monster that one has been led to make, and which now stalks about in one's little world, and takes charge of one, and speaks, as if it were I, and keeps on singing all sorts of things, grandiloquent and boastful as well as pious and timid. This monster, this machine, that you are fastened to, what do you think of it? Do you like it? Everyone is attached to his or her machine. Remember, the work teaches that everyone is a machine, but that machines are of different kinds. Some are loud like Bren guns, or chattering like typewriters, and some are as silent as the electric meter in the hall outside. Now people compare themselves with others. That is, machines compare themselves with machines, and identify through comparison with themselves. If you are a noisy machine, you perhaps feel you are superior to a quiet machine. And if you are a quiet machine, you thank God you are not a noisy machine, and so on. This is one source of identifying emotionally with oneself, that is, it is one source of liking oneself. In the Gospels it is said that a man must come to hate himself. This work uses different language, but has the same deep meaning. The work says a man must become passive to himself. But it is very painful to go against the usual way one has reacted to life. You feel you are losing so much. Yet you are losing nothing real, and after a time you begin to feel new forms of living passing into you. You come back to the same scenes, but you are different. It is the same outer world, but you take it quite differently. It is the same kind of thing, the same kind of events, but you are related to them quite differently. It is even the same people, but you see and feel them quite differently. In passing from one level of being and experience to a new level, there is a gap that is painful. It is like leaving something familiar. If you hold on to the work, after a time you find that you can once more experience everything fully, but at a different level, that is, in a new way. Birdlip, June 5, 1943. Internal considering and external considering XIII on being passive. 7. Associations. The mind should become accustomed to think of the ideas of the work. A man can only think from his ideas. If you think always with your usual ideas, your thoughts will always follow the same circles. You will go around and round in your minds. As a rule, this is our usual state. When did you last have a thought that led anywhere? The ideas of the work are to change the mind. They are very powerful. To think from an idea of this work, such as that man is asleep on this earth, and that is the real reason why everything is in the mess, it isn't to think from such a powerful idea, is to think in a new way. This means that new connections and associations are made in the mind, and the psychic energy begins to traverse new paths. This is always a good experience. This making of new connections opens up the mind, and gives new force. To think always in the same ways, as has often been said, like walking up and down a lawn always in exactly the same narrow track. The result is that the grass is worn out just in these places. But owing to the tremendous mechanical pull that we are subject to on this far down planet, habits of thought form very quickly, and persist throughout life. That is why it is so difficult to become passive to typical associative ways of thinking, especially since we take them for granted as being true. Truth is, for us, our habits of mind. Nothing is surely more evident than the fact that people become so identified with their ways of thinking that nothing can alter them. But this does not apply only to other people. It applies to ourselves. we do not realize that we have habits of mind, as the work calls them, just as we have habits of feeling, habits of movement, and habits of appetite. Habits exist in all centers because centers become overlaid with a network of associations, like railways running across country. If we could start with a new machine, things would be different. But we start with a dirty and worn machine. Yet, even though this is so, by not identifying with typical habits of mind and feeling, to begin with, very much that is worthwhile can be achieved. Let us take another illustration. The physical instrument of thought is the brain. The brain contains something like 14 billion distinct nerve cells, each with about 100 branches or connections with other nerve cells. Let us picture this on a very reduced scale, as a mere diagram. This small diagram shows a nervous or psychic impulse entering the field under observation at A and passing through nerve cells 1 to nerve cell 2, and then to 3, via one path only, shown in thick lines, but you will notice that this impulse entering at A might take many other paths. And if you remember that there are some 14 billion brain cells, each with 100 arms or branches or connections, then you will realize in how many ways a thing can be taken, that is, along how many different paths an impulse can travel theoretically. But owing to habit, impulses find habitual tracks, and so produce the same results. Try to visualize the infinite number of possible paths an impression might take. But actually the matter is like the lawn upon which we walk, always along a few well-worn paths. That is, we live by associations. We think by associations, and we feel by associations. And certainly we move by associations, and this is just as well, speaking in general, but, as we so often move wrongly, some of these associations must ultimately be broken down. But we speak here only of associative thoughts, and associative feelings or emotions, that is, mechanical thinking, and mechanical liking, and disliking, mechanical negative emotions, and so on. Speaking from a rather different angle, the work says that we live in the basement of ourselves. The basement means the mechanical divisions of centers. The basement of the intellectual diagram showing 3 brain cells center is the formatory part, that is, the moving part of intellectual center. The basement of the emotional center is the moving or mechanical part of it. In these parts we live almost entirely by mechanical associations. We get up, yawn, eat breakfast, make our usual remarks, express our usual opinions, use our usual phrases, make our usual jokes, exhibit our usual likes and dislikes, and so on. In this sense we live in the basement, and also, in much the same sense, we live by association. If anything is missing, or if anything is unusual, we are astonished, and probably make a fuss. But provided we recognize everything at a mere glance, provided everything is routine and familiar, we are satisfied. This is our mechanical life. We should all be well aware of it by self-observation. And if we feel no desire to be different, then there is no reason why we should. But a man may reach that point of awakening, or that point of self-consciousness, where he realizes his mechanicalness, and begins first to be rather surprised, and then perhaps to feel discomfort, and finally to feel dislike of himself. It is, of course, useless merely to feel dislike of oneself in a vague way. Many do. Many alternate between a feeling of their own worth and a feeling of despair. But that leads nowhere. It is merely the swing of the pendulum. What we dislike must be pinned down. For example, In regard to work on the intellectual center from the side of associative thinking, one must observe some typical chain of associations or thoughts that one wishes to change and become passive to it. That means, one must not say I to it, nor believe it is I thinking it, but that it is the machine of associations thinking it. It is thinking it, not T. To non-identify, you must take all feeling of I out of a thing. But as you know, for a very long time we take every psychic happening in us, that is, every thought and feeling, as I, as oneself, as me, and this attitude to our inner psychic world is as foolish as a corresponding attitude to the external world by our senses. I do not take the table as me, as T, nor need I take my thoughts in that way. Now we spoke of living in the basement, that is, in associations belonging to the mechanical parts of centers. Tonight I wish to speak of three categories of associations that are possible for us, according to the work teaching, namely, associations produced involuntarily, associations produced voluntarily, and associations of a higher order, that are established in us by connection with the ideas of the work. Let us take these three categories one by one. The main part of our associations are produced involuntarily. These are associations that simply happen by circumstances such as that as a child one was eating a pear, and a nasty worm crawled out of it. Parrot's taste, smell, shape, etc. become connected with nasty worms simply because the two things happen together. So an association is laid down between these two things, one pleasant and the other unpleasant. If the same experience happens again, it is probable that one will never like pears very much, and that will be due entirely to a path of associations laid down involuntarily in the machine. The object pear will ring up the object worm automatically. Or the secretary on hearing of the word pear will at once add the word worm. Or more strictly, the sight of a pear will start a roll turning, that will automatically start another roll turning on which the memory of worm is recorded. The point is that it is all mechanical, a bit of mechanism, and that it was formed involuntarily. I will only add here that a great many illnesses are due to involuntary associations that become habitual. Now to come to the next class of associations, called voluntary. To this class belong the associations formed in the machine by trading of all kinds. These associations are not involuntarily laid down but are laid down voluntarily, although they may be mixed up with involuntary associations. A man who is taught to read and write has a special and very complex set of associations laid down in him voluntarily, partly by the will of another, and partly by his own will. A man who is taught to ride or skate has again voluntary associations connected with moving center. A man who becomes a mathematician has similarly very complex voluntary associations formed in his mind over a long period, that he has deliberately acquired. Briefly speaking, all education is to lay down associations that are voluntarily formed, but these are not necessarily so formed. They may be partly laid down unconsciously, that is, involuntarily formed. But if a man labors at learning something, and uses his directed attention, then voluntarily formed associations are laid down in him. The third class of associations is formed, briefly speaking, in moments of self-remembering, and work on oneself. When a man sees both into himself and into the object, or sees himself and the other person simultaneously, then the results of this higher psychic activity form associations of their own class. Now in giving this brief outline I have used the terms involuntary and voluntary associations. Strictly speaking, I should have said dissociations formed by involuntarily perceived impressions and associations formed by voluntarily perceived impressions. I shall now quote from a conversation which took place many years ago. Mr. Ouspensky is speaking of what he was taught. The modern man never acts of his own accord, but only manifests actions stimulated by external stimuli. The modern man does not think, but something thinks for him. He does not act, but something acts through him. He does not create, but something is created through him. He does not achieve, but something is achieved through him. In the newly born child, the three diverse parts or centers of the general human psyche may be compared to a system of blank gramophone rolls upon which begin to be recorded, from the day of its appearance into the world, the external significance of objects, and the subjective understanding of their inner significance, or the sense of the results of all actions taking place, in the outer world, as well as in the inner world already forming in him. All this is recorded in accordance with the correspondence between the nature of these actions, and the nature of those distinct systems which form themselves in man. All kinds of these recorded results of environing actions remain unchanged on each of these depository rolls, for life, in the same sequence, and in the same correlation with the impressions previously recorded, in which they are perceived. All the impressions recorded in these three relatively independent parts, composing man's general psyche, later produce, in the period of responsible age, all kinds of associations in diverse combinations. That which is called reason in man, as well as in all other external forms of life, is nothing more than the concentration of the results of impressions of different quality formerly perceived, and the stimulation and repetition of these provokes different kinds of associations in the being. The recorded impressions have three sources of origin, and are subject to three different law-abiding influences. One category of associations is formed by impressions perceived involuntarily, and coming directly from the outer world as well as springing from man's inner world, as a result of certain previous, constant, and automatically repeated associations. The second category is formed by voluntarily perceived impressions, either springing from the external world, or crystallizing in man's inner world by means of deliberate active thinking and verifications of reality. The third category originates from the process known as the transformation of impressions, where impressions of all kinds, whether arising without or within, are consciously perceived and related with similar impressions, already recorded, and connected with their right centers. Birdlip, July 3, 1943. Commentary on Self-Observation. And as long as a man takes what he observes as himself, he cannot separate from it. It is like standing on a plank, and trying to lift it. To take what you observe in yourself as yourself is to identify with it. Then you cannot change it. For a long time we are asleep to the significance of self-observation, and its real goal, which is inner separation. But if everything inside, in the psychic world of yourself, to which only you have direct access, is forever turning, and you take it all as yourself, you have not begun the journey to find yourself, which you lost. Let me ask you all a question. Why is it so difficult to establish a work relationship to yourself? Because everything in you is taken, as one, as I. This is our strongest illusion, and day after day it defeats the action of the work upon ourselves. And like all the many powerful illusions we live under, its object is to prevent us from awaking. Yet what does the work, which tries to awaken us, say insistently about our state of being? It says that it is characterized by lack of unity, lack of oneness, by multiplicity, manyness, by many eyes, instead of one big permanent eye, whose gaze covers the whole field of our life. By this time we should know practically some of the eyes in ourselves, and whether we can trust what they say, or not. It is very easy to fall amongst thieves, who not only steal from us but harm us, leaving us almost dead, like the man who went down from Jerusalem to Jericho, and fell among thieves, which stripped him of his raiment, and wounded him, and departed, leaving him half dead. Luke X:30. Notice he went down. Everyone has in him eyes that wish to drag him down. This is the remarkable discovery that we can make for ourselves, namely, that we have eyes in us that, if we follow them, drag us down in regard to esoteric ideas, that, indeed, fight against all new understanding, and wish to kill us in this respect. Yet we take ourselves quite calmly, as if there were nothing wrong with us. This means illusion. This means we have not begun to observe ourselves in the light of esoteric teaching, whether of the work, or the Gospels, or of any other source more ancient. It is within a man that the struggle of yes and no must begin, in regard to esoteric ideas. And this means that everyone has eyes which will resist the work, resist every form of esoteric ideas, so we have to observe our trains of thought. From which eyes do they come? If you have no work relationship to yourself, you will take all your thoughts, any idle thoughts, as I, and say yes to them. How then can you work on yourself? Are you so foolish as to trust in any and every train of thought? Can you not see where work on yourself lies in regard to the sphere of thinking? Do you suppose that you yourself think your thoughts? Do you still take every personal, psychic event, that is, every mood you have, every thought you have, as you yourself, as I, and give it the sanction and signature of yourself? If so, you do not understand what work on yourself means. You take yourself as one person. You are trying to do this work without even starting to do it, without even seeing where it starts. You are like some kind of dung beetle continually rolling up masses of negative filth, and storing it up in the cupboards of your mind, as your personal possession. Why should you go with all your thoughts? Why believe in them when they originate in negative eyes? Why follow so intently chain after chain of negative thinking, as if it were all you, all I, myself thinking, when you only have to wake up a little and realize that you need not take these thoughts as you, that you need not go in those directions? We spoke recently of being passive to thoughts. I assure you all it would be useful if you would realize particularly what this means, every day. I said that once you realize this part of the work, practically it is like pure magic. You suddenly wake up out of a train of evil negative thoughts, and realize you need not wallow in them. You can separate from them, as when getting out of a mire into which you sank. Yes, but who really knows this yet? If one still loves negative states, before all else, one certainly will never know it. Now you must all understand that you have many eyes in you that are against the work. If not, there would be no basis of personal work. Whatever you gain through the work is therefore individual, the result of your own struggles. If you simply accepted the work, nothing could happen. If you accord all the teaching of the work in notebooks in beautiful typing, and so on, well, work for you has not yet begun. No change will take place. It is like a chemical change. A salt is made from two opposite elements. These are psychologically life and work. So you must understand that the work sets up a struggle between opposites, which grows, and grows in strength, between eyes that wish to work and eyes which do not. Purely life eyes do not wish the work, and they are the cleverest eyes in us. You remember that it is said in ancient esoteric literature, that the children of this world are in their generation wiser than the children of light. This refers to eyes in us. Life eyes are cleverer than work eyes. So our negative emotions and thoughts appear cleverer than anything else at first. Perhaps some of you know how very plausible some eyes can be, how they begin to advance arguments in your mind, and apparently wish to assist you. Such eyes are self-justifying eyes, of which we have a great number. These eyes appear often like one's reasoning power, and, like bad lawyers, they always start from something. That is not quite true. Now supposing you meet a person who tells lies. At first you do not realize how he speaks, but after a time you become more wary, and you realize he is a liar. And you cannot trust what he says. But when we are asleep, that is, when we are taking ourselves for granted, eyes of this kind, that are inveterate liars, continually take charge of us and of our thoughts, and twist them into all sorts of false patterns, false associations. This makes, as it were, a kind of mess in us, and if it goes on long enough the whole of the mind becomes poisoned, and cannot think clearly about anything. It is very necessary to see and to observe lying eyes. We have so many of them. They are continually distorting everything. But once you begin to see them, you can notice how they are weaving their material, and you need not go with them, need not believe them, need not take their inner talking as truth, and this reality is magic. You shake yourself, as it were, like a dog coming out of the water, and get rid of the whole thing instantly. You feel at peace. You feel that something has happened inside you, that is quite wonderful, that you have escaped from some danger, that you never realized before. Try, therefore, to see different eyes, and what they say in regard to the work, that is, in regard to esoteric ideas as distinct from life ideas. And remember that if you cannot see this struggle in yourself, if you identify with every train of thought, with every kind of inner talking, with every mood, you do not yet know what this work means practically. You will simply say, I feel negative towards the work. This means that you take yourself as one thing, one mass, which is sometimes negative, sometimes positive. In that case, you will get nowhere. It also means that you do not understand what it means to observe yourself, and do not notice different eyes in yourself. In that case you will always be identified with your state, and you will always say, I, to any state of yourself. How then will you realize what it means to transform your states? You will be them. You will be incapable of separating from them, so that your states and you are identified are the same. So you are one by identifying. Everything is you. Many of you think that self-observation consists merely in noticing that you feel moody, that you feel unwell, that you feel negative or bored, or gloomy or depressed, and so on. Let me assure you that this is not self-observation. Self-observation begins with the establishing of observing, I, in your own inner world. Observing, I, is not identified with what it observes. When you say, I am feeling negative, you are not observing yourself. You are your state. You are identified with your state. There is nothing distinct in you that is standing outside your state, something that does not feel your state, something that is independent of it and is looking at it, something that has a quite different feeling from your state. If you say, I wish I were not negative, this is quite useless. It is I speaking the whole time. You are taking yourself as one mass, you are not dividing yourself into two, which is the beginning of work on yourself. You are not saying, why is it negative? But why am I negative? You are taking it, and you, as the same. Try to understand what it means to divide yourself into two, an observed side and an observing side, and try to feel the sense of I in the observing side and not in the observed side. This is the whole point. Remember that unless a man divides himself into two, he cannot move from where he is. It is like this: we are all fastened inside to wrong things which we take as ourselves, wrong thoughts, worries, etc. We take them as us. Work is to separate ourselves from them. This is the beginning of inner freedom. This is what the work is about. If you can observe your thoughts and worries, then you establish the starting point of the work in yourself. It is this observing side that is the new point of growth in you. So try to feel the sense of I in observing I, and not in the observed side. Try to be conscious in observing T. Birdlip, July 9, 1943. Commentary on Self-Observation and Eyes. Let us all understand that in order to renew the force and feeling of this work, we must always return to fundamentals as the source. Last time we began to speak again of one of the fundamental teachings in this work, namely, that this work, in its practical application, begins with self-observation. But when the work says that you must begin with self-observation, you must not assume that you already know what is meant by this term self-observation, which has such depths of meaning. People sometimes say, "Oh, yes, all this is nothing new to me, I have always observed myself." And yet they remain as they are. Why? Because they imagine that they already know everything about themselves, and so that they have no need for self-knowledge. All this is illusion, sheer imagination. To imagine one knows oneself is to be a slave to one of the powerful illusions that keep humanity asleep. Let us speak for a moment about imagination. Everyone imagines he knows himself. Now the peculiar thing about imagination lies in this fact, that if you imagine you are something, or have something, you no longer wish for it. For example, if you imagine you know yourself, then you will not seek to find out how you can gain self-knowledge. So you will make no real attempt to practice self-observation. You will both take yourself for granted and imagine you know yourself already. You will go about behaving as you always behave, imagining that you do everything consciously. In that case you will never be able to set up the inner struggle between yes and no that is the basis of practical work on oneself, and the source of change of being. Now it is very difficult to discern even a single thing about oneself, and this is due to more reasons, and one. For example, the whole natural movement of ourselves must be turned completely round in order to observe ourselves. Naturally speaking, we look out through our external senses at that aspect of the world they register according to their very limited powers. This external scene, registered by sense, full of people and things, brightly colored, we suppose is the sum total of what we call the real, or the existing, or, in brief, reality. But reality is not confined to the small range of our senses, and does not only lay outside us, in the show of life. There is the reality of our inner thoughts and feelings and desires and sufferings, that is, there is a reality even more real than any external reality transmitted by the senses, and which can only be penetrated by each one himself. Outer reality is common to us all. but inner reality is individually approached. This other inner reality, to which each person has his own access, lies invisibly within us. It is to this invisible inner reality, in which we dwell psychologically, or psychically, this inner confusion, that the work applies. Science, turned outwards, via the senses, seeks how to conquer nature. This work is about conquering oneself, about self-mastery. So it begins with observing, not external nature, but oneself. But all kinds of psychological difficulties arise here, and in this respect we all have very defective sight, that is, insight as distinct from outsight. And one of these difficulties is due to imagination. We imagine we see ourselves, and know ourselves thoroughly, and this prevents us from awaking to the realization of what real self-observation means, and of what it means really to begin to know oneself. Let us remember that self-knowledge from most ancient times was regarded as the highest knowledge. All esoteric teaching speaks of self-knowledge. Let us hear again the work speaking to us about imagination, and the part it plays in life in preventing us from changing our being. The work says, there are 1,000 things which prevent a man from awakening, which keep him in the power of his imagination and dreams. In order to act consciously with the intention of awakening, it is necessary to know the forces which keep man in a state of sleep. First of all, it must be realized that the sleep in which man exists on this earth is not normal, but hypnotic sleep. Man is hypnotized, and this hypnotic state is continually maintained and strengthened in him. One would think that there are forces for whom it is useful and profitable to keep man in a hypnotic sleep state, and prevent him from seeing the truth and understanding his position. There is an Eastern tale which speaks of a very rich magician who had a great many sheep. But at the same time this magician was very mean. He did not want to hire shepherds, nor did he want to erect a fence about the pasture where his sheep were grazing. The sheep consequently often wandered into the forest, fell into ravines, and so on, and above all they ran away, for they knew that the magician wanted their flesh and skins, and this they did not like. At last the magician found a remedy. He hypnotized his sheep and suggested to them first of all that they were immortal, and that no harm was being done to them when they were skinned, that, on the contrary, it would be very good for them, and even pleasant. Secondly, he suggested that the magician was a good master, who loved his flock so much that he was ready to do anything in the world for them, and in the third place he suggested to them that if anything at all were going to happen to them, it was not going to happen just then, at any rate not that day, and therefore they had no need to think about it. Further, the magician suggested to his sheep that they were not sheep at all. To some he suggested that they were lions, to others that they were eagles, to others that they were men, and to others that they were magicians. And after this, all cares and worries about the sheep came to an end. They never ran away again, but quietly awaited the time when the magician would require their flesh and skins. This tale is a very good illustration of men's position. In so-called occult literature you have probably met with the expression Kundalini, the fire of Kundalini, or the serpent of Kundalini. This expression is often used to designate some kind of strange force which is present in man, and which can be awakened. But none of the known theories gives the right explanation of the force of Kundalini. Sometimes it is connected with sex energy, that is, with the idea of the possibility of using sex energy for other purposes. This latter idea is entirely wrong because Kundalini is not anything desirable or useful for men's development. It is very curious how these so-called occultists have got hold of the word from somewhere but have completely altered its meaning, and from a very dangerous and terrible thing they have made something to be hoped for, and to be waited for, as some blessing. In reality, Kundalini is the power of the imagination, the power of fantasy, which takes the place of real function. When a man dreams, instead of acting, when his dreams take the place of reality, when a man imagines himself to be an eagle, a lion, a man, or a magician, it is the force of Kundalini acting in him. Kundalini can act in all centers, and with its help all the centers can be satisfied with the imaginary instead of the real. A sheep, which considers itself a lion, or a magician, lives under the power of Kundalini. Kundalini is a force put into men in order to keep them in their present state. If men could really see their true position, and could understand the horror of it, they would be unable to remain where they are even for a second. They would begin to seek a way out, and they would quickly find it, because there is a way out, but men fail to see it, simply because they are hypnotized. Kundalini is the force that keeps them in a hypnotic state. To awaken, for man, means to be dehypnotized. In this lies the chief difficulty, and in this lies also the guarantee of its possibility, for there is no organic reason for sleep, and man can awaken. Theoretically he can, but practically it is almost impossible because of the psychological forces acting on man. As soon as he awakens for a moment, and opens his eyes, all these forces that caused him to fall asleep begin to act on him with tenfold energy, and he immediately falls asleep again, very often dreaming that he is awake, or is awakening. There are certain states in ordinary sleep in which a man wants to awaken but cannot. He tells himself that he is awake, but, in reality, he continues to sleep, and this can happen several times before he finally awakes. But in ordinary sleep, once he is awake, he is in a different state. In hypnotic sleep the case is otherwise. There are no objective characteristics, at any rate not at the beginning of awakening. A man cannot pinch himself in order to make sure that he is not asleep. Only a man who fully realizes the difficulty of awakening can understand the necessity of long and hard work in order to awake. In the above quotation you will see how much importance is attached to imagination, and in what sense it is used. Imagination is therefore defined in the work as that which replaces reality. Imagination can satisfy all centers, so man can be satisfied with the imaginary instead of the real. It is for this reason that the work so often speaks about imagination, and about the necessity for struggling with it. As you know, in the practical instructions given by the work as regards what one must struggle against, imagination is mentioned. However, it usually takes a considerable time before a person in the work begins to observe his imagination. And there are also many difficulties connected with observing imagination, one of which is that as soon as you try to observe it, it stops. That is, as soon as you get into directed attention, imagination ceases. I suppose that few of us yet have really thought about how we would care to face the possibility of the whole of our inner psychical life of secret thought and feeling being laid bare to the observation of other people. Here, in our life on earth, this is mercifully hidden from others. But, at the same time, it is individually accessible to each of us. This is the direction of the work, on its practical side, to see, by direct, uncritical self-observation, what exists in oneself, what thoughts and feelings, and so on, one identifies with. but in self-observation in the work sense it is necessary to observe/acts about oneself. Now most of us so excuse ourselves, and are so much under the pleasant and subtle activity of self-justifying, in cooperation with imagination, that we never really register any distinct facts about ourselves. For example, if we are mean, we really do not observe it as a fact. Others may. But we find all sorts of reasons in excuse. Or let us take ourselves from the angle of how we speak unpleasantly about one another. We do not register the fact by direct and real self-observation. We allow it to go on, chiefly, because we like it, and it is so very easy, and if accused of it we probably smile in that terrible way we do at such a time. Why are we so incapable of registering facts about ourselves? One great reason is that imagination of ourselves prevents us, so we cannot see anything real, any real facts about ourselves, save very dimly. Our imagination or state of hypnosis prevents any real, direct observation. We imagine we are, so to speak, eagles or lions, or, let us say, respectable and nice people, and cannot see through the mists of self-imagination that we are nothing of the kind. But all these ideas, all these forms of imagination, under which everyone lives, are different examples of Kundalini, and the force it exerts on mankind to keep up the state of sleep that characterizes humanity on this earth. People are not what they imagine, nor is anything in life what it pretends to be. Certainly people may begin to see that this is so as they get older, and then, just when this work is necessary for them, as a rule they become negative, and feel frustrated. You have all heard that the work teaches us that we are in the power of imaginary I, and that this is the source of most of our troubles. This I, or this feeling or idea of oneself, is composed of imagination. Do not think for a moment that imagination is nothing but imagination, as the saying goes. You have seen what the work says about imagination. It is the most powerful force acting on mankind. It is a definite and terrible thing, not a mere nothing. To say that a person is suffering from imagination is to say that that person is suffering from a very powerful, intractable and dangerous force. Apart from what was said last time about self-observation, and its meaning and object, this can be added. One of the objects of self-observation is to break down imagination of oneself that is, imaginary. One is not what one imagines one is. Now imagination has no real memory. But self-observation is to create a special and real memory, a conscious memory, a memory that imagination cannot escape from. Self-observation is to destroy imagination, that is, to create a memory that fights with unreal, sentimental and imaginary memory. If you only possess the unreal memory of imagination, you live in the ideal fantasies of imaginary I, and never see that anything is wrong with you. Others are wrong, not you. But what are you really like in yourself? What eyes control you? What eyes govern your life? What eyes do you consent to? Can you bear to break yourself up into different eyes, and see what they say, and do, and what they think and feel? This is to break up the power of imagination. This is to register unpleasant facts about yourself. Can you move on the surface of your own waters, as it says in the account of the beginning of personal esoteric work, in the first chapter of Genesis? You remember how our ordinary state of sleep is described, and the earth was waste, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved on the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." What is light? It is esotericism, it is esoteric ideas. It is the ideas of this work which is esotericism. When a man who has right magnetic center first meets the ideas of this work, he is himself the earth that was waste and darkness. Self-observation done sincerely from the knowledge of the ideas of this work lets in light into this inner darkness, this inner chaos of oneself. That is how self-observation is defined in the work, for it says that self-observation lets in light into oneself, and as that many things can take place in darkness, just like certain chemical processes which cannot take place in the presence of light. Light is consciousness. This is the beginning of that possible inner transformation of man, that all esoteric teaching, including the Gospels and this work, is always speaking about through the centuries. Having spoken of self-observation from the standpoint of some of the greater ideas of the work, let us now speak of it on the scale on which the last paper was written. In the last talk, amongst other things, it was said that to observe oneself it is necessary to divide oneself into an observing and an observed side, and that the feeling of I, or consciousness, must be given more and more to the observing side. That is, observing I must be given as far as possible the feeling of I at the moment, and the observed side given the feeling of not I. You walk about in life observing houses and people and trees, and so on, and do not necessarily connect the feeling of I with them. They are not I to you. But the same division must be made internally. What you observe internally is not I in the same way as the houses, people, etc. you observe externally are clearly not I. We are not identified with everything we see outside us, but ordinarily we are identified with everything that takes place inside us, with every thought, mood, desire, and so on. Self-observation in the work sense is to separate observing I from what is observed in oneself. For instance, you can observe the emotion of the beginning of anger. You can observe the thoughts connected with it. If your consciousness of the feeling of I is stronger in observing I than in what it observes, then your anger and the thoughts accompanying it will not have full power over you. The whole inner event made I away. But let us suppose that some self-justifying I comes onto the scene that says your anger is right. What then happens? Answer that for yourselves. If you have never really observed yourself, then you will not be able to answer. But if you have, you will know exactly what happens. But the difficulty mentioned already remains merely, everyone imagines he or she is one person, a unity, and cannot realize that he is not one person, and everyone imagines he knows himself. It requires long work and great sincerity, and particularly great evaluation of the work and its meaning, to realize that you are not one but many eyes. Even your very pride will prevent you, unless you feel the existence of something greater than your pride. The doctrine of many eyes is a stumbling block to everyone. Yet it is true, and is the secret that begins to make change of oneself possible. Now remember, that if you identify with an I in you, you give it force, and you give it the sanction of yourself. That is, you sign its checks in your name. Surely some of you must recognize unpleasant, or rather, evil-minded eyes. Then if you identify with them they become you. You will them. As soon as you extend your will to possess something, as soon as you take something into your desire, then it is the same as yourself, and so it works in you as yourself, and you believe it. Now I will quote this question: how can we make use of the observations we have made on ourselves? This is a very interesting question. I would like to hear what you think of this. 3 Birdlip, July 17, 1943. Commentary on Self-Observation and Eyes. Observation of eyes. After a certain time in the work, a person should be able to recognize quite clearly 1 or 2 eyes in himself. He will, of course, be unable to do so if he still remains wholly under the influence of imaginary eye, for in that case he will have the illusion that he is one eye, one solid person, one permanent ego. This will prevent him from even beginning to look seriously for eyes in himself. But, as you know, the work teaches that the personality is made of a large number of egos, which all call themselves I, and take charge of us at different times. Thus our life is in the hands of a great many people unknown to us who live in, and on us, some of whom may be desirable but many undesirable. Ordinarily we do not see these people, mistaking them for ourselves. This is a curious illusion, if you think about it. Actually, you should be constantly thinking of it, and noticing how it works. Then you may begin to see into the trick, and how clever it is, and how simple. Some egos in us are very dangerous, and should never be allowed either to speak through us or to call themselves T. However, this is easy to say and very difficult to do. Some are dangerous in one way, others in another way. Let us take suspicious eyes as an extreme example. These eyes are amongst the most dangerous in us. They have an extraordinary power of binding a man or woman to their influence. Their action lies in transforming things, or rather connecting them up in another way. Their representation in the intellectual center is very subtle. They transpose facts to fit in with their central theory, that is, with the nature of the suspicion. They alter the arrangement of things in the memory, and in thought, so that everything seems to corroborate and confirm everything else. In this way, they build up an organized mental system not of truth, but of falsity. In the emotional center they arouse their own peculiar feelings which are distinct from jealousy or envy or revenge or hatred, and give a curious excitement, like all destructive emotions. The action of suspicious eyes is such that they in a short time spread like a ferment in all directions within us and set, or fix the materials of the mind and emotions, as if they were coagulated. They also act on the moving center, giving rise to stealthiness, odd silences of the bodily movements, and so on. Suspicion takes everything on the lowest plane, and is therefore closely connected with the sin against the Holy Ghost mentioned in the Gospels, which refers to seeing the worst side of everything and everyone. Suspicious eyes are fond of whispered conversations, if you notice them in action. Now the idea of the work is to make one big observing eye, that stands outside the personality, and takes photographs of all the eyes in the personality. The more photographs you take, the stronger will the observing eye become, and the more chances you will have of coming into a new life freed from the compulsion and habits of the old life. But, apart from the fact that it is difficult to take any photographs at all, at least to begin with, it becomes clearer later on that some eyes are exceptionally difficult to photograph. This is because of their hypnotic power over us. Remember that all eyes are specialized, that is, of different kinds. One is fond of this, another of that. One likes to say or do this, another to say or do that, and so on. Some of these eyes attract us more strongly than others do. Their inner hypnotizing power is greater. This applies particularly to suspicious eyes. These eyes, present in everyone, may play only a small role, or may assume far greater proportions. They are amongst the most subjective of the eyes, and can eventually employ the reasoning power of the formatory center for their own purpose, so that a person begins to live in another inner world of his own invention, quite distinct from the objective, or real situation. Every eye makes, as it were, a little momentary world into which we pass when we identify with it, but suspicious eyes, if consented to and nourished by the will, invade all the inner life, and organize it into another and permanent world of hell. The power of observing eye, not to identify with what it observes, varies with the kind of eye it observes. You must all have noticed this. The hypnotizing power of suspicious eyes, like that of jealous or revengeful eyes, or envying eyes, is so strong that the independent power of observing eye is often overcome. That is, observing eye identifies with what it observes. This will not be the case so easily if observing eye has behind it many strong thoughts about the work, that is, some definite work eyes, and also strong feelings. But when people take hold of the work, and indeed the whole idea of esotericism very loosely, and in a trivial way, and therefore actually place small value on it, then observing eye is very weak and unsupported, and is easily swamped, like a little boat without keel, rudder, sail, compass, or master. A weak observing eye is due to lack of seeing what the work is about, and if one does not see what the work is about, it means that one does not try to think about it. Esotericism, throughout the ages, is something very big. One cannot take hold of it with little trivial eyes. Best not even to attempt to do so. Let me say one more thing about this extreme example that we are taking of suspicious eyes. The less you realize your own deceitfulness, the more will you tend to be suspicious of others. The key is to see that they are eyes, formed by long habit, that you can separate from and not go with, not believe in, not consent to. Of course, if you consent to every eye of the moment in yourself, you are not working, and you do not understand what work on yourself means. Work on yourself means to get into a new way of living consciously inside yourself instead of mechanically. It means to work against your mechanical ways of reacting to everything, and so on. Work on yourself means simply work on yourself. This begins when you observe yourself, and begin to see different eyes in you that have preyed on you and enslaved you all your life. But all this is impossible if you imagine you are one person. Another set of eyes is based on slander. Their activity and, in fact, the delight of these eyes lies in various forms of slandering or vilifying, or twisting. This constitutes in the work one bad form of wrong talking, in general. Their strength varies in different people. When they are marked, a person must struggle to see them, and separate from them with all his available willingness and desire. They are very dangerous eyes, because they act against the person himself, or herself eventually, that is, they turn on you, and slander yourself, and drag you down internally, and so prevent you from understanding, slandering everything you try to do, even quite sincerely. Remember that there is a reason why the devil was called the slanderer in the Gospels. Try to observe when you are slandering, both in your mind and in words, and notice and remember it, and try to see that it is certain eyes in you that are doing it, and notice what they wish to say and feel pleasure in, and how they come to wake up in you, and become active, and so on. Eyes that belong to the domain of suspicion, slander, hatred, revenge, envy, jealousy, and so on, must be struggled with to the end of one's life. To realize that you need not go with these various habitual eyes is the dawn of a new life. It is the beginning of understanding what personal work means. Yes, it is actually so nothing sentimental or foolish is meant here. But this dawn does not come as long as you take yourself as one, and live under the hypnotic power of imaginary I which is a cloak for all the different I's in you and worn by each in turn. Remember that the secret lies in seeing these I's as not you, or rather, as not I. If you take them as I, then nothing can be done. You are standing on the plank that you are trying to lift, and that is impossible. You are standing in your own way. Now let us speak of different kinds of I's, some of which may also be very important. Some time ago we spoke of worry and worrying I's. These form a strong group of I's in most people. Their action is very interesting to observe. Their sole object is to upset you, and make you depressed, or, in short, worried. They lead to nothing else. They are quite useless, as are so many I's in us, but you have to notice for yourself, by direct and sustained self-observation, what they do, and say, and what their main object is. Worrying I's act in two main ways. You all have your worrying I's about one another, about business, about money, about your state of health, and so on. And you also have to meet other people's worrying I's. Try to see even one worrying I distinctly in yourself, study it, see how it only loves to exhaust you, and leads nowhere. Then you will see others. Also notice how some of your worrying I's connect themselves with the work. You begin to worry about the work in one way or another, whether you are working, and so on. They are like flies, and can settle on anything. They are all small I's living in small parts of centers. They cease when we get into directed attention. We might imagine that worrying I's have a kind of foreman, who looks out for jobs to give them. If you cannot see your own worrying I's, notice those in other people, how as soon as one worry is over they almost arrange to have something else to worry over. These I's disperse force and exhaust people and cause illnesses. They are, so to speak, rampant in Western people. Now let us take I's that like to complicate and muddle things. They form a considerable group of somewhat various I's. Their object, of course, is not to help you, but to make everything extraordinarily difficult. They delight in misunderstanding everything. They delight in calling your attention to something unimportant, in delaying you, especially last-minute I's, as Mr. Ouspensky once called them, I's that come onto the stage just as you have to go somewhere, or catch a train, and so on. Again, let us take the sensationalized I's that love to create a scene, to get excited, and which lead even into hysteria. Their object is to exaggerate everything, and when they express themselves in the moving center, they like to scream, or make violent movements. In the intellectual center they shout gramophone sentences such as, "I can't stand this any longer," or "this is too much." They produce frantic states, which again only exhaust and deplete the nervous system. They are our own enemies. Only people like them. You must realize that a great many I's, in fact, most of them, are against you and wish to destroy you in various ways, openly or more secretly. That is why we have to be awake towards ourselves. Now about negative I's, which are often exceptionally subtle and dangerous, I am not going to speak in this paper. I will only say that negative I's form a very great part of our inner life, and that they always eat our force, and weaken us, both for life, and for the work. There is only one thing that can fight for us here, and that is the work itself, and it will fight for us only in relation to our evaluation of it. Negative eyes are created by life, as are other eyes. Life as third force keeps them alive. The work is a contrary third force that weakens all eyes formed by life save those that can understand esoteric ideas, that is, those who begin to understand that there is an other way of living and thinking, and valuing, and feeling, and acting, and wish to reinterpret everything that happens to us in terms of another set of ideas. Then, again, notice eyes that like to be ill and attract illness. The habit of illness can be formed early, and that means that a group of eyes form themselves that wish to occupy the stage whenever possible. They wish to make you ill. It used to be taught by G that 80% of our illnesses have a psychological cause of this kind, that is, are due to eyes, just as in the same way, if you form the habit of taking some drug, the eyes formed and nourished by it will seek to dominate and destroy you. Now look for different kinds of eyes, and try to observe them practically. All eyes are specialized. More or less similar eyes form groups, and these may form personalities. For example, a doctor's medical eyes will be various, but will form a personality within the personality in general. Or a person's social eyes will do the same, etc. Often there are useful eyes in us that have been formed earlier, and which we do not nourish in after life. This is a great mistake. People often drop their best eyes in this way quite early. They get swamped by life and its exigencies, and make no effort in continuity with what they have already gained. Then it is like a garden becoming overgrown with weeds, that is, with useless, poor or negative eyes. Everything in nature has to fight, to make effort. Animals and plants cannot, so far as we know, make psychological effort. But we know that we can. All this work is effort, not effort such as lifting a weight, but psychological effort on this inner world called oneself. We have specialized eyes formed by previous interests and education. One eye is fond of poetry, another of mathematics, another of music, another of writing, another of reading, and so on. When our first education ends, very often these eyes fade, and become weak, because they are not nourished by attention, that is, we make no further effort about them. To direct the conscious attention in anything requires effort. This is psychological effort. Attention, will, and consciousness are very closely connected. Once we have started on our second education, that is, the work we should all know to some extent, when we should make some effort in connection with useful eyes. Then if you notice you do not, try to observe what eyes prevent you from doing so. This is seeing second force in you, that is, the force of resistance to effort. When we leave good and useful eyes unvisited too long, they lose heart, as it were. It is much the same inside as outside. What I am saying is that, in regard to different eyes in oneself, one should also work on good eyes. It is not merely a question of working on bad eyes. The work has two sides. It walks on two legs. When you observe genuinely good and useful eyes that want to know, to be taught more, do not neglect them. And this applies to work eyes. You cannot work on bad eyes if you neglect work eyes, that is, if you do not keep them alive by thought and feeling and effort. It is necessary to strengthen work eyes not only by remembering what you are doing but by re-understanding the esoteric ideas of the work, again and again, and constantly relearning and re-seeing the meaning of the work, until it forms your sky. This strengthens the side of observing eye, and makes it possible for it to keep outside and to resist the influence of what it observes. All new life and inner vigor forms round observing I, which leads finally up to real I. When this is reached, then this world, which is really, of course, a school, has fulfilled its task, and you have fulfilled your task in regard to it. But this goal is very far away from us all at present. Now, as regards the question asked at the end of the paper read last time, how can we make use of the observations we have made on ourselves? Let me say first that you must realize that you can do nothing in regard to changing yourself unless you observe yourself. Self-observation must precede all change of oneself. You cannot change what you do not observe. To observe a thing in yourself is to know it. This begins self-knowledge, and the first step in self-knowledge is to see that you are not one. If you know nothing of yourself and your many eyes, how can you change yourself? You have to see what is meant here very clearly. I ask you to discuss this point later on. I will now quote 5 answers to the above question given when the paper was read here on Tuesday last. 1. The observations that we have made help us to have aim. They give us force to go on working. 2. Our observations begin to create work memory. They cause an alarm bell to ring next time the event happens. We can observe the same thing more deeply next time. They increase consciousness. 3. Your self-observation collects eyes round observing I. It will be a step towards inner separation. This answer is obscure. 4. Our observations will make us less mechanical next time. 5. Our observations help us to see our being. Birdlip, July 26, 1943. Self-remembering. Tonight we will speak of self-remembering. It is necessary to remember oneself every day, at least once. Many different descriptions have been given in the literature of the past. I will quote one given some 3 centuries ago. A disciple asks his master how he can come to the supersensual life, and hear God speak. The master replies, when thou canst throw thyself into that, where no creature dwelleth, though it be but for a moment, then thou hearest what God speaketh. The disciple asks him if the place, where no creature, or nothing created dwells, is near or far away. The master says, it is in the end. He adds that it is to be reached by ceasing, even for a moment, from all one's thinking, and willing when thou standest still from self-thinking, and self-willing, and canst stop the wheel of the imagination, and the senses. In another place he says that this act must be done once a day at least, and only for a short time. It certainly must not be attempted too often. He is really describing what in this work is called self-remembering. It is very often difficult to hear the work speaking to us. As a rule we are immersed in life and self-interests of various kinds, and cannot hear the work. In the example just given, the disciple asks how he can come to the supersensual state, and hear God speak. This means to a state that is above the life of the senses. Have you ever really thought what is the life of the senses? It is all your daily worries, all your cares, your daily contacts, all you see, and hear, etc. through the senses. You see there is not enough food, or your pots and pans are wearing out, or you miss the bus, and so on. All this is life of the senses. You see work. You see money. You see the table is broken. You see a letter with bad news. You see disease. You see an earthquake. You see your own face, and so on. All this is sensual, that is, life transmitted by the senses. How many of us are upset because of the electric light failing, or because of another man, or a woman, or because we cannot buy what we want, and so on? All this is sensual, life, it is the sensual life. It is life as you experience it via your five senses. You might ask, is there any other kind of life apart from my business, my job, my daily cares, my house, family, my sick child, my this, my that, and so on? In other words, you are asking, is there any other life, and the sensual life? Esotericism speaks of another life. The work speaks of it. Do you know how often the work says you must transform incoming impressions? Yet, glued to that sensory reality that masters us at every moment, and makes us its slaves, we cannot easily see beyond the particular life event that is exerting its influence on us at the moment, as, for instance, we have lost our ticket, or our bag, or someone has been rude to us. When we are in a particular outer event, everything seems to be that event, does it not? Then it passes, and we wonder what happened. You remember what was once said, that life is a series of events, or, if you prefer, that passing time, hour by hour, day by day, is composed of a definite structure of events that crowd in all the time on different scales, that is, as personal events, family events, local events, national events, world events, all on different scales. These are due to the 48 orders of laws we are under. Now you can never be without some event that is trying to take force from you. Ill news is an event, for instance. Certainly war is an event. But they are not on the same scale, of course. There is a common phrase that life is one thing after another. It is necessarily so, since we are under definite laws. We are not free. This takes us probably all our life to grasp, and then we cannot grasp it. If you notice the kind of being you have, then you will get to know that it weaves a thread continuing the same series of events. Our level of being attracts our life, that is, the events belonging to it. You may feel how bad it is that these things always happen to you. Yes, but what has the work to say? Have you ever made the connection? Have you ever observed your life and its events from the angle of what the work teaches about being? There are times when self-observation is no good. Then you can say, I wish to remember myself. You will find that the work will help you. Recently Mr. Ouspensky suggested that people should remember themselves at certain definite times, as an exercise. The work emphasizes the importance of self-remembering from the start. Very often we forget to remember ourselves. We wonder what to do, but forget to remember ourselves. Perhaps we think of it, but we do not try to do it. We are always thinking of but not doing the work. When we make no attempt to self-remember, our inner continuity with the work is broken. The work moves away from us and we pass into life. When this happens, it is necessary to self-remember. This opens us again to the influences of the work. This is quite a definite experience, but, as I said, we usually forget to self-remember, and try instead to do something ourselves. To remember oneself is a surrender of oneself. One realizes one's helplessness. It is impossible to self-remember if one does not realize and understand that better influences can reach us. In one book written some 8 centuries ago, by someone belonging to the Sufi schools, the writer compares self-remembering with coming to the surface of the sea and drawing in air. This air, he says, is miraculous and will last a whole day, even when one is at the bottom of the ocean. When one is very much identified with life, it is difficult to self-remember. It is also difficult when one has a wrong inner attitude to the work. Again, It is difficult to understand anything about self-remembering when one is identified with oneself. When you make a practice of self-remembering every day, you begin to be aware of a continuity running through your life. On the other hand, you become aware when this continuity is lost. When you feel this continuity, and the loss of it, you have a point in the work in the emotional center. This is like inner taste, the starting of real work conscience. Birdlip, July 27, 1943. The opposites part. Tonight we will speak about the law of the pendulum. By the law of the pendulum is meant the swinging of things between opposites. A pendulum swings from one side, and then to the opposite side. We can see the law of the pendulum at work in nature, as in the change of the seasons from winter to summer, and back again, to and fro without ceasing, and in the movement of the tides, and in the motion of the waves, up and down, and so on. We also have many pendulums in ourselves, for what is in the universe is in ourselves. We can observe that we have pendulums swinging between like and dislike, between desire and disgust, between happiness and dejection, between love and hate, affirmation and negation, certainty and doubt, and so on. These pendulums have different periods, that is, length of swing, and, like clocks, some go faster, some go slower, in the same time. That is, they swing faster or slower between opposite signs. Also there is the period of our lives which swings between the opposite signs of birth and death. This is the period of life. We swing physically from birth to death. We do not, however, see the opposite swing. Many things are said in ancient literature about the opposites between which all things swing to and fro, as between checking or limiting forces. You must not think that when it is said that things swing to and fro it means that there is no law governing it all. It means that there are checking forces at work. It is said in the book of Ecclesiasticus, not Ecclesiastes, all things are double, one against another. XLII 24. Let us take this phrase, all things are double, one against another. What does it mean, that a thing is double? It means that to everything there is an opposite through which it exists, and by which it is opposed. As a rough example, darkness implies light as its opposite, and light darkness, and together they make one thing, a double thing, that we might call light dark. One thing, that divided becomes light, or dark. Or, to take a psychological example, sorrow and joy are opposites. They are one against the other, and together are a thing which is double, which we might call joy-sorrow. Notice also that sorrow destroys joy, and joy sorrow. They are opposites and so are mutually destructive. Or again, hunger and satiety are opposite states. As hunger is appeased by eating, the opposite, namely, satiety, or even disgust, appears. Then the swing of the pendulum into satiety is followed by its swing back to hunger. What we must see is that hunger and satiety, although so contrary, form one thing, which we can call hunger-satiety, and they are inseparable, although one is against the other. That is, you cannot have one without the other, any more than you can have a stick with only one end. In this connection compare the above remark of Ecclesiasticus, all things are double, one against another, with an observation made by Philo, in the 1st century AD. Philo, who was associated with a school in Alexandria, says that which is made up of both the opposites is one, and when this one is dissected the opposites appear. This is a very interesting view of life, if you care to reflect on it. Let us take another ancient reference to the opposites, in this case from that strange piece of esoteric writing found in the 2nd book of Esdras, from the 3rd chapter onwards, In the apocryphal Old Testament, the woods of the trees of the field went forth, and took counsel together, and said, Come, let us go, and make war against the sea, that it may depart away before us, and that we may make us more woods. The waves of the sea also in like manner took counsel together, and said, Come, let us go up and subdue the wood of the plain, that there also we may make us another country. The counsel of the wood was in vain, for the fire came, and consumed it. Likewise also the counsel of the waves of the sea, for the sand stood up and stopped them. Esdras 5:13 13-17. In this passage the idea is expressed that everything is kept balanced by means of the law of opposites. One thing checks another. That which checks or destroys another thing can be thought of as its opposite. The wood thinks it will dominate the world, and the fire consumes it. The sea thinks it will overrun the plains, but the sand checks it. The unknown writer of Esdras is using physical images to represent forces that act in nature that keep everything between certain limits, and so prevent any one thing from getting the upper hand permanently. You can think of endless other illustrations of one thing checking another. Think for a moment of how every living creature is attacked and eaten by some other creature so that a balance is kept going. This balance is the result of the work of the opposites. The law of the pendulum indicates that there is a swing to and a swing fro in all things, but after a point in either direction there is a check, and the opposite force begins to exert itself. We can see for ourselves that as a pendulum swings further and further, say, to the right, it gets slower and slower until its motion reverses, and it swings to the left. That is, the opposites, if we term them right and left, alternately have power. Notice that when the pendulum is fully to the right is weakest, and the left begins to have power, and vice versa. Sometimes you can see this expressed in psychological experience, as when a man is violently against something and takes an extreme attitude, and suddenly swings to the opposite viewpoint. Many of the phenomena of sudden conversion belong to this pendulum swing. There is the case of Paul, who persecuted the early church with the utmost energy and hatred, and suddenly had an experience that turned him in the reverse direction. Now, at this point, I must say to you all that it is not at all easy to understand the opposite forces, and their work, which is always double, and so requires double thinking. We think in terms of one thing, comparing it with another thing. We do not think in terms of two things simultaneously. We think in terms of one force and find it difficult to think in terms of two forces, and impossible to think in terms of three forces. At present, however, we are speaking of two forces, opposite in their nature, which govern, or limit all things, and prevent too much excess or deficiency. All phenomena, all visible things, all events, all earthly life, take place between opposite forces, or opposite poles, now swinging this way, and now that, so that war follows peace and peace war, and famine follows plenty and plenty famine, and so on. When we begin to realize this, we can understand that time is different at different times. On a small scale we realize that if we have a good time today we may have a bad time tomorrow. It is really the law of the pendulum. This idea is expressed in Ecclesiastes. To everything there is a season, and a time to every purpose, under the heaven, a time to be born, and a time to die, a time to plant, and a time to pluck up that which is planted, a time to kill and a time to heal, a time to break down, and a time to build up, a time to weep, and a time to laugh, a time to mourn, and a time to dance, a time to cast away stones, and a time to gather stones together, a time to embrace, and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to seek, and a time to lose, a time to keep, and a time to cast away, a time to rend, and a time to sow, a time to keep silence, and a time to speak, a time to love, and a time to hate, a time for war, and a time for peace. Ecclesiastes III 1-8. Notice that the opposites are mentioned throughout the above passage, and that the meaning is that in one part of time things go well, and in another they go badly, or in one part of time one plants, and in another part it is absurd to plant. Just imagine, if one should always plant, and always be born, or always build up, or always weep, and so on. The passage quoted above meant that everything comes to an end, and turns into its opposite in time. I emphasize the last words, everything comes to an end in time, so that one thing is replaced by its opposite. What do you mean by the end of a thing? Have you ever thought? The end of sorrow is joy, the end of weeping is laughter, the end, in fact, of everything we know in this life of time is its opposite. What shall we call the end of this war? We shall call it peace, that is, its opposite. And what is the end of peace? Why, it is surely once more war. And what is the end of pain? Is it not that relief from pain for which we have no exact word? It is very interesting to try to think of words that really express opposite states. When we catch a glimpse of the idea that all life lies between opposites, we begin to realize what controls events, and also that life is controlled. We might at this stage say that everything is the result of two opposite forces that tend to counterbalance one another, and so to produce a balance in all things. We find an example of this in the physiological working of the body, where it seems as if health is the result of a balancing of opposite or antagonistic systems, chemical and otherwise. The ancient Greek physician Hippocrates, who lived in the 5th century BC, taught that health was a harmony or balance between different forces or elements, and illness the result of one or another becoming too strong. We might also think that the psychological health is of a similar nature, the result of two or more factors in balance. In the ancient sacred temple of Delphi, 2 inscriptions were written for those to read who entered to consult the oracle. One was composed of the famous words, "Know thyself." The other, less known, was, "Nothing too much." This does not mean that it is too much in the sense that a man cannot do or give too much. The Greek does not bear such a meaning. The phrase means nothing at extremes. Notice the order of these two sayings. First, a man must know himself, and then he must not go to extremes, that is, once he knows himself, and so knows what are extremes in himself. To know what is in oneself takes long years of self-experience. Self-knowledge implies, amongst many other things, knowing the opposites in oneself, that is, becoming conscious of them. Then one can begin to understand and apply the second aphorism, nothing too much. Birdlip, August 30th, 1943. The opposites part I. We can picture a tightrope expert who keeps his balance by swinging now to the right, now to the left. Of course he already knows how to do this by long training and study of himself. Without knowledge he could not do it. Suppose we ask him Pilate's question, "What is truth?" and say, "Is it to the right or to the left?" If he said it was both, our sense of truth would be offended, because we all imagine that truth must be rigid and inflexible. It is said that, once upon a time, a man dreamed he had discovered the secret of the universe, and woke up and wrote down his dream. Next morning he found he had written down walk on both legs. In the sphere of our own psychology, the place we live in with our consciousness, having no real self-knowledge, we walk on one leg, regarding truth as something invariable. We think we know what is right and wrong, or good and bad, and because of this we have no idea what it is to keep a balance in ourselves. We do not see the opposites in ourselves save in the sense of all that being bad, and this being good. I once heard it said in this work, that the devil is also necessary. At the same time we are constantly swung about by the events of life, which is always changing its aspect. And as we are swung we do not try to assimilate the opposites. We ignore everything that does not correspond to our viewpoints. What does not correspond to our viewpoints is, for us, the devil. So we walk on one leg. Yet we can understand that it would be a mistake for a tightrope walker to regard the left as the devil, and the right only as desirable. For we would say that at different times he has to lean to the right, or lean to the left, and that only in this way can he advance. This is the idea expressed in the passage from Ecclesiastes quoted above, that there is a time to keep and a time to cast away. At one time a man should speak, and at another he should keep silence. What does this mean? It means that if people are looking for a rigid code of truth, if they regard truth as a rigid series of fixed rules, they will never find her. Nothing is the same in time. Time is change. Everything changes in time. And everything in time changes, between the opposites. It is now one way and now the opposite way. Everything in time is governed by the opposites and swings between them. This is the significance of the passage quoted from Ecclesiastes. Things that will go well at one moment will not go well at the next moment. There is a time for everything under the sun, and everything is excellent in its time. However, people expect things always to be the same, and when things do not correspond to what they wish, they are incapable of adjusting themselves, and taking in impressions from that side of life that does not correspond to their viewpoints. I suppose that there is nothing more difficult for us to learn, and that time is not the same. We want the same and expect the same, although we complain about it. Our inability to assimilate the opposite, to see things from an adverse point of view, to be conscious on both sides of the pendulum, renders us liable to monotony. And this is deeply based on our general attitude to life, that does not include the idea of the opposites. We insist on taking life in a one-sided way, and regard everything that is contrary to our viewpoints as exceptional or unfortunate. The result is lack of flexibility. We lean to the right and refuse to lean to the left, when occasion demands it. A living thing is in a state of balance. It is balanced between life and death. As long as it makes a distinction between itself and what it lives in, it remains alive. Now you cannot be alive if you take up a fixed view of life. The interaction between life and yourself then ceases. You become identified with your view of life. Now the work teaches that you should never become identified with life, whichever way it is swinging, whether into war or peace, comfort or hardship, and so on. But we all want to be fixed. It is as if we wanted to freeze things into a fixed pattern. Then we become identified through our attitudes. The surface of life and the surface of ourselves cease to have their normal interchange. We, then, become life, and there is no longer any living in life. Every living organism is alive because it resists life, and learns how to use it. And from this angle life is the opposite to life. Every living thing is born into life wound up, like a spring, under high tension. It is more than its surroundings. It has a certain energy that makes it more clever than the life in which it finds itself. It has a surface that meets the surface of life, and between these two surfaces, that living thing lives. It lives by opposites, in the sense that life is an antagonist to it. As long as it can deal with life, it is alive. But in the case of man, who is far more complex than any other living creature, we must understand that he has a psychological surface apart from a physical one. His environment is not only a physical one, but a psychological one. Have you ever asked yourselves, what is your psychological environment? Have you a sense of surface towards it? Do you keep this side of yourselves alive with good interchange? Or are you nothing but your psychological environment, going with everyone's opinion, with everything you hear, with everything you read? In that case you are really dead. Because there is no distinction between yourself and life. Unless you feel that you are living in life, you are dead. There is no tension between the two surfaces of life and yourself. Some of you may have heard of the scientific idea of entropy. The idea is like this. Everything tends to become, let us say, at the same temperature. If you put a boiling kettle in the room, it will warm up the surroundings until everything is at the same temperature. Now once life and death become, as it were, at the same temperature, you are dead. You can only work if you have a higher temperature than life, and man has in him ways of keeping himself at a higher temperature than life. The sense of the surface, whether intellectual, emotional or physical, that separates you from the surface of external life is necessary. It is really another aspect of self-remembering. All things have an outline, or surface, that distinguishes them from life. We are all different shapes: animals, insects, plants, and so on, but every one of them has a particular shape that distinguishes it from what it lives in. They meet at their surfaces, the surface of life. Life seeks to devour them, and they seek to devour life. Every living creature having its own life given to it is capable of devouring external life, according to its own design. But, I repeat, man is not merely a physical shape, but also a psychological shape, that is, a mental shape, and an emotional shape, because out of all creation man has a psychological destiny, apart from his physical destiny. However, we must come back to the point that is essential in the teaching of the opposites. We must realize that we live on this planet between the opposites. Our whole lives, ordinarily, are governed by the law of the pendulum. We all swing to and fro. When you are in one opposite, you are unconscious of the other, and vice versa. You may have idle dreams of rising and rising, of progressing and progressing, of getting better and better, but all these are indeed idle dreams. You cannot escape from the opposites, unless you know how to do so. You have to see both sides of yourselves and how one side helps the other side. This requires double thinking. One might even say it requires double consciousness. In other words, it requires self-knowledge. What do you think self-knowledge means? It means knowledge of all sides of yourself. What do you think self-consciousness means? It means being conscious of all sides of yourself. First, note thyself in nothing at excess. What does excess mean? It means going too far to the right, or to the left. But it means not only this. When you are too far to the right, you are in excess, and must go to the left. Nothing is more painful than excessive goodness. For example, take people who are excessively kind. does it not at once arouse the opposite in yourself, just as people, who are excessively cruel? Naturally, all forms of vanity and pride, which form the false personality, enable us to think that we can do only good, and that we should be regarded with admiration. But I am afraid that finding one's balance has nothing to do with pride or vanity. What is said in the strange reports of the Sermon on the Mount? Surely something is said about blessed are the poor in spirit? What does this mean? Have you ever thought how much your vanity and pride put you in the opposites? To be poor in spirit means not to identify with oneself. Now, supposing I only identify with what I think is the best side of myself, will I be poor in spirit? Will I then ever be able to walk on two legs? Will I ever be able to assimilate both sides of myself, both opposites, in myself, and in others, and in life? When people say, "Thank God I am not as other men," do you think they are one-sided? Certainly they have buffers which enable them not to see their contradictions. But if you can't see both sides of yourself, what you call your good side, and your bad, then you begin to be conscious in opposites at the same time. And this is where some strange secret lies that is spoken of so much in past esoteric literature. There is a Sufi saying, "All true life is the peace and harmony of contraries. Death is due to war between them." Birdlip, September 2, 1943. The opposites part II. In the esoteric Greek thinking, when one opposite encroached on another, a state of injustice was said to exist. Justice, or righteousness, was regarded as a state of balance. Do you know how often the word righteousness is used in the Gospels, as, for instance, when it is said, "Except your righteousness exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no wise enter the kingdom of heaven." Matt. v. 20. The Greek word for righteousness, has the original meaning of being upright, and so, between the opposites. The just or righteous man, both of the New Testament, and of the Socratic teaching 4 centuries earlier, and of the teaching of Pythagoras as early as the 6th century BC, is the upright man, the man who stands balanced between the opposites, and is neither of them. This is a very difficult idea to understand. But the idea of the just man was directly derived from the ancient teaching about the opposites. A one-sided man could not be a just man. A fanatic, a bigoted or scrupulous man, could not be just. Nor could a man who lived in some small part of himself be just. To be righteous, to be just, is to be balanced. Do not misuse this word balanced, imagining that perhaps because you do not feel things so strongly as others, you are more balanced. To be balanced is not to be stupid, but to be alive to every side of existence. In speaking of the idea of the just or balanced man, we can use the conception of the development of all the centers, where it is said that a one-sided man cannot be balanced. But here we are speaking of justice or balance, from the angle of the pendulum, and the law of opposites, and cannot bring in the centers, save to this extent. One center may sometimes appear to act as the opposite of another, and again in each center there are different pendulums swinging at different rates. As was said before, when one opposite encroached on another, a state of injustice was said to exist. This is constantly happening in ourselves, and in life around us now, and in history. Take history. Is it a steady line of progress, or is it a swinging to and fro, and a continual encroachment of one nation on another? Once the Egyptians were powerful, then the Jews, then the Greeks, then the Romans, then the Goths, the Arabs, and so on. All this is a to and fro swinging, not a line. And it is the same in the case of one's own life, of which one gets a not very clear impression. Or take one's thought, has it not continually swung to and fro? Has not doubt encroached on assertion, and so on? Or take your emotional life, if you remember it. Is it a steady line? Or can you say, for instance, that some emotions have encroached on others, and are always doing so? What is it we have to keep steady? Now ancient teaching saw the world as kept between the opposites, not in a single line of progress, but in a swinging movement. One opposite encroached on another, and was overcome, and in turn encroached upon. It is like a continual raiding of one camp on another. In this continual strife everything was contained. In this tension of opposing forces, life manifested itself. To pray for the end of this tension and strife is to pray for death, as one Greek said. It is best to think of the opposites as forces having opposite signs, not as things. A thing may conduct one or another force. We know that behind visible matter, in the regime of the atom, only two forces are met with, positive and negative to begin with. They are opposites. It is very strange to think that this is so. Matter is built up of primary opposite forces. Do you see what I mean? The world appears out of a tension that is sometimes harmonized. The primary opposites were called by an ancient Mediterranean school love and hate, or attraction and repulsion. What was meant was that there is a force that unites, and an opposite force that separates, and that these two forces lie behind all things. When love or desire for union is uppermost, all things tend to come together, and creation appears. When hate and strife predominate, all things break up and vanish. The school taught that the universe comes together, and breaks up in a vast time cycle, or pendulum swing. The pendulum swing is only a cycle seen, as it were, sideways. This idea of things coming together in the cosmic creation, and sundering into chaos, is also found in ancient Eastern schools. For example, Brahma is said to breathe out and then breathe in the universe. From this point of view, the properties of the physical universe will never be constant, since the tendency of particles to unite or otherwise will not be the same at every point of time. Everything will change, not merely fashions and viewpoints and theories, but the properties of things, so that what worked once will not necessarily do so today. Seen in this light, science will be always rediscovering itself and recasting its ideas. The remedy that once was effective will cease to be, and so on. And the same process will affect human affairs. As love cosmically gains the upper hand, people will unite. As hate grows, they will separate and be scattered. This view is really the same as that expressed in Ecclesiastes, where it is said that there is a time for gathering, and a time for scattering, etc. Only it is expressed in terms of a vast pendulum swing, and not in terms of lesser and even little pendulums. In both statements, what is meant is that the tendencies of things are not the same at different times. Consider for a moment our position today. What is the tendency of things? Do you see any tendency? At least we can say that the tendency of things today is not the same as that of a century ago. If you look at a pendulum swinging against a wall, you will see that it covers the same ground, to and fro. Any point at which it is may be in a forward or reverse direction. That is, things may be at the same point as before but moving in the reverse direction. In studying the swing of the pendulum in ourselves, we notice we come to the same points, but that often the tendency is different. Things are the same but moving in another direction. We are, say, irritable, and becoming pleasant, or pleasant, and growing irritable. The work teaches that we are most unconscious, most asleep, when any pendulum in us is passing the midpoint. Here it is moving fastest. So we live, as it were, in extremes at either end of the pendulum swing, and do not know what lies in the middle. We swing, as I have heard it said, between red and green, between blue and yellow, but cannot see the white light in the center, which is a combination of all colors. If we could retain full consciousness and memory right through the swing, we would not only remember the two opposite states at each end, but would begin to catch sight of a third factor which lies in the middle. But our consciousness works with too slow an energy ordinarily. Of this we will speak at another time. At present it can be said that we should try to see pendulums in ourselves and in life, and try not to identify with the two ends of the swing. Our moods are all hung on to pendulums. We should not trust them. Unfortunately, we identify with them. We take them as ourselves. We say, I feel, I think, and so on. We forget that relay is in the center of the pendulum swing, and we allow ourselves to swing between excitement and dejection, between enthusiasm and depression, between overvaluation and undervaluation, between conceit and humility, and so on, endlessly. In all this there is no center of gravity. Remember that by identifying with one side of the swing, you will be under the power of the other side when it takes charge, and you will see no connection. Why one says they cannot be connected, because they are opposite. That is exactly why they are, and this is what we are talking of in these papers. Birdlip, September 13, 1943. The Opposites Part IV. We have previously spoken of the original conception of the just man. It was not a sentimental idea. The just man is between the opposites, in a state of equilibrium. By knowing how to withdraw force from the opposites, his center of gravity is not pulled to one side or the other. This is only possible by reaching a definite feeling of one's own nothingness, as was said. To feel one is something prevents one from reaching a position between the opposites. When the work says that a man must come to realize his own nothingness before he can be reborn, it does not mean that he must humble himself, and so on, but that he must by long self-observation actually begin to realize that he is nothing, and that there is no such person as himself. The object of this is to get into a position, psychologically speaking, between the opposites. I mean, that it has a definite object. Why is it so important to get somewhere into the center of the pendulum, and not swing to and fro? Because here, between the opposites, lie all the possibilities of growth. Here influences from higher levels reach us here, in this place, where one can feel one's own nothingness, and where one is therefore free from contradictions, influences, and meanings coming from higher centers, which have no contradictions, can be felt. Not regarding yourself as good or bad, not priding yourself on being just, or otherwise, not thinking you are well treated, or badly treated, not being caught by either movement. Through identifying, you come into this mid-position. This is not easy. With personality active, it is impossible. Sometimes, when the opposites are drained of force, as in severe illness, a person is brought into it. Then all his centers are in focus, and he understands, and sees clearly. The work teaches that there are three forces in every manifestation. We see only two, if we see as far as that. We do not see the third force because the formatory center works between the opposites, and everything for it is either it is so, or it is not so, either yes or no. The harmonizing of the opposites is in the mediating force between them. Not that the third force is merely a union of the opposite forces. It is a distinct force to which we are not sensitive in ordinary states. It is called neutralizing force in the work, and Holy Spirit in the New Testament. At the top of the universe is the unity of the Absolute. Creation begins with the three forces, or First Trinity, proceeding from this unity. These three forces are equal. At the bottom of the universe is the greatest antithesis to unity. Here the opposites are most widely separated, and there is no third force to reconcile them. So the work speaks of the lowest matter in the table of hydrogens as being without the Holy Ghost. One must imagine what it would be like to be imprisoned in a world of that kind, at that lowest level of creation, where there is no hope of harmonizing anything, or of reaching any new state. Third force lies between the opposites, and so we can picture it as the midpoint of the pendulum swing. If you take the feeling of I out of both sides of the pendulum, then you do not feel yourself through the opposites, and the feeling of I moves to the center, into nothingness, or, if you prefer it, into not-somethingness. Here in the middle is the place or state, where real I is. Real I, or master, comes from above, that is, from a higher level. We cannot reach it from one or the other opposite. This is why so often in ancient symbols you find the two opposites, on either side, and the third force, in the middle, in the representations of the mysteries of rebirth. To obtain real I is to be reborn. For example, there is Christ on the cross between the two thieves. Or in the close rival to early Christianity, the religion of Mithra, you find the bull being slain between the two opposites. Those of you who have looked at the Liber Mutus will remember the two animals on either side, and the rays of light descending between them. An ancient and very simple device found on seals was the sun rising between two hills. The opposites are thieves because what you build on one is undermined by the other. Or, to put it differently, joy leads to sorrow. But whatever is built in the center cannot be taken from you. Let us take understanding as an example. If you really understand something, if you have seen the truth of it yourself, it is in the middle, and stands in the third force. Birdlip, September 15, 1943. The opposites third force part. Tonight we speak of third force. As was said, the work teaches that there are three forces in all manifestations, in all events, in all created things, and they are called active, passive, and neutralizing, or first, second, and third forces. The concept of third force is not yet known to science in any distinct way, save that to the positively and negatively charged particles of the atom there has been added the neutron. Science was primarily built up on the concept of two forces, that is, on action and reaction. This is in accordance with our usual way of thinking. According to the formatory center, which cannot see third force, it cannot comprehend it, and so a new mind is necessary, a new way of thinking. Action and reaction we can all understand, cause and effect we can see more or less. You knock a passive table and it resists you. Your toe is active, and the table is passive, and you get hurt. But the conception of third force is far more difficult to understand. Yet it is at work amongst us all, and it sometimes takes the form of what seem miracles as synchronicity, or the same kinds of things happening together, which we call coincidences. Now I want to call your attention to the word used by the work to designate this not seen, and not acknowledged third force. Why is it called neutralizing force? Let us take this point first of all. The term obviously contains the idea of neuter. What does neuter means? Neuter means in the dictionary sense simply, neither, from Latin any uter. Of gender, neuter means neither male nor female. Of a verb it means neither active nor passive, and so intransitive, that is, not passing into a definite object. In general it means belonging to neither of two specified contraries or defined states. From neuter comes neutral. Neutral means politically to remain between two opposing parties. In chemistry, a neutral salt is neither acid nor alkaline. Militarily, to be neutral means to assist neither one side nor the other, and so to remain in a state of relative independence and freedom. In the sphere of electricity it means having neither a positive nor a negative charge. In mechanics it means a point where different forces are in equilibrium. Again, neutrality means the condition of being inclined neither way, the absence of extreme views, abstention from taking a one-sided viewpoint, etc. Now let us pass from neuter and neutrality to the verb neutralizing. To neutralize, in the dictionary sense, means to render neither active nor passive, to counterbalance, to render ineffective by means of an opposite force, to produce equilibrium. The above dictionary definitions only partly give the real meaning in which the term neutralizing force is used in the work. This is not surprising, because the terms and conceptions and ideas of this work are not to be found in any dictionary. At the same time, many work terms have reference to terms in ordinary usage. There is a correspondence. When the work calls third force the neutralizing force, it means that its nature is such that it is neither active nor passive force, and is quite distinct from them. So it is neuter in the dictionary meaning of the word, that is, neither, but, though neither, it is something. Also, when the dictionary says that to neutralize can mean to counterbalance, to render ineffective by means of an opposite force, this is correct in a work sense, because sometimes the first effect of neutralizing force appears in an increase of either active or passive force, so as to preserve an equilibrium. But neutralizing, or third force, is a separate and distinct force originating from the first trinity or triad of forces, which create the first order of worlds at the nochi, in the ray of creation, and give rise to all subsequent levels of creation by reduplication. In the first order of created worlds 3 forces, and no more act, and they reflect the will of the Absolute, but in 3 forms. In the second order of worlds 6 forces, that is, 2 triads act, and so on until at the level of our far down earth 48 forces, that is 16 triads act, far removed from the will of the Absolute and so mechanical by comparison. For it is the interaction and crisscrossing of all these forces that produce both the complications and the mechanical limitations of our existence in this extremity of the universe. No freedom down here is possible, whatever social laws are made, because of these forces or laws. To speak of freedom is impossible. But a man in himself by work on himself can pass under fewer laws. In order that this may take place, the first thing he must do is to remember himself. In life a man does not remember himself. It is from this point of view that I wish to speak to you about the third force tonight. The point where a man can begin to become more free lies between the opposites, in the region of the middle of the pendulum swing, and by the act of remembering himself he begins to approach this place, Psychologically speaking, it would be impossible to describe all the different ways of remembering oneself, even if one knew them. The emotional realization of our position on this minute, far down, insignificant planet, of the unimportance of our personal existences, can bring about some degree of self-remembering. Sometimes merely looking externally at the heavens at night, at the myriads of stars, produces a momentary state akin to self-remembering by withdrawing us from personal feelings. Everything that takes force from personality may bring about a trace of self-remembering. But it is the recognition of the taste of the state that is important. For it is in this state and only in this state that help can reach us. The feeling of the work, and all the background of esoteric teaching can bring about a state of self-remembering, and it is to the development of the mental and emotional evaluation of the work that the power of self-remembering eventually belongs, apart from transient forms and used more or less by accident. The increasing feeling of the work as stronger than life, and all its ups and downs, and swinging to and fro between the opposites, brings about a state of self-remembering that is not due to chance, nor is merely a fleeting experience. But for a very long time we mix the work with our associations, with the machine of personality, which is driven by life, and reacts to it mechanically. And this is inevitable, because only a gradual separation is possible. A person cannot be torn suddenly away from personality. It would destroy him. So even though we try to work, we identify with the reactions of personality which seem more distinct and real, or more natural, as we say. At the same time we may know well enough that we should remember ourselves, and even want to do so, and are unable to do so. We are unable to, because we are identified with the reactions of personality. We view the incident, whatever it may be, through personality, that is, through all the attitudes, buffers, associations, pretenses, pictures, negative emotions, and so on, in short, through all the typical reactions that belong to our personally acquired personality. That is, we see it from the life point of view, and not from the work point of view, and as though we are not forgetting the work, and are even trying to work. Now if we are identified with the reactions of our personality, and at the same time try to remember ourselves, we find it impossible to be identified, and to be in a state of self-remembering is impossible. It is not merely that the taste of each is contradictory. It is rather that the two states are incompatible. The more identified we are, the more are we in life, under the mechanical laws of this planet. The more we are in a state of self-remembering, the more are we under conscious influences. In the work, the idea of self-remembering, that is, the third state of consciousness, where help can only reach us, is always given in conjunction with non-identifying. The work as third force reaches us only when we are relatively awake, that is, in some degree of self-remembering. The original idea of prayer was to put us in a state of self-remembering, to let go our troubles, or, as it were, to ask for help, and acknowledge our powerlessness to do. But prayer, in this sense, is very difficult. To pray mechanically, or violently, or tragically, or out of duty, or piously, cannot give results. Prayer can only be answered when all three centers cooperate. And the three centers can only cooperate when they are in focus, and this is when we are somewhere in the middle of the pendulum swing, and not one-sided. The art of self-remembering is an attempt to put us somewhere in the middle of this swing. Being in the middle is to be in the state of self-remembering. Working on being identified is separating oneself so that one is not swung from one side to the other. It can be said that self-remembering is striving to be in third force, and that non-identifying is striving not to be in the two opposite forces. When we try to act from one side, or the other side of the pendulum, as when we say in life, "This is too much," that is, when we act from identifying, we cannot expect anything more than the usual action-reaction work of the opposites. I hit you, then you hit me, then I hit you. And so on endlessly. For a longer or shorter period I triumph, then by the mechanical swing of things you triumph, and so on. Now you are first, now I am first. Now I am on the top, now you are on the top. This is life, swinging between the opposites. This is going up the hill and then tumbling down. In all this play of opposites there is no solution. That is why life is called in the work insoluble. You have only the satisfaction of the opposites, which are thieves. Take, for instance, jealousy and its unpleasant triumphs. The satisfaction, as, say, of triumphing over your enemy is transient. If, however, you work on your mechanical reactions, you begin to escape from this two-cylinder engine of life, in which one piston is always moving up and the other down, and vice versa. When you feel the strange force of the work, you begin to understand that you cannot solve difficulties by any one-sided and so violent action. But this takes much time and labor to realize. To reach anything like solutions, we have to learn how to move in one direction a short way, but then move in the opposite direction a short way, until you get into the middle. This is very difficult. But by this method you can reach third force, in which both good and truthfully, that is, the real meaning, and so the solution. Now I want to add only one thing tonight. It is about inner silence in working on yourself, and noticing how the swings of the pendulum go in yourself, and how now you think, or feel this, and now you think, or feel the opposite, and in not identifying with either side, so far as possible at one's present stage, there is something called in the work inner silence. Different eyes, ranged along the orbit of the swing, wish to say now this, and now that, as the light of consciousness touches them, and wakes them to momentary life. To a limited extent one may permit them to speak, provided one has a distinct idea that neither side is right. Inner silence means being silent in oneself. It means not taking sides in yourself, and so being silent. This is impossible if you identify with every T. You may let talk take place on one side, or the other, but you observe it, and are in yourself silent. This paper is about reaching the middle of the pendulum, where third force can touch us. The object of self-remembering is to reach this place, which is neither one, nor the other of the opposites, but new experience, and so a new consciousness and understanding. All identifying belongs to the opposites. Birdlip, September 29, 1943. The three lines of work. We speak briefly tonight of the three lines of work, and of external considering. All three lines are necessary. The first is work on oneself. This includes work on the side of knowledge and work on the side of being. To work on knowledge means here to work on knowledge of the work. To work on being means to observe oneself from the standpoint of what the work teaches, so that one actually sees one's own personality, one's negative states, internal considering, identifying, mechanical talking, mechanical disliking, self-justifying, and so on, and to struggle with them. Mechanicalness and sleep prevent change of being. It is necessary to understand that knowledge of one's being is required before we can work on ourselves, and this is gained through the effort of attention called self-observation. The first step is the realization, that we are not one but many, and that our being is characterized by absence of unity. Self-study is different from the study of the knowledge of the work. Both require effort, however. You have often heard it said that this work is to make us think. It is impossible to get to know this system of teaching unless one makes the effort of thinking for oneself. Writing it down in notebooks is not the same as thinking, but remembering what was said requires the effort of directed thinking. The first line of work is to make us know our state of being and state of knowledge. Otherwise we cannot change. To observe is the first thing, but it must be without criticism or analysis. It has been said, on one occasion, that you can change nothing until you know all yourself. The second line of work is work in conjunction with other people in the work. Unless you practice the first line of work you cannot practice the second. Again, unless you practice the second, you cannot practice the first rightly. There are several reasons for this, which it would be useful for the group to discuss. The third line of work is for us at present to help the work in general, and try to see what is required of us and not talk wrongly, or harm the work. Right valuation and right attitude to the work belong to the third line, but they enter into everything, because unless one has valuation and right attitude one will work neither on oneself, nor with others, nor for the work. As was said already, all three lines of work are necessary. A man working by himself and only for himself cannot get anywhere. To begin with, he has not the force to do so. Now, to return to the first line of work, and to personal work on oneself. It is necessary to know the work and apply its ideas to oneself. It is then possible to begin to understand the work. But you cannot apply the ideas of the work to yourself unless you observe yourself and what goes on within you in their light. Self-observation lets a ray of light into our inner darkness, but only when the work accompanies it, that is, when one observes oneself in the light of the teaching. What does the work teach you to observe in yourself? It is very useful to make a list, and then notice if you put it into practice, that is, whether you actually apply the work, or whether you dream you are working. The second line of work cannot be done unless you gain knowledge of your being. Unless we observe ourselves, and notice how we think of or speak to others who are in the work, we cannot put ourselves in their position. This brings us to external considering, which belongs to the second line of work. External considering is putting yourself in the position of your neighbor. In the New Testament it is called love of neighbor. In order to put yourself in the position of another person in the work, you must know your being, the kind of person you are. Otherwise you will leave yourself out. Your neighbor, of course, sees you. But if you do not see yourself, how can you put yourself in another's position? One should think of this because it explains why so much wrong and false external considering exists, which only causes irritation, or perhaps hatred. Another practical thing about the second line of work, to prevent useless friction, is not taking in negative impressions of other people in the work. They accumulate and produce a poison. To see only the worst sides of others is, of course, to be fast asleep. When an impression falls on a negative part of a center, there is a brief moment in which, if you are awake, you can render it null and void by not accepting it. If, however, you identify with it, however little, it lodges in you, and collects others, like itself. The last point that I will mention is that everyone should try to stop mechanical liking and disliking, and the kinds of conversations that arise from them. We cannot expect to get much force from impressions if everything falls either on mechanical like or mechanical dislike. Nor can we expect any development of the second line of work in us, in which case the first line will be held up. Birdlip, October 10, 1943. The digestion of impressions. Last time, after the answers to the first 3 questions had been read out, something was said about the talk at Birdlip on the previous Saturday, in which I spoke about the digestion of impressions. It might be just as well to give a further talk on this very important subject. We have often spoken about the transformation of impressions. You all know the work continually points out how we receive incoming impressions. The work teaches that impressions are the highest food that we take in and therefore the most important. It has often been said that everything you see, everything you hear, the people you know, the books you read, enter as impressions. Other people are impressions to you. You touch them, you see them, you hear them, and so on. Now the first place of work on oneself is designated as the place of the first conscious shock. The meaning of the first conscious shock, which is sometimes called in a general way self-remembering, is to transform impressions. You can accept some impressions and reject others, just as ordinary food coming into the body as hydrogen 768 is either accepted or rejected by the stomach. So first of all there is the acceptance or rejection of impressions, and then comes the digestion of impressions, which is exactly comparable with the digestion of food, in which you extract, as it were, certain parts, and excrete, or get rid of other parts. To make a right stomach in the top compartment of the 3-story house is the object of this work. The work can form, when it is sufficiently understood, a stomach that rejects, or accepts, that is, a stomach that digests. The transformation of impressions is exactly comparable with the transformation of food in the stomach. Food is taken in and digested, i.e. it is transformed into finer and finer matters. You remember that 768 passes to 384, and then to 192, and so on. Impressions enter the human machine in the top floor as 48 and can become transformed into 24 and 12. But the work teaches that ordinarily this does not happen except in very small quantities. When you begin to become active to your life, when you begin to take things often, from the work point of view and not from a natural or mechanical point of view, you begin to digest impressions. This idea of the transformation or digestion of impressions is met with in the Gospels, as you all know already. We have to take everything in a new way. Ordinary people will take things in an ordinary way, but in the work we must take ordinary things in quite a new way. This was called in the Gospels ete, as you know. Many people have written about the meaning of this strange word which is so wrongly translated as repentance. De Quincey suggested, transformation of the mind. I suppose you have all realized that you take in impressions through the present form of your minds. You see things, as it were, through your mental apparatus. Take a very simple, mentally uneducated person who sees an elephant. She will probably say, "Tut, tut." Perhaps you see what I mean. You all have mental attitudes, mental apparatus for reception, a set of ideas that you take as completely veracious, as completely right, true, and so on. When you become more educated, your mind changes to a small extent, so it becomes transformed slightly. What you previously thought was quite impossible or wrong, you now see is not, as you thought. Every one of you is limited by his or her thinking. Of course you do not see this yet. For some reason or other, We all think we already have all points of view, all possible thoughts. This is utterly wrong. Each one of you is limited completely and totally by the small range of thinking that you have acquired by your mental prejudices, attitudes, and so on. Life appears as it does to you because of your mental level. You cannot take things in a new way unless the way you think changes, unless your mental level is changed. As I said, it is extraordinary that we all think we are capable of taking in any kind of experience, or of understanding anything just as we are. Do you see that we have not the apparatus, we have not the power of reception to understand beyond our limited mental outlook and limited mental functions? Now Edda, so wrongly translated as repentance, means to get beyond one's present mind, not to pass out of one's mind, but to get beyond one's present mind, to transform one's whole way of thinking about oneself, about other people, and so on. A new mind and a new body means the development of a completely different understanding which leads to the formation of a second body in one. The work teaches you many quite new ideas about the meaning of life in general, and about your own lives. Unless these ideas are taken in and thought about individually, your minds will remain exactly the same kind of dung heaps as they are at present. You have often heard the expression that this work is to make us think, and think in a new way. Now take this phrase and apply it to every place in the Gospels where the word repent is used. Let us suppose that it was already translated as think in a new way. Then perhaps you will see how the work is designed to change the entire furniture of the mind and rearrange the whole mental being. Now with regard to the digestion of impressions depends on a stomach, and the stomach in this case is the work. The work is to give you a mental stomach to digest impressions with. You can only digest your day by having something to digest it with, something that has been established in you by the assimilation and consent and valuation of the work. When you refer things to the work, you will find at once something that will help you to arrange your daily impressions rightly. You will learn to take things in light and easy way which ordinary people would take very negatively and heavily, and you will also learn to take things in a serious way that ordinary people take very lightly. Let us take an example. Someone speaks to you in a way that you do not like. You feel all the mechanical reactions arising in you. You feel how you dislike this person, and so on. Now suppose that you identify with all these typical mechanical reactions, which means consenting to the feeling of I, and going into these mechanical reactions automatically aroused in you, so that you say, I can't stand this, or I can't bear this, or I dislike so much this kind of person, who looks like this, behaves like this, and so on. Well, of course, if this happens, you are not transforming impressions, you are not working on yourself at all. Let us take another example. A person you do not like mechanically happens to say something to you of which you see the truth. You may perhaps despise this person, mechanically speaking, i.e., from life point of view, yet this person has said something that rather penetrates. Now you may think it ridiculous that a person of this kind can say anything of the slightest value to you, possibly because you think you are far better, yet at the same time here is something that you must accept and digest. What you must excrete are your feelings of despising and so on. You will usually find that your best advisors, your best sources of knowledge, are people whom you would normally completely disregard. I always think it is very interesting to reflect a great deal on the fact that Christ was born in the manger, the place of least importance from the life point of view. Since I am talking about this subject, I would like to mention something that was said long ago, a phrase that has not been used for a long time. Try to see what you are resting on, all of you. Try to see the basis of your self-satisfaction. You will understand that unless this basis is completely broken up, there can be no change of being. Now you can see clearly from these examples that I have given that if impressions come in and bring up the usual place, there can be no digestion of impressions at all. You are not then attempting to transform impressions. You may talk a great deal about the first conscious shock, but you are not practicing it, because the first conscious shock is to transform impressions. Now suppose you are sufficiently interested and sufficiently conscious to notice how these impressions fall on you mechanically, and suppose that you have sufficient valuation of the work to wish to transform these impressions, which means not letting them simply fall on their usual place, exciting your usual dislikes and hatreds. In order to do this, you must have some power of digesting impressions, and this is where the work comes in. You know that the work says that people are mechanical. Now suppose you apply a work idea of this kind at the moment, when you notice that someone is making a customary negative impression on you. If you understand something of what it means when it is said in the work that people are mechanical, then you will not accept the impression so easily. You will realize that it is not the person's fault. You will realize that the person always does this, always says this, because he is a machine. But of course you all know already that you will never really see in the right way the mechanicalness of other people, unless you see your own mechanicalness, and how you are constantly doing the same thing. Perhaps you will see what I mean by these illustrations of transforming impressions. If you have these work thoughts in connection with this person, the impression will fall in a quite new place in you. It will be digested. But first of all you must have a new kind of thinking, some degree of it, before you can transform or digest these impressions. If you can't do this, you will find yourself entering on a very strange path that you cannot understand for a long time. You may tend to go back to your old ways of thinking because you cannot understand it, but if you do, it will be a great mistake. To think in a new way about other people means that you yourself are beginning to change, and when you are beginning to change, you will feel that you are losing sight of yourself. But if you always remain in sight of yourself, that is, if you always remain as you were, you cannot change. To change, you must lose your ordinary feelings of identity. For instance, if I wish to change, I cannot remain Dr. Nicoll or even Nicoll. Change of being, change of oneself, means that you become quite different. Now if you apply the work as a transforming agent to your life, to yourself, and to people around you and the impressions they make on you, you begin to change. The work is designed to make you change. Taking things in a new way, namely, from the work teaching, is bound to make your whole relationship to other people change, but this will not happen unless you digest impressions by means of the alchemy of the work. Now I will speak of the digestion of impressions at the end of the day. If we could work more consciously, we would digest impressions at the moment of taking them in, but since we have not this power, since we are not conscious enough yet, we can digest impressions taken in during the day, at night time, or even the next day. That is, we can rearrange them in our minds in terms of what the work teaches as good and evil. You remember that it is said in the New Testament that we should not let the sun go down on our wrath. It is important how we go to sleep, and it is equally important how we get up. Past moments of sleep, past moments of identifying with wrong eyes in ourselves can be to a certain extent cancelled by consciously going over the whole situation in our minds afterwards. You must never think that you cannot work on a thing in your past. Never think that you cannot alter it. You can alter the present, you can alter the past, and you can alter the future. Now I will tell you one of the most important ideas of this work. Teaching. This life on earth cannot be understood save in terms of another life, of another world. All that this work teaches is about how to educate ourselves in terms of another life, of another level of being, of another level of humanity called conscious humanity. This is one of the greatest transforming ideas contained in the work. Do you know we must begin to imitate a higher level of humanity? We are all in the basement, but we might get up to the drawing room. All the work teaching about non-identifying, about negative emotions, about self-remembering and all the rest of it, is about going upstairs. Of course, if you take this life and all that happens in it as the only thing, and have no idea that there is anything else, you will never be able to transform impressions. You will always remain under influences. Birdlip, October 24, 1943. Note, on what you are based on. You know that many things are said in esoteric literature, and of course the Gospels are included here, about what a man is based on, and in connection with this idea you have to think about what can be taken away from you by life. You all understand that if you are based on someone else, i.e. completely identified, then this basis can be taken away from you, and you will be unable to remember yourself. Or again, if you are based on your property, your possessions, your position, your money, your reputation, your past, and so on, all this can be taken away from you, and then you will feel a total loss of yourself and perhaps feel that only suicide is the way out. I mean, if your chief basis is on such things that are not you. There is one thing that can never be taken from you, and that is your understanding. If you have a point in the work, which is the only thing that gives understanding, in a real sense, you will be able to stand the loss of many external personal things. You remember the parable about catching hold of the rope? If you find this rope in your own way, which everyone in this work must do, then you will be held by something quite distinct from life and its vicissitudes. This is really called having a point in the work. Other people may fail you, disappoint you, and so on. Outer life may assume very unpleasant forms. Yet you are held by something beyond life, that is, by a new force. You remember some of the parables in the Gospels about what a man is based on? For instance, there is the parable in which Christ speaks of the foundation on which a man builds his house. Christ says, "Everyone therefore which heareth these words of mine, and doeth them, shall be likened unto a wise man, which built his house upon the rock, and the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and beat upon that house, and it fell not, for it was founded upon the rock. And every one that heareth these words of mine, and doeth them not, shall be likened unto a foolish man, which built his house upon the sand, and the rain descended, and the floods came, and the winds blew, and smote upon that house, and it fell, and great was the fall thereof." Matthew VII 24-27. Then there is the parable about the man who stored up wealth in barns. Christ says, "The ground of a certain rich man brought forth plentifully, and he reasoned within himself, saying, What shall I do? Because I have nowhere to bestow my fruits. And he said, This will I do. I will pull down my barns, and build greater, and there will I bestow all my corn, and my goods. And I will say to my soul, Soul, Thou hast much goods laid up for many years, take thine ease, eat, drink, be merry. But God said unto him, Thou foolish one, this night is thy soul required of thee, and the things which thou hast prepared, whose shall they be? So is he that layeth up treasure for himself, and is not rich towards God. Luke XI 16-21. Here God is contrasted with my. I remember that G once gave a talk in France about what could be taken away from us. You will understand that if we are based on false personality, we are standing on a basis that will give us constant trouble as regards keeping our balance. G said that a man could be compared with a flat containing 3 rooms. He spoke for some time about this 3-room flat, and about everything that was in disorder in it, and how the utensils were in the wrong place, etc. Then he went on to say how a man was always in debt, always insolvent, always liable to be summoned, however much money he possessed. Of course you must understand that he was speaking of men's insolvency, in a particular way, in fact, in the way that man is spoken of so often in some of the parables. As, for instance, in the parable of the servant, that is, who owes his lord millions of talents. G said, the bailiffs may enter your flat at any moment, and they have a legal right to take away everything except your bed, which is in the inner or 3rd room. So please think what you rest on most internally. There is something which cannot be taken away from you. Have you got to this place? Everything else can be taken away by these bailiffs, that may come at any time, and remove everything that is not your own. Birdlip, October 30th, 1943. A short commentary on the importance of individual work effort. Tonight I would like to remind you of a subject that we often spoke about some time ago. I recall that many people were interested in it, so I will try to formulate the subject again. It has to do with the work idea that everyone is a self-developing organism, and must make individual effort. Each person must develop himself, or herself, on all sides. Let us begin like this. Most people make no effort beyond their daily routine, because they think that if someone else is able to do something better than they can, it is useless to try to do it. Certainly this is a common viewpoint in life. People say, what is the good of my trying to do this, or that, when others do it far better? This is an entirely wrong attitude. To make effort beyond this point is the beginning of individual growth. It is exactly this attitude that prevents people from having individual experience, or rather, from growing in their own centers by personal experience. Let us try to understand what is meant. If you, that is you sitting there now, think it is no good going beyond your present circle of daily life, then you do not understand what individual effort means. You may say, what is the good of trying to understand this, or making effort beyond what I am doing at present? You have all heard that everyone has to make mechanical effort. Organic life makes conditions such that every rabbit, every fox, every animal, every plant, and every man and woman has to make mechanical effort in order to live. But conscious effort lies beyond this level. You can either practice this work or not. But you must all understand that if you practice this work now, at this moment, not tomorrow, you are making effort beyond mechanical effort. The point of the work is to transform daily life. So it is said that if you merely listen to this work and do not practice it, nothing will change in you. Suppose, for example, that you hear many times that you must observe your different eyes, and try not to identify with some of them. Well, of course, you can hear this day after day, and year after year, and say that you know all about that, and why is nothing else said? However, you have heard that the work tells you here to practice a certain definite thing on yourself now, at this moment, yes, at this very moment. Now, as regards the example given, the selection of eyes in yourself, and the rejection of other eyes, there is an interesting parable about this. It means, on one level, what we are speaking about. It is about inner selection, and inner rejection of eyes. You have heard how often the work says, do not go with wrong eyes. This means that you must realize by self-observation, that you have different eyes. Here I would like to ask each of you if you realize this yet. The parable about the selection of eyes is as follows. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a net, that was cast into the sea, and gathered of every kind, which, when it was filled, they drew up on the beach, and they sat down, and gathered the good into vessels, but the bad they cast away. Matthew xii 47-48. Think what it means to put the good into vessels. Have you a vessel? Have you yet attained through self-observation any power of inner selection, that is, of throwing away negative eyes, and negative thoughts and emotions, and keeping good ideas and feelings and experiences, and discarding the rest? Birdlip, November 2nd, 1943. Further note on what you are based on in respect of various things said last week. It is quite right to say that we rest on something that is not ourselves, and which therefore can be taken away from us. It seems to me that this is the best way of starting to think at all deeply about this question, namely, what you really are. One person rests on his or her position, another on reputation, appearance, the past, and so on. Think what can be taken away from you, say, in revolution. All this question belongs to what you feel yourself through, what you feel yourself. You thank God in all sorts of different ways, that you are not as others. Do you remember the parable about the two men who prayed? It was addressed unto certain which trusted in themselves that they were righteous, and set all others at naught. Christ says, 2 men went up into the temple to pray, the one a Pharisee, and the other a publican. The Pharisee stood, and prayed thus with himself, God, I thank thee, that I am not, as the rest of men, extortioners, unjust, adulterers, or even as this publican. I fast twice in the week. I give tithes of all that I get. But the publican, standing afar off, would not lift up so much as his eyes unto heaven, but smote his breast, saying, God, be merciful to me a sinner. I say unto you, this man went down to his house justified rather than the other. For every one that exalteth himself shall be humbled, but he that humbleth himself shall be exalted. Luke 10:14. I heard it once said that one of the most difficult things for a man, who reaches that stage of development, where he begins to come in contact with the highest teaching, is that he has to give up his religion. He may feel himself a very good Catholic, a very good Quaker, a very good Protestant, a very good Mohammedan, and so on. He rests on this basis, thanking God he is not like other people, other unbelievers. In the highest stages of inner evolution, all such distinctions have to go completely. Perhaps you can think for yourselves how this must be so. And this applies to many other sides. To become nothing, or rather to begin to realize one's own nothingness, would be quite impossible as long as one is certain one is better than others by reason of reputation, religion, position, cash. Can you yet grasp this idea? No one can pass through this eye of a needle as long as he is rich. You remember that Christ said to the rich young man, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. Matt. XIX 24. What you base yourself on is what makes you feel rich, and is therefore what turns us all into camels in regard to the work. Talking on a different scale, try to see where you are easily offended, where you feel that you have not been properly treated. If you can observe this, you will see a part of the basis on which you rest psychologically, a part of the sand on which your house is built. Or again, try to observe where, and when you despise other people, and think yourself superior to them, or at least think they are inferior to you, and quite unimportant. This again will show you part of the basis on which you rest. Or again, try to observe where you feel flattered, where your vanity is gratified. This again will show you part of the basis on which you rest. But all this must be done quite practically by observation, and not discussed theoretically. When you begin to cease to have any ideas about yourself, any pictures of yourself, you can then begin to change your inner state. To change one's inner state is to go on a long journey. There are physical journeys and psychological journeys. You cannot change your inner state if you cling to what you are based on, just as you cannot leave your room if you persist in clinging to all the articles of furniture in it, and keep on saying, "These are mine, I me." You can come to a state where you go on very long journeys that do not exist in physical space. You may meet new kinds of people who live elsewhere. But you cannot do this as long as you cling to yourself, cling to me and mine, cling to the basis that each of you rests on in so imbecile and self-complacent a way. Do you know how people who have to leave a burning house often catch hold of something quite imbecile and silly, such as a parrot? That is, because they feel themselves by means of such outer things. They are based on them. They have no feeling of themselves at all otherwise. The feeling of real can only come to you when all such false eyes are diminished in you. All of you may think that you never speak like that man who prayed, "Thank God I am not as other men," but have you actually observed how often you do enact this without actually saying it, how often you act from this basis? We often think that we do not do the silly things that we see other people doing, and conclude therefore that we are really better than they are, but we do not see the silly and mean things we do ourselves. People's ways of being silly and foolish and mean vary very much. Everyone is different. The giraffe thinks the warthog is ridiculous, the jay thinks the nightingale has a wretchedly weak voice, and so on. Have you ever stood in a place in yourself in which you can almost been verily you have touched such a state? Here everything falls away, and you are quite alone, but without any fear. From such a state one can see what one is usually based on. One can catch a glimpse of all the eyes that are constantly feeding on one like clouds of vultures and jackals and insects. It is very interesting to take the work from the standpoint of studying how to be free in oneself. Esoteric knowledge can make us free, but only by its practice. You remember the phrase, "The truth shall make you free." But how long does it take before the teaching of the work becomes truth for us even in the remotest sense? Birdlip, November 6, 1943. Cosmology. We will now speak for a short time about cosmology. I will put this question to you all. What different cosmological systems do you know about? Do you know what ideas of the universe and its construction have existed? Strictly speaking, a cosmology means a system which regards the universe as an ordered whole formed on some definite plan. The word cosmos, which means order, was first applied to the universe by the Pythagorean school, from which all European science was derived. All esoteric teaching regards the universe as ordered and formed on a definite plan. But the word cosmos has come to mean simply any view of the universe apart from any idea of order or origin. Since it is clear to us all that we live in a universe, and that this earth is a small part of it, many thinkers in the past have advanced different cosmological ideas which can roughly be divided into those that explain it as haphazard and accidental, and those that regard it as ordered, and so intelligent. You may think that it makes no difference to a person whether he believes in one cosmological system or another, or even if he never thinks about the matter at all. You will be wrong if you think in this way. A man from the work point of view has different centers, different parts of centers, and so on. He cannot possibly be in higher parts of centers, or higher centers, if he has wrong cosmological conceptions governing his mind. You know that this work can only begin with those who have magnetic center, i.e., who are convinced that there is something higher than themselves. How can you expect to reach anything higher in yourself if you do not believe that anything higher exists? Let us begin with the cosmological system taught in the work. The system starts from the absolute and descends in degress or notes down to the most remote and the smallest parts. Here you have very clearly expressed the idea of a higher. Again, from this cosmological conception is derived the idea of higher and lower man, of conscious and mechanical mankind. This conception teaches us that there is meaning beyond meaning, level beyond level, and it also teaches us that everything starts from meaning. The whole universe in its great and small divisions is derived from ultimate meaning, and therefore from mind and intelligence. It also teaches us that everything small and low down is derived from something greater and higher up. From this comes the work idea, that the whole scale of creation is seeking to grow, to ascend, to reach something better than it is. So the work says that our moon, our little twig of the terrific cosmic tree, is seeking to grow and reach the state of the earth, and again that the earth is seeking to become eventually a sun, and so on. Now you know that we have the idea of evolution in science, as Darwin formulated it. But of course the idea of evolution existed long before Darwin, and is as ancient as esoteric teaching. Do you know how this idea stares out at us in every page of the New Testament? Man is capable of undergoing an evolution, i.e. an ascent in the ray of creation. Here you remember the side octave from the sun, this Jacob's ladder. Darwin saw evolution under the aspect of mechanical selection out of chance variation, that takes place over vast periods of time. I mean, that he saw the idea of evolution, but he got it in a certain way, upside down, as it were. He thought that a monkey somehow or other became a man. He could see no mind, no meaning, controlling the universe, and therefore it is not surprising that he complained of having lost his higher aesthetic tastes. You know that you can always explain a thing by its small parts. You can explain a house by its bricks, but you know quite well that the whole house existed in the architect's mind long before it became manifest in time and space. You can explain a picture in terms of the mineral colors, but do you think that the tubes of paint make the picture, or the mind of the artist? Now when you see the explanation of an organic whole, such as the human body, solely in terms of its small constituent parts, and cannot understand that a thing must be related in all its parts, and that they could not have arisen by chance, your mind is shut to all higher meaning. You then explain the higher by the lower. You explain a motor car by its nuts and bolts, and so on, and not by the idea behind the motor car, that has related all its different parts together. Certainly you can argue that a motor car could not exist without its different parts, or that an oil painting could not exist without its tubes of paint, but do you think you have got the right explanation in thinking in this way? Can you not see that if you think only in this way, from below upwards, your mind remains shut to thinking from above downwards? Surely the idea of a motor car preceded the construction of it. Now do you think that the idea is prior to its working out in visible terms such as a motor car, that you can touch and handle? Which comes first? Is mind first, or is mechanism, as the vehicle of mind, first? You all know that there has been a great loss of meaning in the last century, or so, or rather, since the Reformation, which has made it possible for scientists to exist. An entirely new cosmological system was conceived when the so-called Renaissance took place, which was more or less synchronous with the Reformation. This was certainly necessary, inevitable. Previously the cosmological conception was that at the head of all things stood God. This conception became, as it were, worn out and abused to such an extent that no one was allowed to think for himself, only the canon of Scripture was allowed. Then an entirely different cosmological conception came in the first place the earth was no longer the center of the universe, and secondly the whole universe was seen as under mechanical laws. It has often been said that once it was proved that the earth was not the center of the universe, a great revolution in thought took place. I would add that a revolution in feeling did not take place. We seem to be as vain as ever. Science is reluctant even now to admit that there is life anywhere in the vast universe save on our Earth, and still ascribes to itself its own discoveries, not realizing that it is studying a given universe that transcends the human mind and its capacity. The task of the future is to reconcile the older and newer standpoints. That is why the work says that one of its aims is to unite the wisdom of the East with the science of the West. Unless science discovers what is called religion, and unless religion discovers what is called science, the mind of man will be split into two irreconcilable sides, and indeed we might think that the whole world today suffers from schizophrenia. Now if your cosmological system, if you have one, is based on the idea that there were somehow or other a lot of atoms derived somehow or other from somewhere or other, which condensed to form billions and billions of worlds and galaxies, and that somehow or other life started, and somehow or other made different animals, trees, fishes, birds, men, women, gradually, little by little, then your mind is not properly furnished with the requisite ideas and understanding for you to reach the higher parts of centers. And finally higher centers themselves, which compose the very complex organism of man. You will be looking down like cattle, and will be incapable of looking up. You will see the explanation of the most wonderful things, like consciousness, thought, feeling, sensation, and so on in the little small instruments that render them possible. You will be boiling up the artist's picture, and analyzing its chemistry. Then what happens is that you will be more and more under the domination of matter, seeing in matter the explanation of everything. The result will be that internally you will be more and more under the influence of machines, of external organizations coming from outside. But if you begin to think that there is not a single thing that you can study in any branch of science, that is not a miracle. If you realize that the properties of matter cannot be solely explained in terms of matter, then something inside you will turn the other way round, and begin to look at the source of meaning. You remember the definition that Plato gave of the difference between a man glued to the senses and a man of understanding. He said, the first believes that matter created mind, whereas the second believes that mind created matter. Which do you yourself think is prior in scale? Do you think that mind and consciousness arose accidentally out of some chance combination of atoms, whose origin you cannot explain, or do you think that mind created matter, and all its possibilities, and that you live in an intelligent and ordered universe? It is on these two questions that the whole future of humanity at present depends. If you say there is nothing, then well and good. If you say there is something, then, well, and much better. I have never any quarrel with science itself. Science is obvious. The mother of Europe, i.e., Greece, laid down all the formulations of science long before Christ. Then came the Christian teaching in this short 2,000-year era of ours, in this experiment upon man created as a self-developing organism. It seems that the idea was to unite the two aspects of truth, outer and inner, and this idea has no doubt failed, although in the beginning Pythagoras taught both religion and science together, and in those times no one thought there was any contradiction between scientific facts and the gods. Every center has two sides, one turned towards the external senses, and the literal meaning of everything, and the other side turned towards higher centers which represent higher levels in the ray of creation. Balanced man must learn to use both sides, and to understand them, and bring them into relationship, so that there is no contradiction, and if he excludes one in favor of the other he is undeveloped. Note, I repeat, that it is not science that is wrong. The facts of science are perfectly correct, although fluctuating. It is the interpretations of science that are wrong. Birdlip, November 13, 1943. On rebirth, she said on one occasion that many things appear in the Gospels about the inner teaching on man's nature and possibilities, but that usually the essential points are left out. They are either left out or given in the wrong order, and appear without connection. In the extract from G's talks that I am now going to quote, three main ideas are spoken about: death, birth, and sleep. Everyone knows that the New Testament says that a man can be reborn, or born again, or born anew, or born from above, literally interpreted. Christ says to Nicodemus, unless a man is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of God. John III. 3. This means in the language of the work, that a man cannot enter the conscious circle of humanity, unless he is born anew or born from the work. Strictly speaking, the work would say, unless he is born, because physical birth is not being born in the esoteric sense. When a man ceases to be mechanical man, when he becomes conscious, when real I appears in him, then he is a man. In the 7 categories of men given in the work, numbers 1, 2, and 3 men, which comprise the bulk of humanity, belong to the circle of mechanical men, the circle of confusion of tongues, of Babel, where no one can ever agree, and no one can understand the other person. We can say that those who are born agree with one another, and understand one another, for the two things are the same. Amongst conscious humanity there is understanding. We seek in this work to learn a common language in order to understand each other a little better. We seek ultimately to be born, but in order to be born we must die, and in order to die we must first awaken. Christ, in the words attributed to him, says simply, a man must be born again before he can enter the kingdom of God. In another place he says, we must awaken, translated as, watch, and pray. In another place Christ says, except a grain of wheat fall into the ground, and die, it abideth alone. John xi 24. You will see in what follows how things are wrongly arranged, indeed, as if by people who did not really understand what they heard. Suppose the teaching had been clear in the Gospels that a man must awaken before he can do anything else, and that in this is included becoming conscious of what he is like. One would imagine that in that case the whole course of exoteric Christianity would have gone differently. If you think for a moment, you will see how impossible it is to die to oneself unless one awakens to oneself, however painful the awakening may be. I will add one thing more here. You remember that it is said that C-influences which come directly from conscious mankind are always turned into B-influences when they pass out into life. From those schools which were connected with Christ, nothing emerged into outer life for at least half a century. It is only within the atmosphere of a school that C-influences can be really preserved. Without this atmosphere, people will adapt them to themselves and to their level of understanding, and to what they think is right or wrong. The consequence is that essential points are missed, things are wrongly arranged, all harsh things are left out, and things that seem incredible from life point of view are also omitted. Moreover, everything is adulterated with the general prejudices, general customs, and moral views of the time. Then you must remember that in those days every manuscript had to be copied by hand, and the scribes would naturally alter sentences that they did not agree with or understand, or they would insert things that they thought ought to have been said, etc. C-influences cannot exist in life, and always turn into B-influences. The mind of man based on the senses has to be raised so that he no longer, to give one example, thinks in terms of yes or no about everything. Now I would like to read you something that she said many years ago. I am often asked questions in connection with the various texts, parables, and so on, from the Gospels. In my opinion, the time has not yet come for us to speak about the Gospels. This requires more knowledge. But from time to time we will take certain Gospel texts as points of departure for our discussions. This will teach you to treat them in the right way, and, above all, to realize that in the texts known to us, the most essential points are usually missing. To begin with, let us take the well-known text about the seed which must die in order to be born. Except a corn of wheat fall into the ground, and die, it abideth alone, but if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. This text has many different meanings, and we shall often return to it. But first of all, it is necessary to know the principle contained in this text in its full measure, as applied to man. There is a book of aphorisms which has never been published, and probably never will be published. I have mentioned this book before in connection with the meaning of knowledge, and I quoted then one aphorism from the book. In relation to what we are speaking of now, this book says the following: a man may be born, but in order to be born, he must first die, and in order to die, he must first awake. In another place it says, when a man awakes he can die, when he dies he can be born. We must find out what this means. To awake, to die, to be born, these are three successive stages. If you study the Gospels attentively, you will see that references are often made to the possibility of being born, several references are made to the necessity of dying, and there are very many references to the necessity of awakening. Watch, for you know not the hour, and so on. But these three possibilities of man, to awake or not to sleep, to die and to be born, are not set down in connection with one another. Nevertheless, this is the whole point. If a man dies without having awakened, he cannot be born. If a man is born without having died, he may become an immortal thing. Thus the fact that he has not died prevents a man from being born. The fact of his not having awakened prevents him from dying, and should he be born without having died, he is prevented from being. We have already spoken enough about the meaning of being born. This relates to the beginning of a new growth of essence, the beginning of the formation of individuality, the beginning of the appearance of one indivisible I. But in order to be able to attain this, or at least to begin to attain it, a man must die. That is, he must free himself from 1,000 petty attachments and identifications which hold him in the position in which he is. He is attached to everything in his life, attached to his imagination, attached to his stupidity, attached to his sufferings, and possibly to his sufferings more than to anything else. He must free himself from this attachment. Attachment to things, identification with things, keep alive 1,000 useless I's in a man. These I's must die, in order that the big I may be born. But how can they be made to die? They do not want to die. It is at this point that the possibility of awakening comes to the rescue. To awaken means to realize one's nothingness, that is, to realize one's complete and absolute mechanicalness, and one's complete and absolute helplessness. And it is not sufficient to realize it philosophically in words. It is necessary for a man to realize it in clear, simple and concrete facts, in his own facts. When a man begins to know himself a little, he will see in himself many things that are bound to horrify him. So long as a man is not horrified at himself, he knows nothing about himself. He decides to throw it off, stop it, put an end to it. But however many efforts he may make, he feels that he cannot do this, that everything remains as it was. Here he will see his impotence, his helplessness, and his nothingness. Or again, when he begins to know himself, a man sees that he has nothing that is his own, that is, that all that he has regarded as his own, his tastes, views, thoughts, convictions, habits, even faults and vices, all these are not his own, but they have been borrowed somewhere ready-made. In feeling this, a man may feel his nothingness. And in feeling his nothingness, a man should see himself as he really is, not for a second, not for a moment, but constantly, never forgetting it. This continual consciousness of his nothingness, and of his helplessness will eventually give a man courage to die, and that is, to die, not merely mentally, or in his consciousness, but to die, in fact, and to renounce actually, and forever those aspects of himself which are either unnecessary from the point of view of his inner growth, or which hinder it. These aspects are, first of all, his false I, and then all the fantastic ideas about his individuality, will, consciousness, capacity to do, his powers, initiative, determination, and so on. Note: I would like to say that we should understand, and always try to keep in mind, that in this work we are not trying to remain as we are, but to change, and that change does not mean remaining as we are. All change is inner, and starts from the inner, from beginning to see what one is like. No one can remain the same as he is and change. Buffers, attitudes, pictures of oneself, mechanical behavior, typical forms of internal considering, of making accounts against others, all our ideas of life, and ways of thinking, and forms of self-estimation, above all, the ways in which we identify all these things in ourselves must change if we are going to change. You cannot, as long as you hold on to your buffers, and ingrained ways, of taking and judging things, your self-esteem, and your typical reactions become changed in yourself even if you go into a desert and live on a glass of water a day. To change it is necessary that people work on themselves and try to separate themselves from what they are and observe themselves in accordance with what the work says. Birdlip, November 20th, 1943. A brief talk about dreams. Dr. Nicoll is here speaking about dreams from the standpoint of the teaching that he had from Dr. Jung. Part I. This work does not speak directly about dreams. However, certain things are said about dreams. The main thing said is that it is useless to study your dreams, and that all psychological systems based on the study of dreams are fantastic, because immediately you begin to study your dreams they alter. Some of you know that in modern physics the discovery has been made that when you investigate the microphysical i.e. the world of atoms, you interfere with what you are investigating. Your instruments for investigation interfere with what you are investigating. Now you all know that one of the difficulties of self-observation, such as observation of your thoughts, is that observation interferes with your thoughts. This is especially the case when you try to observe your forms of imagination. Immediately you try to observe your imagination, it stops. That is to say, the instrument for observation interferes with what you observe. To take a gross example, suppose you suddenly strike a match to see whether there is a mouse in the room. You interfere with what you are observing, and probably the mouse disappears. Now in the case of dreams, the work teaches that once you begin to pay attention to them, you interfere with them and so change them. And it is for this reason that the study of dreams as a psychological method of approach to oneself is definitely discouraged. But the work teaches something further about dreams. For example, the work says that there are many different kinds of dreams not recognized in Western psychology. Dreams, the work teaches, are of every kind, because they can come from every center, and every part of a center. In a conversation I once had with G, he remarked that most dreams come from moving center, from haphazard connections taking place in moving center. Strictly speaking, most dreams come from instinct moving center, that is, they are echoes of things seen during the day, sensations, and movements. Such dreams are echoes of the life of instinct moving center during the daytime. They have no meaning and so are of no importance. But dreams can also come from other centers. Instinct moving dreams are, generally speaking, chaotic. Then again, some emotional impression such as a fright may enter into these instinct-moving dreams, especially if the fright connects itself with earlier fears which one has consented to, and not worked against. But the point that I wish to emphasize now is that the work teaches that there are different kinds of dreams originating in different centers, and different parts of centers. This means that there are intellectual dreams, emotional dreams, sexual dreams, moving, and instinctive dreams, and there are also dreams that come from the centers we do not use, i.e. higher emotional and higher intellectual centers. I would say one thing at present, that dreams that come from the higher parts of emotional center, or even from higher emotional center, are always characterized by what can be roughly called dramatic formulation. Let us suppose that a person experiences a very dramatic and well-formed dream. He wonders why he had this dream, which seems to have nothing to do with his ordinary life. How, he says to himself, can such a dream arise which has nothing to do with my own thoughts or experiences? Why should I have such a dream? From what source did this strange experience come? Has it any meaning or not? Most of us admit that occasionally we are visited by very strange dreams, sometimes very wonderfully worked out and containing some meaning that we cannot catch. Now if you will all think about the ray of creation, and about how we have in us higher and lower centers, and higher and lower parts of centers, and how influences come down the ray of creation from higher levels, it is not so surprising if we find that there are influences in us that are trying to cure us, trying to make us understand ourselves and our inner situations and states better. But it is quite clear that the language of dreams is not our ordinary language. Suppose that the ray of creation, and all that it means is quite true. Suppose that the idea of Jacob's ladder is quite true. Suppose that angels are blowing trumpets in our ears to make us hear better. Suppose that higher intelligence is working on us and in us at every moment, only we cannot hear its words or understand its meaning. Is it extraordinary that we may receive and be in touch with greater mind than our own? Do you remember what the work teaches about higher centers? It teaches that higher centers are fully developed in us and are always transmitting meaning to us, only we cannot hear them. We cannot hear their finer vibrations. We are tuned into the life of the earth and of the five senses. Very often G used to say that we must listen to ourselves, and that if we would only listen to ourselves before embarking on some enterprise we would realize how useless it was. But what do we listen to in our ordinary daily lives, i.e., in our lives of ordinary sleep? We listen to the crudest eyes, the most mechanical eyes, the eyes turned out to external life and its small adventures. We listen to our jealous eyes, our offended eyes, our negative eyes, and so on. And so it is in this sense that we cannot hear these influences that are continually coming down to us from higher centers. We do not even listen to our reason, i.e., to the higher parts of our ordinary centers. And yet all the time there are influences, so clearly expressed in the diagram of the ray of creation, that are trying to touch us, and make us understand better, and cure us of our life maladies, and so lead us to our own inner development. Sometimes these influences reach us in the form of dreams. When we are cut off from our five senses, the external world registered by them fades away, and we pass into another world, the world of our invisible selves, which this work is about. I suppose that every one of you has had some dream that has made you wonder, some dream that you do not permanently forget, some dream that has some strange quality about it. To those of you who have had moments of self-remembering in life, when you have seen some quite ordinary thing or person in an entirely new way, it will not be astonishing if I say that such moments have the same quality or inner taste as have those rare and unusual dreams of which I am speaking. You suddenly see new meaning, and in the case of dreams you feel that they have new meaning of the same order, although you cannot grasp it, as when you realize the ray of creation in yourselves, and particularly the side octave from the sun. When you begin to see their significance, you will not be surprised if I say that there are forces in you working upon you all the time to make you awaken, to heal you, to cure you if you can only listen to them. The uproar of the personality prevents us from hearing. The continual action of the false personality with all its intrigues literally makes us deaf, blind and dumb, so that everything is pseudo, even what we call our most sincere moments. You understand what a dumb man means in the Gospels? A man who can never speak from his understanding is a dumb man. A man who is always talking from the eyes of false personality is a dumb man, dumb because he can never say anything real. Just in the same way a blind man is one who can never see anything, never see the meaning of anything, and a deaf man is a man who can never hear anything even when it is said time and again. He has no mental ears to hear with. We are all deaf, dumb and blind, as regards the teaching, as given throughout the ages, and only Christ i.e. the Word can cure us. Not only this, but we are deaf, dumb and blind to ourselves, to those higher centers in us, that are continually telling us what to do, only we cannot understand their language. So please realize that you have the work in yourselves already, all of you, and that the external form of the work, and the teaching and study of it and the practicing of it is to open you to what is already in you, to something that we have all lost contact with owing to falling asleep. So it is not strange that sometimes we have experiences that seem to have nothing to do with what we believe is our sole form of life, and that sometimes when the external senses are stilled we experience dreams that are quite extraordinary, about which we understand nothing. Now, as regards dreams that have a trace of emotional or higher emotional center in their formation, I will simply say that they are practically always about oneself. They tell you about your inner situation and inner state. Sometimes they represent your inner state in terms of people and situations. The people may or may not represent different sides in yourself. The general situation you are in, psychologically speaking, may be represented as buildings, scenery, and so on. The dream may be entirely subjective, i.e. entirely about yourself and your inner state, or it may have a certain objective reference as well, and refer to how you are behaving to an actual person, and so on. Or it may represent your inner state in such a way as to show you how you are taking something quite wrongly, as from some former life way of taking things. Do you know that we have to take everything in a new way in the work? Sometimes a dream which has a trace of higher emotional center behind it will give you a picture of the work and your relationship to it. Of course it will be mixed up with personal associations, i.e. with personality, but the general form and meaning may come through, as it were. I will quote an example of a dream of this kind which is about life and the work, and about the danger of mixing the two in one's thinking and in one's evaluation. It relates to the fact that if one wishes to work, one must be very careful how one walks in life. The dream is as follows: we were living at a kind of farm. Work people were around us. The peculiarity of this farm was that wherever you walked you had to travel on duckboards raised on stilts, above a swamp of all kinds of filth and muck, such as you find in the farmyard. If you slipped you plunged into it, and anything you dropped was lost in it. When we sat at table and in conversation forgot what was beneath us, we would suddenly awake to the fact that our feet were dangling in the filthy stuff. We had to remember all the time to hold them up above it. Here is a strange dream. If we take it literally, it is about duckboards, mud, stilts, and so on. One might very well say, on waking up, what have I to do with this farm lying on mud, in which it is necessary to be very careful where one walks? But why should this well-formulated dream come? What does it represent in its imagery? What ideas lie in this dream? For instance, do you think that it might represent identifying with life? Do you think that it might represent how one must always remember oneself in walking about in life? In this dream it is said that if you drop anything it is lost. The work says that everything you do mechanically is lost to you. And what does the work say about talking? Does it not say that here we forget ourselves most of all? And yet I say that this dream was dreamed just as quoted, without knowledge of what it meant. Think about this dream, for In a sense, it is for all in the work. Do you think life should be like what you expect, or have you grown up and seen the necessity of making your own life? Life is filth unless you learn the science of duckboards and stilts, and so on. But most people are immersed in this filth, and like to stay in it. The language of dreams is not our formatory language. A dream is not put in the form of words. It is put in the language of imagery. It is exactly comparable with the language of parables. It is quite true that parables are expressed by means of words, but they indicate images. You all know you do not dream in words, but if you want to describe your dream you have to turn it into words, and you soon lose its meaning. In fact, you cannot express it in words save in a very poor way. Parables are the other way round. They are expressed in words usually very simply, but they transmit imagery. The parable gives the imagery by means of words, the meaning however does not lie in the words, but in the imagery. A literal-minded person may think that an actual sower went forth to sow and actual seed fell on stony ground, etc. But the whole parable of the sower and the seed transcends the words completely, and passes into the language of higher emotional center which uses only images, and so is universally understandable, i.e. we see the beginning of a universal language which is the language of higher emotional center. One of the most extraordinary things is that people imagine they are related only to the external world. The work teaches that we are related to an inner, invisible world, and that where we are in this invisible world is the most important thing. Many dreams refer to where we are in this inner invisible world from which our nightmares arise, and from which much of our unhappiness comes. Each one of you is related to different ties, to different parts of, as it were, an enormous building, about which you may sometimes dream. Which room are you in? Within ourselves we have rooms where we can live in discomfort or comfort, and in ourselves we have a radio that we can switch on to one set of influences, or another set of influences. The world today has gone so far into the external senses, and into matter, that it seems extraordinary to most people that there is an other world to which they have to make relation in order to have any peace of mind, and any center of gravity, an internal world that one can only begin to realize by means of self-observation, by observing, which is an internal sense organ. Try to notice where you are in yourself at this moment, to what thoughts you are consenting, with what feelings you are identified. Have you yet attained any power of inner freedom from yourself, from your mechanical reactions, your mechanical thoughts, and feelings induced by external circumstances? Or are you taking everything in the way you have always taken everything? Your inner invisible world is much larger, and contains far more interesting things, and this external world, that you are always looking out upon through the 5 windows of your senses, and in this inner invisible world of yourselves influences are always playing upon you from higher and lower levels, and all higher. Influences are trying to heal you, trying to make you understand how to live in this world. But, as you know, as long as we are identified with all our sufferings, all our false personality, buffers, accounts, self-pity, memory of the past, with what we think will give us happiness, then we cannot feel these influences that can free us and make us grow. Birdlip, November 27, 1943. Commentary on Vanity and Pride. Comments on answers to a psychological question. It is said in this work that 2 giants called pride and vanity walk in front of us and arrange everything beforehand. Can you draw any distinction between them from personal observation or observation of others? Do you think that these two are the only giants that walk in front of us and arrange things? The first thing to be said about vanity and pride is that they must be studied in oneself by personal observation. One may know theoretically about them without having the slightest idea how they manifest themselves in oneself. Everyone has their own forms of vanity and pride which differ in different cases, and you must remember that they seem quite reasonable, quite natural, so that people do not notice them. Both pride and vanity are connected with self-love, but, although they have this connection, their manifestations can be quite different, so that one opposes the other. For instance, you are paid a compliment, and your vanity is delighted, but your pride makes you feel awkward. On the whole, people were agreed in their answers that vanity is based on the unreal part of us, but that pride is connected with something real. I will quote an interesting answer from personal observation. I would say that vanity comes from false personality only. Pride can belong to the good eyes of personality, and perhaps essence. With the right neutralizing force, eyes that are now proud might become part of will. One is always acting and reacting from vanity, but pride can be a passive or restraining force. Yes, it is quite true to say that pride can become part of the will, but vanity cannot. We can see in a sense that the density of pride is greater than the density of vanity, and so more can be done, more can be endured from pride, and in this way it resembles the will. By the way, do you think that Lucifer fell from heaven owing to vanity or pride? These two giants that walk in front of us and decide everything beforehand may sometimes cooperate, and sometimes be antagonistic. This is why it is difficult to define any particular action as being due exclusively to either one or the other. Vanity has a different internal taste from pride. One person says you may be proud of a new motor car, and vain when you are sitting in it. This is quite true, and the feelings taste differently. You can also be even more proud of an old car, and certainly not vain of sitting in it. Women do not like old cars as a rule. Several people point out that vanity is usually connected with making an impression on other people. It is true that vanity always needs an audience. Even when you are cosseting yourself alone in your bedroom, you will imagine the effect of people looking at you later. You would not think of making up if you were the only inhabitant of the earth, but if you were one of two you probably would, and particularly if you were one of three inhabitants. But vanity is not necessarily concerned only with the outward appearance, as one person mistakenly says. The ugly hunchback pope was notorious for his vanity. He had no illusions about his looks, but was vain of his wit and his position in the literary world. In one answer, the distinction made between pride and vanity is that vanity may want me to show off, be important, and it may be that pride would prevent me from doing this. Another distinction that I have observed is that pride can make you ashamed of not knowing something, whereas vanity can make you pretend to know it. I do not agree with the person who says that pride self-justifies a great deal. It is usually vanity that causes self-justifying, which latter is an expression of the false personality defending itself. Pride can make us ashamed of self-justifying. One of you quite rightly attempts to distinguish between pride and vanity by the facial expression, i.e., by the way in which these two emotions are represented in the moving center in expression and posture. I think you will agree that a proud look is quite different from a vain look. This is a useful angle to reflect on. Which causes you to blush most? One person says that pride lives more in the intellectual center. but the center of gravity of pride is not in the intellectual center. It is an emotion arising from the self-love which may manifest itself in any of the emotional parts of centers, including the emotional part of the intellectual center. Several people discuss right and wrong pride. I quote from one answer, "When pride is turned outward, it can be an accomplice to vanity. If it is turned inward, it can be of use to us in helping us to make effort in remembering our aim in the work." Yes, when one's pride is directed inwards towards oneself, it can, for instance, make us ashamed of not keeping our aim. I will quote another answer, where a good distinction between pride and vanity is made. Although in many ways so alike, pride and vanity seem to me to be so different in quality, as to be two quite different things, as different in intensity as jealousy is different from envy. Vanity seems to be connected with the more ephemeral things of life, the more external things, whereas pride seems to belong to a much more permanent and inner part of oneself. One may be vain of what one does, but one seems to be proud of what one is, or thinks one is. Blows at one's vanity make one angry, offended, more than hurt. A hard blow at one's pride hurts deeply, and makes one feel murderous, as if it aroused an instinct of, so to speak, psychological self-preservation. I think one's false personality is kept going by vanity and pride, but particularly by vanity. One can take pride, say, in one's work, be proud of it, or one can be vain of it. In the former case, although one does not like criticism, I think one accepts it for the sake of the work, whereas if one is simply vain, one resents and rejects criticism. I think it is vanity which blows its own trumpet. Pride is silent. Pride seems to go deeper than false personality, or personality. Sometimes it seems to me to be even connected with essence. It seems such an integral part of oneself. I cannot see how vanity can ever be directed otherwise than onto externals, one's achievements, for example, whereas I feel that pride could be redirected if one could observe it and its roots deeply enough. I believe it may be capable of directing force interiorly instead of exteriorly, though I cannot see clearly yet how. It might become shame. I think it might even lead eventually to sense of one's own nothingness, not just by a swing of the pendulum. Pride does not seem to be subject to the same swings of the pendulum that vanity experiences if it could really be seen and directed. Vanity, I think, must eventually disappear. Pride, I feel, might be used if it were not one's master, but this may be only because it is so close that I do not see it for what it really is. This is a very good answer. Now we have to think of pride and vanity from the side of what is useful and what is useless in connection with the work. Pride can turn into shame, and genuine pride can turn into real shame and humility in the presence of what is higher. A man without proper shame and so without proper pride is not really suitable for the work. There is no depth in him. But vanity is always wrong except, as it were, in very small doses. As you know, it was always said by G that personality has scarcely any right to exist. When you ascribe some success to yourself, it goes to strengthen the false personality, and so increase the vanity in you. One is allowed to ascribe a very little to oneself, for a short time, but our trouble is that we like to talk about our successes, or about what we did, and what we said. And even if we are silent, we think it. Now about giants. Some of you give an enormous list of giants, and one of you invents a giant called highbrow, but surely this giant is vanity. I agree with those who say that one great giant is laziness, and that these three giants, Pride, vanity, and laziness are constantly striving for possession of us. One person describes them thus: I think that laziness is also a giant which walks in front of us and arranges everything beforehand. It prearranges our actions mechanically to avoid exertion almost as much as vanity or pride. Fortunately, this giant is apt to walk in an opposite direction to the other giants, and our days become a battle between them. Pride often refuses to let one give in to laziness, where vanity will arrange something which will suit them both. This is good. Then there is the giant fear. We should really say that pride, vanity, fear, and laziness control us mostly. I disagree with all those who think that buffers are giants. Buffers are like wooden blocks that prevent us from seeing contradictions. It is our vanity that creates them. Buffers are not giants. Nor again is false personality. It is what it is made of and is founded on, i.e., vanity and imagination. You can't say that imagination is used by the giants, and you will be speaking very deeply if you say this, remembering perhaps the story of the sheep, and the magicians who made them imagine they were lions and tigers. Do you know how closely vanity and imagination are connected, and how closely fear and imagination are connected? I am speaking of emotional fear, not fear arising from instinctive center. The negative emotions, and especially self-pity, are also giants. There are some very interesting giants in literature. There is an interesting giant described in the early part of Purgynt. Then there is giant despair. Now I would like to read you some words of G's about vanity, the fundamental cause of almost all the misunderstandings arising in the inner world of man, as well as in the common life of people, is chiefly due to a psychic factor formed in man's being at an early age, and due to a wrong education, the stimulation of which gives birth, in him, to impulses of vanity. I affirm solemnly that the happiness and self-consciousness, that is, self-remembering, which should be in a real man, depend in most cases exclusively on the absence in us of feelings of vanity. And I have made it my aim, in working with my people, to hit mercilessly at every manifestation of this factor which hinders all development, and prevents any genuine and real relation to one's inner life, in the harmonious adjustment of which all true happiness only can be found. I must once more refer you to what I said at the beginning, that you must study pride and vanity in yourselves, and all their different gradations. Do you know your own forms of vanity, and how much they occupy you? Do you know where your pride lies? Where do you feel that you love yourself, that you admire yourself? Where do you most feel that you are utterly different from other people? Where are you most conceited? What do you boast about? What are you silent about? Vanity is frequently very talkative, whereas pride is silent. Which is the deeper wound, wounded vanity, or wounded pride? What is it you cannot forgive? Do you know that if you cannot forgive, it is because of some form of self-love which, ideally speaking, has to be smashed out of you? Birdlip, December 7, 1943, on Dreams Part I. In our last short discussion on dreams, it was said that dreams can come from every center, and that one of the most interesting things about dreams is that although your eyes are closed, you see things and people, even people you have never met, and you walk in buildings, and feel embarrassed or confident. In other words, all that you experience in external life through your senses appears to take place when all your senses are cut off, i.e., when your external senses are not seeing the light of the sun, or the light of searchlights, or anything of that kind. Yet you can enter now a world that is perfectly real to you. I suppose that this is the first thing to make us begin to wonder whether the external world registered by our senses is the only world we live in. People can have nightmares, people can be plagued by unhappy dreams which appear quite real, if they have not learned to non-identify. Our troubles do not lie only in the external world. Now to revert to the dream that was spoken about in the last paper. I will quote it again. We were living at a kind of farm. Work people were around us. The peculiarity of this farm was that wherever you walked you had to travel on duckboards raised on stilts above a swamp of all kinds of filth and muck, such as you find in the farmyard. If you slipped you plunged into it, and anything you dropped was lost in it. When we sat at table and in conversation forgot what was beneath, we would suddenly awake to the fact that our feet were dangling in the filthy stuff. We had to remember all the time to hold them up above it. You remember that there are many dreams that have no meaning, but this dream has meaning. Whether a dream has meaning or not depends on which center it comes from. Influences reach us of every kind in the scale of things. If you have begun to understand the ray of creation, you will know that influences are reaching you all this time, and that these influences are of different qualities. These influences are registered by our psychic apparatus according to its level, or, put in other words, we receive lower or higher influences according to our level of being. We are told in this work to try to listen to ourselves. Of course, if there is nothing to listen to, this would be absurd advice, but if you contemplate the ray of creation, and all those influences coming down at you, may not think it absurd. We have to remember always that there are higher influences playing on us at this moment, but that if we are glued to our senses, and completely identified with all that we are doing, we cannot become aware of these influences. Now you may remember what is said in Ecclesiastes, a dream cometh through the multitude of business. v3. Something speaks to you. It is as if a person were trying to say something to someone. 361, who will talk very seriously to him about his affairs with which he is completely identified, and which he takes as everything that has any meaning for him. He will be deaf to what is said. The multitude of business in which we live makes, as it were, a daily uproar. We cannot hear. Later on, perhaps, we begin to listen, when we decide that we must become simpler, and can detach ourselves from our roles in life. Now let us think of this dream that we are discussing from the standpoint that a dream cometh through the multitude of business. You will notice that the structure of the dream concerns mire, swampy ground, and that one has to learn to walk upon this and be very careful about it. I said, very briefly, that this meant life, and how we walk upon it. One can always be completely engulfed by the situations that are continually produced by life, whether in business, in domestic, or in personal affairs, or in the wretched aspect of general life, such as it is at present. But the whole of the work is about non-identifying with all this mire, and, expressed in the visible sensory language of parables, the meaning is that we have to learn to keep our feet out of this mire. Now the mire is not outside oneself but inside oneself. Take, for instance, the mire of negative emotions. Is it inside oneself or outside oneself? Take all one's forms of making inner accounts, feeling that one is owed, feeling bitter about it, and so on. We know a little about this by now. What does it mean to have duckboards and stilts, and to be careful not to stand on all this mud? It means that we have to be very careful how we walk in ourselves. It is psychological, that is, about oneself inside. Now I will quote some interesting passages that I have found in the Old Testament, that you can understand in connection with this dream that we are discussing. I must introduce the word pit. You will realize that the dream speaks about not going down into the pit, not falling into the mire. You can easily get into the stage in life, and most people remain in this stage, of making for yourselves a pit of negativeness, hopelessness, self-pity, internal considering, and also of attributing everything to external circumstances, to outside people, and finally of being totally identified with outside things that have no value at all. Also, one can go down into the pit of making no effort about oneself. I will now quote from the sacred scriptures a few passages that refer to all this. God brought me out of the pit, out of the miry clay, and set my feet upon a rock. God is esoteric teaching. Again, I went down to the bottom of the mountains, the bars of the earth were upon me, yet thou broughtest my life up from the pit. The work can bring one up from the pit. Again, O God, thou hast brought up my soul from hell, thou hast kept me alive from those that go down into the pit, and into the mire. If you feel you have something to hold on to, then you can keep alive. And again, when the psalmist is in despair about himself, he says, I am accounted with them that go down into the pit, I am accounted as a man of no strength. Thou hast set me a pit in the lower regions, in the darkness, and in the depths. He feels he is falling asleep. One more example, exalt greatly. Behold thy king cometh unto thee. He is just, wretched, and riding upon an ass. He will deliver thee out of the pit wherein is no water. This last phrase has very deep meaning, but you will realize that the pit wherein is no water means a state where there is no truth and no understanding. Let us turn to the Gospels. Christ said to the Pharisees, i.e., to the people, who are quite sure that they are right, and who attribute everything to themselves, let them alone. They are blind leaders of the blind. If the blind lead the blind, both shall fall into the pit. It would be possible to quote, I suppose, 100 other examples from the sacred scriptures about the significance of this pit, this mire, this filth, which each one of us must see in himself, and realize its significance for him or her. You will see from the dream we are discussing that it is this subject that is being dealt with. It is, so to speak, an esoteric dream, that is, a dream coming from higher centers. If one has a dream of this kind, one must not attribute it to oneself, to one's own cleverness. It is a formulation about the work, and, as you have heard many times, this work is what higher centers would teach us if we could hear them. The work is not invented. It is not a psychological system invented by some ordinary man. It comes from higher man, from conscious influences, from those who are in touch with higher centers. Only, because we cannot hear higher centers themselves owing to our state of deep sleep, their continual inner teaching, to which we are deaf, has been turned into an external system of work formulated by those who are already in touch with higher centers. In other words, we have to learn externally, from outside, from our senses, what we could already know if we could only listen to ourselves, and render quiet the uproar of the daily wheels of personality. Now let us speak about what the duckboards might mean psychologically. Can you think what this image, exactly comparable with an image in a parable, might mean? Or can you think what stilts might mean, psychologically? I would like you to discuss this, and also what it means that when you are talking, as the dream says, you are liable to get your feet in the mire. You must all have noticed that when you have been talking at random or saying all sorts of unhappy things about others, you lose force. But if you have not been doing this, you feel stronger in yourselves. Silence gives strength. One must learn to be silent even when speaking. It is this inner feeling of integrity that means strength. Of course, you can always say 1,000 things. You can always poison others with your negative emotions. You can always hand down unpleasant things. You can always hint at something that has been said. All this takes you down into the mire, which is exactly what a person must try to escape from sinking into. Everyone must see his own mire. Often it is what a person does not think is mire at all. He thinks, for instance, that he has a right to worry, to be continually talking about life things, or talking about his business, about his own affairs, his private difficulties. To talk consciously about one's affairs is quite different from talking mechanically. To talk consciously, I repeat, is quite different from talking mechanically. What does it mean to talk consciously about your troubles, for example? It means to formulate, and formulation means to be conscious of both sides, of what you are like, of what the other person is like, and so on. Just try to do this. You will notice that it means that all sorts of mechanical eyes in you are checked and deprived of their desire to speak. If you do this, you will understand what strength means. You remember how the psalmist complains that because he had no inner strength he was sunken into the inner pit. Remember that your lives are your own, and that in a sense no one else can help you. But the work can help you if you apply it. We reach a certain stage, perhaps, of personal work, and then fall again into this mire. At first we may not notice it, but after a time we really become aware of our inner state, and then, if the work means anything to us, we begin to feel that we cannot bear to be in this mire. This means that the inner taste of the work has begun to act on us. Then we are no longer made unhappy simply by adverse external conditions, but we begin to be unhappy in quite a new way, namely, with regard to our inner state, to where we are in ourselves. When this stage is reached, we may be sure that the work has begun to act on us directly, and then we will know that the only thing that can save us from this mud farm is to practice what this work is teaching us. Give way to a negative give way to negative imagination, feeling that things are not fair, identifying, and thus consenting to every doubt, and so on. Then you are using neither duckboard nor stilts, nor any of the apparatus of this work. All this work is about lifting us off what we might call in these papers, which are merely commentaries, mud farm, but remember that this mud farm is in yourselves. The work is to get us to a new level of understanding. It is to get us to the next story in our personal evolution, where there is no mud. I am taking the stream because it shows the first stage or level. It does not reach the next level. It represents what we have to do in regard to the level we are on, the level of being we are on, which is represented as mud. At the same time it shows that, on the side of knowledge, there are certain things that we must practice, i.e. the use of duckboards and stilts, and walking delicately on this mud in ourselves. In other words, it represents the first stage of this work, practically applied to ourselves. You will notice how beautifully higher emotional center formulates about the work. Its formulations of the work are as beautiful as those in the parables in the Gospels. Birdlip, December 14, 1943. Commentary on the relationship of a man to himself. Each of us is related to three things. First, we are related to our bodies, about which we know practically nothing. The body is sometimes ill, sometimes well, and so on. We may get certain knowledge of our bodies, but we never really know about them, as their complicated organization is far beyond our comprehension. There is, however, a quite definite side in our lives that concerns our relationship to our physical bodies. In general, the instinctive center looks after us in this respect, provided we do not abuse our bodies too much. This is our first definite relationship. If a person has had no trouble with his body, he is quite surprised when trouble of this kind begins. Our next relationship is to the external world, to things, to people, to affairs that take place around us, and such things as friendships, business, politics, war, and all our relationships with matter in general, with dealing with things, with cooking, with carpentry, with building, and also with managing people, finding jobs, making both ends meet, and not only with making both ends meet, but with tying a bow. Generally speaking, most people's lives are concerned with these two relationships, and failure and success are possible in both cases. I mean, that a person in the first relationship may have great trouble with the body, may be often ill, and so on, or he may find out how to keep in better health. And as regards the second relationship, the relationship to external life, he may fail to adjust himself to anything, or anyone, or he may be more successful. He may find, for example, something in external life that he is good at. Now we must speak about the third relationship, which is really the subject of this teaching, namely, the relationship of a man to himself. For most people this relationship is unnecessary. A man is concerned usually with the first two relationships only, and to a certain extent these two are connected. If a man is starving, for instance, he has a bad relationship to his body, and therefore must find a better relationship to external life in order to nourish the body. But this third relationship is different. For the purposes of mechanical life it is unnecessary. In a young country you will generally find that it is only the first two relationships that count. Food, health, business, are the main preoccupations. Now both the body and the affairs of the world are external to us. In what sense are they external? They are external in regard to the third possible relationship. In thinking of myself from the angle of this work, I have sometimes found it useful to think of these relationships, and, keeping them clearly in mind, to try to observe in which relationship I am, especially, at fault. I may be in a wrong relationship to my body, or again I may be in a wrong relationship to external life, or I may be in a wrong relationship to myself. That is, as regards the third relationship, I may be thinking where I should feel, or feeling where I should think, and so on. Or again, I may be asleep to myself. This applies to everyone. If we feel something is wrong, we tend to look outwards. We may decide we are ill, i.e. we look outwardly at our bodies, or we may decide that other people are wrong, in which case we look outwardly once more. However, one may decide that one is wrong in oneself, that one is not in right eyes, that one has not sufficiently nourished this third relationship to oneself. Perhaps one has not really worked on oneself for some time. Perhaps one has not connected one's thoughts, that have come in from higher parts of centers, that is to say, one has not been listening to oneself, and has missed what is being said to one. There are many sayings in ancient esoteric literature bearing on man's relationship to himself, and to all the different parts in him, both higher and lower, that refer to the necessity of keeping a certain heat within him. Do you know that an egg that is being hatched must not be allowed to get cold too long? You have heard also in this teaching that a fire must be lit to heat the alchemical retort, in which the metallic powders are contained, which must eventually be fused together. As long as this is not so, every tap on the walls of the retort shifts the powders. This means that every change incidental to life shifts us inside, and we have no power of inner resistance to the external world and its changing events. Or you can compare man, as he is, to a kaleidoscope of which every tap changes the pattern. The object of the third relationship to oneself is ultimately to form something permanent. First of all, in the hierarchy of development, comes the establishing of observing T. Then above this comes the formation of deputy steward, which is a collection of eyes that wish to work. Some of these eyes may really wish to work, and some may only pretend that they do. But when deputy steward is strong enough, then there is a possibility that steward himself may come, and above him lies the possibility of the coming of real I, i.e. something permanent and unshakable. When this happens, there is a real man, a man such as we do not know in ordinary life. Now in this commentary I wish to talk to you about this third relationship. We miss many opportunities for work because we forget about this third relationship. We may be depressed by illness, or by the external situation in life to which we happen to be related at the time, and, finding no particular comfort in either of them, we may feel at a loss. But over and above both these relationships lies the possibility of the third relationship. We forget to summon the work just at the very time when we should summon it. Our ordinary thoughts connected with our ordinary daily affairs do not lead into the ideas of the work. We have to jump. We have deliberately to make a connection with the work, and we must all find different ways of doing this. You all realize how life puts us to sleep, how our preoccupation with our life problems cuts us off from the influences of this work. I would define two different conditions in which anyone in this work can find himself. One is simply that a man finds himself in the condition in which he feels immersed in things. He feels rather depressed, worried, anxious, and so on, and being, as it were, unable to lift his head up, he views life along the vistas of his own negative feelings. The second condition occurs when a man knows he is in a bad state from the work point of view, and cannot find out how to get rid of it. I think that it is the second state that is most interesting to study in oneself. One knows one is asleep, one recognizes that there is something all wrong, but one does nothing to help oneself. It is just here that some of the worst negative thoughts about the work can arise. One is, so to speak, out of the work in oneself, out of the eyes that can conduct or transmit it, and yet, although one knows this, one does nothing about it. Now this state can again be divided into two. You may be in some kind of heavy, indifferent state, and not wish to do anything at all, although you realize your situation. Or you may be in that interesting condition which is called tempting God. You may feel you should be helped. But in both cases you have no technique developed in you that can re-establish some kind of harmony within yourself. Here one of the many aspects of sly man comes in. You may go about in a miserable mood complaining that you cannot feel the work and expecting to be helped from on high. But if you feel that you have lost contact with yourself, if you feel that this third relationship which the work is about has gone wrong, and wish to reconnect yourself, you may find some way to do it, and deliberately apply it without spending time in being miserable. What is one's task under such circumstances? One's task is to get into different parts of centers, and into different eyes that can feel the influences of the work. Recently observing myself under such a condition, I began quite deliberately to think of the 10 Commandments. I tried to repeat the first 5 commandments from memory, and found I did not know them distinctly enough. As you know, the first 5 commandments are psychological, and, although the second 5 commandments are also psychological in their ultimate meaning, they refer in the first place to our relationship to external life. But the first 5 commandments refer only to our relationship to ourselves. Take the opening commandment, "Thou shalt have none other gods before me." If this teaching coming from conscious influences were so powerful that one worshipped nothing else, namely, that everything else was in the second place, one would be in a position to resist all the evils of the body and of life. Perhaps you see what I mean. You would be held up the whole time by a strength that nothing could break. Then I thought of what Christ said, "Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind, and with all thy strength." This is the first commandment. Mark XI, 30. And just by thinking of these references to following the will of higher beings from which the teaching of this work comes, I felt a complete transformation taking place in me, which was like a shock, and suddenly everything looked different, people looked different, and I felt throughout the whole of my body a certain lightness. Do you know how the work teaches that if you give yourself the shock of self-remembering, it changes even the whole working of the body, so that all the cells in the body receive a different food? I assure you that this can be experienced often by every one of you. Remember that always what you value highest is God for you. What you value most you worship, and what you worship is God. What you value most controls all your being. In this sense, God is a reflection of you, and God is according to your level of understanding. We worship strange things and have strange gods. But there are many other ways of getting oneself out of a bad inner state. You must understand that no work is possible unless you get into these bad states, because they are tests, or, if you like, temptations, which are absolutely necessary in order to make us skillful in dealing with them. You will not learn to swim well unless you are often dropped into the water. And it is always surprising that some of you think that if you pass into a bad state it is because you cannot do the work. It is just in these bad states that one can work and learn what it is about. It is quite an interesting view that was once given a long time ago, to regard bad states as something about which you must be clever and use, as it were, every possible intelligence and technique to get out of them. There are many different forms of self-remembering, and Slyman was once defined as he who knows how to remember himself in different ways at different moments. Sometimes when one is in a bad state, and attempts to get out of it, and fails to do so, one can be consciously passive to it, without being negative, and without identifying with it fully, having the inner certainty that it will pass, provided one does not let negative imagination work, and does not consent to its presence. This is a form of self-remembering, and is just as if one has to wait, and knows that one has to, because it is raining too heavily, and one cannot go out just at present, and yet remains certain it will clear. The work exists for one, as an additional way of living. It is extra. All right relationship to oneself depends on the feeling of integrity in regard to the work, as something extra and valuable. Once this has been established in you, namely, that you see clearly in your inner vision that the work is something extra and valuable, the work will begin to touch you, and find a way for you. Now, in conclusion, as regards the work finding a way for you, when you begin to give it a place in yourself, let me say this: Everyone has problems and troubles. No one is without them. We try to find solutions, final solutions, as if afterwards there would be no further trouble. Remember that there are no final solutions to anything. To try to find final solutions to things is like trying to do away with the waves of the storms of the sea. You have to have a good ship, a good rudder, and a good compass. The solution to things lies in seamanship. Or, to change the metaphor, it is said in this work that it sells leather from which you can make good shoes. You cannot clear away all the mud, and stones, and pebbles, but you can construct good shoes to walk over them. Birdlip, December 14, 1943. Introductory note on practical work. In talking about inner states, it is useless to begin with some vague generalization. For instance, to talk about chaotic states, as one of the London groups did last time, is useless. To talk in this way is to talk chaotically. One of the objects of self-observation is actually to observe something. Now I must say here that to take the work phrase "man cannot do" in such a way that one makes no effort is a very good example of chaotic thinking in the work. There is one thing that you are told you can do in regard to yourself, and that is that you can observe yourself, that you can observe the working of different centers, and that you can observe different eyes in yourself, that you can observe when you are internally considering, that you can observe when you are negative, that you can observe when you are identifying, that you can observe where you are justifying yourself, and so on. This work is to pull a person together, to brace him, and to make him have a more distinct relationship to all that goes on inside him. For this reason, you are taught first of all to observe yourself, and then to observe yourself from certain well-defined angles. A man must get hold of himself, he must steady himself, he must try to let light into himself in order to see what is going on in him, and so where he is going in himself. Also he must observe where he is talking wrongly, where he is complaining, and not working, where he is saying things mechanically that should belong to self-observation. The work must be practiced. In every wrong state it is absolutely necessary to review oneself from what the work teaches, and try to see where one is. If you never call upon the work to help you, it will not be able to help you. Your relationship to the work is an internal matter that lies between you and the work, right down deep inside you. A person can talk as much as he likes about his difficulties with the work. He can let the whole of the work discharge itself into small eyes. He can connect the work with some feature in himself, and turn it into a source of perplexity and worry. A man can treat the work in 1,000 different ways. But it is important how one treats the work. It can produce very great tensions within one. Its object is to do so, but it is necessary to keep the work, as it were, inviolate, as something utterly pure that cannot be contradicted, and which at the same time is telling one something if one will only listen to what it is saying, if one will only relate oneself to what it is teaching. It is quite easy to say that one does not understand the work, but there is a right way of saying this, and a wrong way. It is quite useless to shrug one's shoulders, mentally speaking, and again it is quite useless to think that one should understand the work after a few years' casual practicing of it. A great deal of patience is necessary, and patience is the mother of will. We find ourselves in a crowd of people within us, and some of them say one thing, and some say another. If there is valuation, and if in spite of all difficulties we can feel that here is something that can eventually lead us away from our present states, and if in spite of all the failures this valuation persists, then a center of gravity will be formed, a point in the work will be established, and when this is so, it is a very blessed condition. So do not complain too easily, because, as you all know, it takes a very long time to learn anything in a real way, even in life. You remember how often it was said that if you wish to learn Chinese thoroughly, it will take you all your life. So do not have too short a view. Do not think that when you begin to observe yourself and find a chaos within you, you need be pessimistic. It is actually the first step in the work, the first step to realization. What then, a person may ask, must I do? The answer is that you must begin to follow as sincerely as you can all the practical things that the work tells you to observe and separate from. The intelligent scrutiny of oneself, the practice of a directed noticing of oneself, the application of non-identifying with certain states of oneself, remembering that certain eyes weaken oneself and undermine everything one does, all this is being led by the work. All this is following the work. People do not surrender to the work for a long time. They keep on trying to do things by themselves according to their own lights instead of doing things according to the work. They continue to make the same life efforts as before, but they do not make work effort. But all this it is necessary to pass through, and one must pass through this jungle, through this tangled forest, this kind of darkness, until one discerns the work and what it is saying. For a long time the last thing that we ever think of doing is to work on ourselves in accordance with what the work teaches. We wriggle about, as it were, like a fish on the end of a line, and will not submit to the gentle pull of the line which will lift us into another atmosphere. We get into a bad state and we identify with the right away. Then we see everything through the medium of this bad state, but we do not think of practicing non-identifying with this bad state, of seeing that it is not T. On the contrary, we say, I to it, and we argue about everything from this bad state which is quite incapable of leading us anywhere save into a worse state. We are like people standing in the drenching rain complaining that they are catching cold, and saying how miserable they feel, when their own house is standing close beside them into which they can go. Very often when we stand in this drenching rain, and this bad inner state, we think vaguely of trying to work on ourselves, and separating ourselves from it internally by an act of consciousness and will, but some small I pipes up and says, "Oh, the work is too difficult for me." In connection with the idea of rendering things more distinct within ourselves, I have written a short commentary on 3 different sorts of relationship that can occupy our attention. It is very necessary to try to establish a distinct awareness of where one is. I do not mean by this where one is in physical space, but where one is in the world of relationship, which is the real world in which we live. Everything lies in relationship, in how you relate yourself to things. You cannot change the thing itself, but you can change your relationship to it. All this work is about changing our relationship, both to ourselves and to life. To say that you can do nothing is to take the idea of the work quite wrongly. You cannot change life. You cannot do in this sense, but you can change yourself and your relationship to everything. This is what the work emphasizes time and again. We can change ourselves through the medium of C influences provided we recognize them, that is, provided we recognize the existence of greater mind. But we cannot change life in general, nor can we change other people. You cannot make a new world, and if we think we can, we are what is called lunatics in the work. Remember that the whole question lies in changing our relationship to things, in taking things in a new way. and so in thinking in a new way about everything. Note in this connection, remember that duckboards and stilts are things that change your relationship to this mud, that is both life itself outside, and our ordinary state of sleep inside. To change the metaphor, the work teaches that we are in prison, and not at all a pleasant prison. Some inhabit better cells and some worse. Some even enjoy the prison. But there is a way out of this prison, and the secret has been handed on from generation to generation. It is a curious secret, just as the prison is a curious one, for the prison is not composed of literal stone walls and ramparts and guards, or literal chains and dungeons. And the fact of its existence is due to our looking the wrong way round, in the wrong direction. I advise you all to read The Myth of the Cave in Plato's Republic, and think about what it means. It will help you to realize how ancient and how authoritative this teaching is,